Hello and welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane. You know the time, you know the place. Beautiful Sunday afternoon, and that just only means if it ain't Seahawk football, then we're talking Seahawk football, and that's just what we're going to be doing today. And in particular, we're going to look a little bit back on this draft on a player I haven't actually talked as much about on this channel. I know many others have. Kind of just getting my way around over into this side of it. And when the Seahawks completed this last draft, if you were to listen to your by and large pundits, draft analysts, they would tell you that the Seattle Seahawks really knocked it out of the park with two picks in particular. Now, there's some that like other picks in the draft and less on other picks or more on other picks, but that especially has stood out when you look at some of the draft coverage coming from these folks. And I certainly do tend to agree where the first two picks you just absolutely love. First and foremost, of course, Byron Murphy, because you looked at the draft and went, wow, we've never seen a draft in NFL history that had 14 straight offensive players taken off the board. And we got to benefit from that. We got to get to be the direct beneficiary of that wild run. That's an easy one to see. One that might not be as easy to see, a little bit tougher to get locked in on, and one that I think does have still many Seahawks fans excited, is the drafting of Christian Haynes then back in the third round. The Seahawks were out of the second round, not able to trade back up into the second round, so you had to sit there all the way into sort of the depths there of the third round to finally then draft your second player. And they stayed in that same pocket of value that helped them land Byron Murphy in taking Christian Haynes. And Haynes is a really fun player because there is so much to dive into on this player. This is not a pick of one where you're getting a one-year starter or a guy that's flashed really upper-end goods, but has only flashed them. Nonetheless, you're getting a guy that started 59 straight games there at UConn. He is a two-time third-team All-American, and so he's had the pelts he's already put up on the wall as far as the success goes and the track record he's laying. You can go back even if you want to really drift with this kid to understand, mentality and where he comes from and how he is wired even back to Rivals camp here, just as a young kid out there trying to earn his way. And you can even see in watching these reps back there that there's a doggedness to his spirit, a willingness to get after it. There's offensive linemen that are really big, and they look big and mean. They look like they can throw guys around. They look like they're just what you want to put on your offensive line. But then they don't just kind of have quite that nastiness as you see him throwing him over the tackling dummy. They don't quite have that same kind of nastiness that you would like to be paired with the physical component, with the physical ability. That's the part that seems to be a bit missing from them when you're getting these guys that are built like you like them to be built, but then they just, they're just out there they do their job. They'll get as much of the block laid as they can. And the part that you like with Chris Haynes, on top of a lot of different parts here, but one of the parts you like on top of the fact he started the 59 straight games, two-time third-team All-American, is the fact that he is going to bring the finish, the willingness, that I'm going to be nasty. I'm going to be mean against you. I'm going to be a little bit almost on that line of not quite, dirty, but I'm not going to be just trying to always stay within the letter of the law either. Let's just say that either. So just where you need offensive linemen to be, or as one former Seattle Seahawks coach once said, I need some dirt bags down here. Yes, a former Seahawks coach literally once said, we need some more dirt bags on this team. And it was but only 20 years ago. And that coach, that man, was Jim Mora. Yes, sir, Jim Mora. We all remember him that were there during that time for that one sweet season of Mora in 2017 that was a complete and utter nightmare. But Mora in that press conference indeed said, I need me some dirt bags. And you want to know who the head coach is of the UConn Huskies? Jim Mora. So if you're wondering if first and foremost with Haynes right out the gate, if he's got that dog in him, if he's got that willingness to get dirty, to get mean with it, to get after it, he absolutely, bet your bottom dollar does. But let's not take my word for it, as I always like to say. Let's get ourselves on into some tape here and unpack a little bit of what Christian Haynes brings, because one of the reasons I'm excited about this pick, first and foremost, is just like with Byron Murphy, you can see completely the tendrils of the Seahawks' drafting scheme that has really evolved over time, being that they really have stayed in the pocket of that value. You could see how this guy was the most valuable guy on their board. You could see how this wasn't a reach. Yes, there was a need for the position there at guard to get that addressed, but that didn't necessarily mean that it was a reach. You waited and got this guy at great value. The next part you start to like, though, is on top of being a talented guard, top of having all that background of starts, 59 straight starts there at UConn, is that he also fits to this new scheme tremendously. So let's look into this tape here. Let's dive on into this stuff a little bit, and we're gonna, as always, with me, guys, with me, that I'm gonna go through a good number of these reps and get into this stuff and kind of show you guys off of what we're getting kind of in full on Christian Haynes. Mostly the good. I'll show you a little bit of the bad too, and also a little bit of also how he has changed a little bit in my outlook of him, just a little bit off of my initial looking at him leading up to the draft and scouting him and whatnot. Not a major change, but a slight thing that has kind of adjusted in my own mind in regards to Haynes as far as how I look at him. So first, let's get you guys hyped up on this stuff at first. Let me show you some of the good stuff that you're going to get with this guy, which is going to be right out the gate. We're going to get some impressive blocks here for you guys and to show you some of that nastiness there. And so where you're going to be concentrating here on these highlights, if I can get my stuff in the right place here. Where I want you guys to concentrate on this in these highlights is you're going to be looking at the right guard in this case. So we'll go back here. And somebody asked for a highlighter on the last episode, which was a great suggestion on their part. So you're going to get Mr. Haynes right here. Okay, he's your right guard there. When we're locking in all these highlights, you're never going to see him at left guard. You're never going to see him at left tackle. You're going to see him always at that right guard spot, number 64. So that's the guy I want you guys to kind of lock in on this, on these highlights. And I'll point him out as well when it's harder, because I'm trying to get a little bit tighter on the tape here so you guys can see a little closer view of what he's doing. But watch him on this one. Shows off some of that mobility I talked about, which is we're going to get to in a second, but is absolute necessity in this scheme. He first lays down the block to help the double team out with number 72. So he first comes off the block. I'm going to help out my guy 72 there with the double team. Boom, double team's there. He recognizes 72 as this clean and clear. This is the 59 straight starts. I've played a lot of college football. I know I don't have to stay on this block because the job is done, even though it's at the point of attack technically, because I'm going to come back here and make sure our backyard's cleaned up. Because number one here, I don't like how close he is to my ball carrier. Bye, number one. Bye. Run it again for you guys, full speed. He just decks the kid. Nasty willingness to finish. Do not doubt this in this guy. He's going to bring that to play. A lot of offensive linemen will tell you that that might be, as much as anything, sometimes the singular main thing you need in a guy to be able to do it. Again here, right guard. So he's going to be just to the left of your right tackle, who's just to the left, of course, of that tight end off ball there. So locking him on again here. Movement in space, finish. And what I mean by movement in space is that he's laying the block and he's continuing to move his feet, right? He's not trying to just get him up the field. They're kind of moving lateral. This is sort of an outside zone run here. So you want to continue to keep getting lateral here as much as you're trying to really push the defender up the field. You're trying to just make sure you stay in front of him, keep him controlled. As soon as the ball carries by, see ya. On your butt. And see a lot of what he's going to do in these blocks too, and that's the part I want to point out too, is rather than looking at that pure I'm going to knock you off the ball kind of guy, there's more of a I'm going to be a little finesse at times. I'm going to be a little bit of a technician at times. So he's getting his body in the right spot, kind of just making sure he puts himself between the man and the ball carrier, but still the finish at the end to kind of throw the guy down. Like these kind of reps, they show off a guy not trying to just do the bare minimum, but actually try to go above and beyond. How about some fun reps last year here with Maze Smith? This was, of course, the first rounder. Let me highlight it here. This is, of course, the first rounder right here at the nose tackle position for your Michigan Wolverines. He went to the Dallas Cowboys and had a bit of a disappointing season in Dallas. I think they tried to ask him to drop a bunch of weight or there was some weird situation going on with him. And then you've got, of course, Christian Haynes right here at right guard. So keep an eye on both of those two guys. We're having a nice couple of little battles here with them. Haynes, he's the double team block. So he's got some help, but gets it laid. This is at his point of, this is going over his gap, right? So it's going right behind Haynes. Yes, it's a double team, but that's against one of the best nose tackles in the sport, maybe the year this went down in 2022. So impressive. A little bit further on here now. Again, 64. He's head up right there with Maze Smith right over the top of him. Kind of, I mean, they're right heads up there. One-on-one pretty much. A little bit of a back shoulder. Got a little bit of the arm on the back shoulder there. I ain't going to lie on that part, but refs aren't going to see that in the mess. Handles Maze. Not really going to get any movement here, but Maze also doesn't even know where the ball carrier is at this moment. You can see there may be a little bit of a hold there if you want to be a nitpicker about it, I guess. Here we go again, 64. Maze Smith right across from him here again. Boom. Wins the leverage war. Something you see often with him here. It's subtle, but he's just a little bit lower here. Oh, that's kind of even, I guess. Pretty much a stalemate here, but again, watch him how he's angled. Gets him angled away. The ball carrier going away from him. It's not a crazy rep, just a good rep, and again, against a guy that's a real good competition for him here. All right, so 64 there, right guard. Comes down in space. I told you the mobility stuff, which I'm going to show a lot of with you here in a second, is a lot of what he brings to the table. I can start here. I can get down to the second level, and I can land my block. That guy never gets into the play here, all the way completely out of this. So, and what you notice here is he's getting it. Look again how he turns his body. Boom. Body between me, man, ball carrier. I'm the middle ground there. I don't give the defender a pathway getting back to the ball carrier. He always has a natural slide with his body to put himself that way. Abraham Lucas, when he came out, was a little bit like that as well. All right, a little up close here. So 64 is going to be to the left side of your screen here. A little bit of a close-up shot here. Again, just from the last play. Gets it in space. Gets it cleared. I won't belabor some of these cuts. I wanted to get a lot of these on here as I could for you guys to kind of check this out, though. All right, so we got Tennessee. It's the first block laid. Still moving down in space. Still finishing. Still throwing people down. So you get a little bit of it all here. The mobility, the finish. Again, is it a little, like, are you allowed to do this fully? I don't, maybe not at the college level, and they're hard to see it, but you just like the spirit. What I like about these initial reps I wanted to show you is you can't doubt the spirit with it. All right, let's go to some specific items within his game. Can he, you might say, hey, Brandon, does he have the ability to pancake? Can he do that? Can he put a man down? Yes, he can. He can absolutely pancake. This is going to be the finish we talk about. So 64, right guard. Whoops. Again, he's got this sort of spin cobra technique thing he does. But he's just throwing the guy to the ground. So you get a feel for the power here. Just tosses him down. That guy's out of the play this play. Offensive line coaches love these kind of guys. All right, we got Wolverines. Right guard on that side. Locks him up. Gets him down onto his knees. That's 55 too, by the way. I think this kid, though he's very young at this point, I think he's going to be a first-round pick this upcoming year. That defensive tackle there for the Michigan Wolverines. Now, he gets a little bit of help here. 72 gives a little bit of help there to 64, right? But 64 finishes it, doesn't he? And where's that run going? Right off his back. Right off his backside. And if you push your man out of the hole and then you crumple him to your knees, that's a pretty good rep. Again, here against Michigan. Initial block. Junior Colson looks like he's going to get the bad end of it on this one. And the fluidity of moving in space. Some linemen can't move 3 feet in front of them without tripping over themselves. Here, He comes off the ball, helps on Maze Smith with the double team block. Bingo, bango. Double team's cleared. He recognizes it. He's got Colson here right behind Maze. Colson's trying to use Maze like a shield here and try to find the ball carrier. He peels off Maze, catches Colson, and then Colson gets it. So smart, intelligent, can move in space, can go off of multiple blocks on one play. These are all things that are going to be baked within this new offensive scheme and are going to be very important to Grubb. This is part of what no doubt helped him on tape and very much impressed him. Here we have another linebacker drafted fairly high in this draft. You guys remember Wilson, the kid out of NC State, who does not actually have an ACL. I don't know if maybe he doesn't have an ACL because Haynes just put him down on tore the last of the ACL right here on this play. He again gets his guy down on his knee. So movement in space. Look out, kitty. Movement in space. Get to the linebacker and Peyton Wilson. Get the lock blade to the point. You've got the guy down on his knee. If you're pulling this off, so he's helping a little bit on the nose, right? Help a little on the nose with my center. Okay, nose is clear. Get down to the second level. I'm going to take care of Peyton Wilson now. Wilson's taken care of. Look how close that ball carrier is to his back. Boom, take care of it. Now, Wilson kind of does end up getting a chance making a lot of the tackle there, but Haynes does what he can on that play. A little bit of movement in space again. A little spin move. Kind of bounce through these a little bit. All right. Down by the goal line. Got a man up. Right over his side. On your back. I get my defensive tackle one-on-one, ending up on his back at the goal line. That's a good rep. Straight up here, takes him, puts him down. It's actually a little bit of a, as you can see, he loses the leverage here. Yeah, the other guy's a little lower than him. Loses the leverage. This is where you get that nice foundational power he's got. Still ends up putting him on his back. So he's got the pancake ability. He can do this stuff. He's not going to be pure finesse. And why I wanted to show some of this, the pancake here, this is kind of more finesse. Just the guy's shooting the gap and he's using it against him here. That's kind of that wisdom stuff you get from the position after playing these years. You can feel him just shooting the gap through and just kind of throws him right by. He's got this in it, but I wanted to highlight this because of the fact that you are going to have some finesse reps in here, which might characterize and get across to you guys a little bit that he's more of a finesse kind of lineman, that a pure spread kind of lineman, like you think of that, there to do the patty cake and not there to really do much of sending guys on a ride or have that nasty finish. He gets to combine both of those two kind of elements to his game really nicely, which is a part that really stands out to him, and that's why I really wanted to kind of feature that. The place that we really want to talk about with him, though, the place where you really, I think, want to delve into with Christian Haynes is the mobility and the movement in space. UConn, in a lot of the blocks that they asked on him, would ask him to do some traditional right guard stuff, being a lot of double team blocks at the point of attack with the center. But then there was a lot of pulling in space and getting out in front and climbing down to linebackers. And this stuff comes so very, very naturally to him. And before I highlight the plays of him and what he does with this and how he does it well, I want to show you a couple of cut-ups here really quickly from your Seattle Seahawks recently when they've tried to run the screen game and why this mobility stuff is going to be so important. Ryan Grubb at the University of Washington, I believe, ran a screen play about once every 7 plays. You're going to run a screen pass. Most screen plays are set up by a facet of you throw either to the running back or to a receiver or even a tight end. But you're going to want to attempt, like with any screenplay, you want to feign a little bit of pass protection, and then you get your offensive lineman into space so that they can be an envoy then for the receiver, the running back, the tight end that's catching that screenplay. The issue we've had in Seattle recently has been that we don't have the mobile offensive linemen that can get into space to get to those blocks. This is why so many Seahawks fans lament to me for years, why can't we run the screenplay? Why can't we just run a screenplay? Because the coaches know it won't work. That's why. Because when they do work, it's a complete crap show, especially when they try to run it with the linemen trying to get into space because, historically speaking, Coach Carroll, Tom Cable, throughout that regime, there was not as much of an onus upon finding linemen that were really athletic and could move. It was more about finding big bodies that could move other big bodies. That was at the forefront. So let's look at a couple of these screenplays. Here's from the Rams in week 1. I want you to lock in right now, if you can for me, in on Damian Lewis here. Damian going to be right down in there. And watch Damian Lewis on this play here. And you can maybe see a little bit closer why this screenplay doesn't work. Part of why it doesn't work. It doesn't work for a couple of reasons, but one of the reasons it wouldn't work is here's Damian. I'm running in space. Here we go. But does not get to the block. Never touches a man. You got Phil Haynes here running. Who's Phil Haynes blocking at right guard here? Where's he going? I don't know. He's somewhere. Maybe he's going to the concession stand. Maybe he's hungry. Certainly not blocking anybody in space. So you've had these kind of moments like this at times in recent history. I thought I had a couple more here, but I guess I didn't do it too much. Where this has been the problem at play, in that you don't have guys that can move in space and get to these blocks, and the plays get completely upended. This one got upended for a couple of other reasons, because the receivers weren't able to get the blocks held at the point, but also this in addition to that. And so when I talk about movement with this kid, this is why movement's going to be so very, very, very important with him, and why him bringing it is something to get really excited about. So we got right guard here, just next to the center there. Gets the initial block laid, gets to the second level. Technically a pancake, right? Technically a pancake here. But it's an easier said than done thing to get the block initially, get a little hand on there, make sure this block's laid, passes it off to 75, then gets down. So get the initial block laid until your right tackle can catch up to you to pick the block up. He hands that block off, then he's down to the second level. On that linebacker lays that block down to the point the guy ends up on his back. So that's what you're going to see in these cut-ups here a little bit. Spread out a little bit more so I can do this right. First block, second block laid. Come back here again. He's going to come off the ball, climb to the second level, find his block, push out of the screen. Play doesn't go for much here. Okay? So, come on. Sorry. Live thing here. Why isn't this playing now? All right. First block. Second block. Climb down. Take care of guy out of screen. Got here right guard. Be right here. You can't quite see him really clearly here. You'll see him here move, though. Again, he's going to climb down. Get down to the second level. Get the linebacker cemented there. Man's got the deal. So watch 2 again when he, after this block here. Watch 2 again here as he's doing this block, how he also gets, again, that hips flipped around to where, notice like I told you before, that shield thing he does where he's going to get himself between him and the ball carrier. So not only does he reach down and get to the second level, but by the time that ball carrier is going past him, that defender's got no angle to the ball carrier. And he just kind of does it naturally. So again, just sort of a shades of Abraham Lucas a little bit at times and what he's doing. So again, we're going to get him out front here now. Get out in space, find a man, good block, the job done, nice play. Nothing fancy, but gets the job done. As I've seen so many years of us not having guys being able to get out into space here, that getting a guy like this out in space that can even lay just this block is a big deal. And Grubb is going to utilize this. This one might not look a little bit as much like typical. So on this one, he's got to get to 23 here. So not an easy block. I got to get technically into space here to get to this block. You can see he's got to stretch his athleticism out to get to it, but he still ends up laying the block, and the play still ends up going over his side of things here. A lot of that's like a reach block-ish kind of play than getting into space necessarily, but it's still part of the same component of mobility. Again, getting to the second level, again, finding his man, getting him out of the play. A lot of accuracy here with him. So right guard, watch him get down to the second level. It's a little slot corner he's got to go find here. Or a small undersized linebacker, one of the two there. Or a safety, I guess, one. But gets down, gets the block laid, 64 there in space, no problem. Again, helping here with a double team. But not just with a double team, they're getting lateral post snap. We're not getting up the field. We're not trying to drive the guy. You're coming up here to get him moved sideways to open up that. Kind of the big part of the outside zone run is being able to do this. Setting up, you're just trying to more get the defensive lineman moving laterally rather than what historically you try to do, which is push them backwards. So again, out in space, it's going to be so fun when you get these moments of this kid where he's lined up like this and then he's going to pull out in front because he can do this like a fullback. He's out in front, looking, finding somebody, knocking him over. He's not going to miss. These guys, even the guys that can move at times, will just often miss in space. He's going to land that block. Big 64 there, just rumbling out in space right in front of his running back. Not slow to the spot. He's there before the running back arrives. Another thing we've seen at times is missing. I don't know why I included that snap. Back against Michigan here. Pull back across the formation, little wham block. Chris Jenkins, I think 3rd round pick in this last draft. It's always tough on the defensive lineman to catch the wham blocks coming, but he's able to lay it. Again, here you're going to get a little bit of the ability to do the 2 blocks. First, get that first block helped out. This is going to be in grub system. Help out in that first block, get lateral, climb down, get to the second level. Many linemen here would get caught up on this first block. I got to help my guy, got to get that first block, and they don't get in a timely nature down to that second defender. But for these plays to work, you've got to get to, especially if you're going to hit a big play on it, you've got to get down to the big defender to make that happen, to the second defender to make it occur. Again, pulling out in front, finds his man, lays his block. Good play. Doesn't put him on his back this time, but gets the job done. Look how far he's having to go here on this play as far as pulling out in front goes, to where he eventually ends up laying his block. He's covering a good 15, 20 yards of distance there. And this is no easy thing. So when we talk about him fitting within a mobile-based scheme, a spread-based scheme, being able to do the screen-based stuff, to get out in front, to pull out in front, the things that were missing before, this is what he's got. Again, on Peyton Wilson, just completely suns up Peyton Wilson here. Pulls back across the formation, bam, gotcha. Wilson tries to spin off of it. It's too late, first down. Again, here you're going to see at the snap. What is he doing at the snap? Is he going forward or is he going lateral? Lateral, right? The difference from what you might see when you watch football 20 years ago is these guys would just get up the football field. Now it's more about getting lateral, helping out. Ends up just a pile of bodies there. Here, out in the screen game. Who do you want out in front? Yeah, you want him out in front of the screen game, huh? Another thing that's just going to be a thing of beauty when you guys see that this year is him doing just this, because he looks so natural and fluid moving out in space. So when you ask him to do it, it's just, he's going to help make these plays really go. Pull back across his formation, wham block here. Nothing fancy on this. But again, he's going to get to a spot. He's going to land his block on these kind of blocks every time. He doesn't miss in that way. Another one here, climbs the second level, takes care of the block. Nice big run. So barely puts a hand on the thing, gets back down, takes care of a deal. Boom. I'm not going to belabor this point on this. You guys are seeing this. Again, second level. Gets his man completely pushed out of the play. So you get the mobility. Big part of what he's going to bring to the play here. A big part of what you're going to feel with him and can count on first and foremost almost with his skill set, I think, right out the gate. He does the mobility with some of the technicians aspect to it. So that body positioning, I'm coming out into space, I'm approaching my target, I hit my target, and I'm rolling my hips around that target. Rolling the hips around the target, and then, because I know the play is going to come this way, right? As I'm approaching him, I know eventually it's going this way. So I hit, I roll, and then that back's going behind me with my back. Where a lot of guys are just going to be like, let me get out to my block and just lay the block. Let me just get out and get my hands on him. So coach makes it feels like I'm at least doing something here. That's not what Haynes is going to do. He's going to get out there, lay the block, and then finish the deal with it either. And that's either throwing you down on the turf or positioning his body around in such a way that he protects his running back from being able to have to take, from getting tackled there, from having the defender be blocked initially, but having a pathway to slide off the block to then go and get an arm around an ankle or kind of pull him down in that way. In pass pro, this is one of the things that has adjusted a little bit of my outlook with him in watching some of the pass pro reps with Christian Haynes. There is a lot of him doing some traditional stuff here from the right guard role in pass pro. And what I mean by that is it is a lot of him at times doubling down on a nose tackle, especially in this case, you get a 4-man front. We're looking to do that. He's not necessarily aligned in a lot of these snaps that I've saw where he's just heads up blocking a guy one-on-one. There are some good reps you can find like that with this here where he takes on 90 here, nose tackle, heads up. They kind of slide the protections here for some unknown reason. I think they just anticipated the blitz actually, which is kind of coming, which is pretty smart. But takes on 90 here. He's not anything fancy in pass protection, but holds up well. Nice anchor on this play. Doesn't give up any real ground. Here we got a little bit of a help from the running back, but you do see some of the help that he would get at times in there and some of how much UConn didn't necessarily ask him in one-on-one situations to hold up, but this is a good rep. Probably didn't even need the help there from the running back. Lock on that right guard there on that side. Nice heavy hands initially, stands the guy up on contact. Moving his feet well. The power sometimes is missing a little bit as much. When he catches him right like here, where he's got the angle right, or he gets him sort of twisting a little bit or trying to shoot a gap, he can use that pretty well. But when they do come at him heads up at times with the power stuff, one-on-one and with no help, there could be some issues. But here you got him doubling. He takes care of the first guy on the nose tackle, comes off of it, helps out his edge. Very smart. I don't think he's given up a sack in like 2 years, or like one pressure or one sack in 2 years. So he's been very, very good in pass pro. There is a little bit of an asterisk you have to place to it, I think, a little bit with this, being that UConn was very run heavy, and a lot of their offense is heavily structured around getting the ball out of the hands of the quarterback very quickly. So you're not getting a team with a lot of 5 and 7 step type drops where they're really asking their quarterback to hold the ball, and they're asking with it their offensive lineman to hold up in pass protection for a great deal of time. Here taking care of a stunt inside, handles first inside. That's our own Mike Morris there, who he takes care of inside first, slides him in, picks up the second guy, Maze Smith, pretty well. Maze does a good job of making the angle hard on the quarterback. Another rep here. It was very hard to find a lot of the pass pro reps that are like this one. Here we got Mike Morris one-on-one with Christian Haynes. Both these two guys Seahawks right now. And you get to feel a little bit of his power here where Morris, who could be a problem for these inside guys when they kicked him in at Michigan. Like he gave some guards some issues in there with his length and his quickness in there. But you can see on this play, one-on-one, Haynes has no issue with him. Hands inside, perfect technique. There's no borderline hold here or anything else. He's got his hands onside. He's got Mike Morris completely neutralized. The pass pro stuff, much like the mobility stuff, is pretty easy to see, and he's got it. There's not a lot of a question on it. Here you get to see that quick passing attack by UConn, just getting the ball out of the hands of the quarterback as quick as possible. He's already got pressure coming up off of his edge, probably why they did a lot of that. Maze Smith is matched up here with Christian Haynes, 58, 64, a little one-on-one here. Haynes gets a little huggy. He can get a little bit huggy there with that left arm, kind of wraps in a little bit around him there. But a lot of what made these reps hard is that you have a play like this where watching the tape with UConn, bang, the ball's just out of the quarterback's hand. It's a screen play, it's a little throw, it's a little toss, a little flip over to the flat. Made it a little bit harder to assess what he's doing necessarily in pass protection when so much of the quarterback's just trying to get the ball out of his hands. Another one here, one-on-one. Another one where, is this a hold at this point? So we got right guard here, just next to that right tackle. You're going to see him matched up against number 5 here, one-on-one. Great rep initially. Hands good, hands good. As soon as the quarterback starts going to that side, it's a little bit wide there. But good. Good initially, at least. Tennessee. He will do the pull the chair out from under them move, by the way. I'm going to show you a couple of these reps that you'll get this, which is you just use the defender's momentum against him. Trent Williams has gotten really good at this, where these defenders just amp themselves up for the power, and then he just kind of pulls the chair out from under them. See again how fast that ball is getting out of the hand of the UConn quarterback here. Just, boy, does it make it hard to assess the pass pro with UConn a little bit at times. Bam, ball's out of his hand. You know, they do not hold on to it. 64 helping out. A little bit of a double team. Doesn't get much help from the center. Kind of just puts his shoulder into it. A lot of these kind of blocks. So you'll get a quick pass, and then you'll get a double team, which this is where I started to adjust a little bit of my outlook on one thing that I'm going to talk about as a finishing part on this when we get through these clips, just to kind of remember a little bit about this. And then you get moments like this a little bit where one-on-one, 64, he loses the leverage war and pass protection a lot on this, where he'll get a little high. So he's lost the leverage war right here, and then he just gets kind of walked back a bit. He kind of regains a little control here, so he slows it down a little bit, but you can see him hopping. Boom, boom, he's hopping. He's got the frog hop going. So I got a little worried when I started thinking about left guard part of things here a little bit with him on some of the pass pro stuff, rewatching this a little bit closer, especially starting to take note of the fact that UConn is so quick with the passes, getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands. 64 here, matched up on the nose, hands a little wide. Gets the job done. This isn't going to get called in college. Does it in the pros? I don't know. A little bit of help. One-on-one again. Nope, actually got a little bit of help here again. So a lot of help reps in here. Not a lot of UConn just putting him out on an island. One thing I would start to think as I was thinking about left guard from initially when they drafted him, initially watching the film because he is so mobile, and you would think, okay, the mobility, some of the finesse elements in his game, the stuff would work really nicely with moving over to left guard. But as I always say, the coaches will always tell you something in how they're calling a game against the opponent and how a team that's the home team is calling their own plays for their players. You'll get a feel for what they're telling you a little bit in their confidence on a guy. And now right guards do tend to typically have the center help when it comes to pass protection. So that's not unusual. But the heavy amount of it, the fact that there's so much quick scripted stuff with the UConn passing offense here, it does have me thinking if maybe some of the nature here of Haynes long term is going to be that he fits best to staying at right guard long term. And it's not to say it's a guarantee at this point, but I'm a little more open to this being a little more of where he's at. He's got those finesse elements in his game where it's like this play here where he's at the right guard spot. He doesn't really win the rep here. He just takes advantage of understanding where the run play is going and just kind of ushers the guy around like a circle around where the play is going and knows that the ball carrier will be by him by the time he does. It's a lot of intelligence in his play, but then it's also not just that pure you can trust him on an island kind of stuff either. Or even on like this play, he's losing ground a little bit, power one-on-one. Starts to lose power initially, and that's not with the nose, that's with the 3. This would be essentially a guy lined like a 3-tech here against him. So loses the power, and he's walked back on a run play. Again here, coming down. Like that, actually. That was again, this is where there's power here, but there's as much the finesse in what he's doing. So first, this is a reach block. So what do we mean by reach block? You've got the right tackle who's aligned right across from the left defensive end, right? Then you've got the center who's lined up over the nose tackle who's in a 0-tech. So you have Haynes here in a little bit of a no man's land. There's nobody in front of him directly. So if I showed you the all-22 of this, you'd say, oh my goodness, there's about 1.5 yards that he has to go to, or about 1 yard to go to get himself to be just in front of that nose tackle. And if that nose tackle is slanting to his right, he's got even further that he's going to have to go post snap. So these are very tough blocks to hit, and they are built on the back of mobility because the guy's not just hitting the guy in front of him. I've got to get lateral 1, 2, 3 steps, then I get to you. And then that body positioning thing where he can roll his hips around the guy. See, ball carrier's around him, hips are rolled. So remember, he started on this to the guy's left shoulder. He's ending up on the guy's right shoulder by the time the ball carrier is to him. And then a little bit of that same finish that you get. He's lost ground on this play. He's not pushing that guy in. Look at the blue line. He's behind the line of scrimmage. So there's no push. There's no him just battering this guy. But it's positioning, it's technique. It's getting those hips rolled in the right place, keeping his foundation set, and first down on the run. Take another one of those take the chair out from under you moves I was telling you guys about. So right guard one-on-one. Guy's coming heavy with the power. He just sort of backs up and takes the chair out. Boom. Those little hops sort of throw off the defensive tackle, and he just kind of falls over his feet. So he's got that little move in his bag. Again here, this is where my worry comes in with you put him at left guard, is that you just see a lot of these run reps where initially if he doesn't have help, and even here he's got a little help, the help's got to hit a reach block himself from the center positions. That's a tough help block for the center. But even here, look at how he's losing a little ground right off the snap. The body position, those in the right spot. So he's losing ground, but he's keeping his position so that when that running back goes past, I got me between man and ball. So even if I don't get the push, I'll make sure that you at least get that from me. Back here with Tennessee, one-on-one again. Same type of thing. You see him, he's not trying to come off the ball driving, right? See how he's just catching it? He's kind of catching it and then trying to, and that's going to work. You can finesse this and you can technique this a little bit to get away with this at times. But I also wonder about once you put him over to left guard, over to the other side, there's a lot more of you in one-on-one situations. And can you get away with doing it this way all the time in that way? You know, 3 techs shoot a lot of gaps. Maybe you possibly can, I suppose. But it is the part of him a little bit with this, you know, some of the finesse stuff that I wonder about. Let's just show some more good reps here as we kind of finish this off a little bit. I know I went deep dive on this one, but I wanted to kind of go into this deep dive with you guys. I appreciate you hanging in here with me. Got him lined here as, again, right guard, heads up. Just, he does have power. It's not always on display. It's not always like this where he's just going to motor a guy through the hole. But he gets him right out here. Lock in. You're going to look at 64 here, just to the right of the center. Catches his man, rolls him right out of the hole, big run. So he's got some maul plays on tape too, but there is a lot of that finesse in there with it as well. Again here, point of attack, lock in on 64. Gets a heads up play here. Just got to take the man and drive him out of the hole. Does so. Another big run for UConn there, going right over his side of the football field. Another maul in play here. Real tight splits. Tight set here for UConn, 64 there. Get some help. Double team block. He can work the double teams really well. Nice big run by the running back who fumbles at the end of the play. But he can, if you put him on with a double team, the other thing is that why I think maybe right guard's going to eventually be maybe the full landing spot for him is that you get him in there with the center on the double team and he works well as a tandem blocker. He'll get legit drive if he's working with another guy there with him most of the time. Here we got right guard again, movement in space. You can feel he's got some heavy hands. When he can land them right, watch him throttle up this, and the nose tackle's already engaged, so it's not, nose tackle's no fault of his, but you can feel as soon as Haynes gets his hands in there with that double team, you're getting push. That's what I'm talking about, where he's a very good right guard in his understanding of how to help out his center, how to do those double team blocks. Not all guys are. Sometimes it's hard for guys to kind of figure out how to do that. Another one here where he just routes the guy out of the hole. I know the play doesn't go for much, but lock in on the right guard and what he does. Center pushes him back. You get some kind of rare push from him here on this play, which is not a lot of what is at the centerpiece of his film. But that's a nose tackle. He's doing that too there. It's good to see. Again, Great technique by both the center and the right guard here. So center takes the block initially on the nose tackle until Haynes can get to him. Haynes gets to him, pass it off. Center gets down to the second level. Haynes takes over the block, 64 there. You see, watch again how Haynes almost kind of feeling the running back coming through the hole here. Watch how he turns his body. Boom. You'll notice you have no other blockers on this line when that running back's coming through, including 70. Like, watch how between, so the center, watch right here with the center. There's no turning really of his body. And that's partly then how the running back gets tackled. He's never really aware of where the running back is. But watch instead with Haynes. So Haynes is heads up with him right now, right? He's taking over the block and then rolling those hips around to where that running back goes past me, you, and the ball, and he actually ends up throwing the guy to the ground. That roll technique he's got that I like about it. Not many of those centers have that ability to kind of mold their hips like that. They'll get stuck kind of staying heads up on the guy. All right, another play at the point of attack. Not his fault this play doesn't go for more. You got 64 here lined up. Moves his man right out of the hole. 26. Nice technique. Low man wins here. 72 comes to help, but he's already got the block one here. He doesn't need any help. A little bit of maul elements to him. He ain't Steve Hutchinson. Okay? He ain't Steve. But he can get it done. Here again against Michigan. Mano a mano. A little bit of help right there. But he's getting some actual push up the field, which I liked on these reps, and does show that he's got a little bit of it in his bag. It won't be a centerpiece, but it will be a little bit of something that he can do. Again here, not a lot of movement maybe, even a little bit, but just understanding to keep the defensive tackle off his man. Does enough. He does enough. That's probably what I should say with Haynes. He will do enough. Here we got a 3rd and short. Right over his back. Where you're going to see if a guy can maul or not really, because you know the defense knows it's coming. They know you know it's coming. Can you just move the guy off the spot? Get a little bit of double team help. Not a lot of push, but gets it done to get the first down. Just enough. Couple of just some things that at times do show up. I'm not going to belabor these, and we'll move on. I know I've already been a long opening here, but a couple things. First off, just sometimes a little bit too much finesse. Sometimes a little bit too much lack of movement. Not an easy block. This is a reach block here. Guys are going to have a hard time getting much movement here. A little bit of getting into the backfield on these run plays, a little bit too much at times. Trying to get my notes here and see where I'm at. Here again, doing a little bit of the technique where initially the block's laid really nice. So right guard comes off into 90, one-on-one block. He's in good position here, but the guy just kind of rolls around his side. He's not really pushing him off after contact. On contact, you're not seeing that push at times, right? That's by and large what you're going to kind of see a little bit. And then without the movement, the guy's going to kind of sometimes roll around him if the back isn't through there on a timely basis. This play gets slowed down a little bit. It's kind of like the quarterback gets kind of, I think, tripped up, which slows the play down, or it might not have been as much on display. And here again, when I think about him at left guard being matched up at times where he's in space and a guard's got a little more, and a 3-tech's got a little bit more position to work with him, he's got to take on the defensive end here, and the end just gets right upfield on him. And just can't get quite those feet moving laterally to get himself in position. Again, not an easy block because he's not heads up of the guy. So it is a bit of a reach block he's got to hit to land this. But you can see the play goes to hell because of his loss on the play. Didn't permeate. Isn't like the biggest, huge issue with him. There's just sometimes a little bit of the finesse pass protecting thing going down. Like this here on this rep. He's trying to take the chair out from under him on this play a little bit. That's where you see the head dip down, trying to take the chair out. Didn't quite really work. I don't know if he'll get called for a hold here necessarily. It's unorthodox, let's call it that, this technique here. I don't know if he's about to suplex him. But a little bit of just sort of, I'm going to ride the technique and I'll kind of position. I'm not really taking it to you necessarily. I'm not trying to get my will across over to you, and still myself. Not necessarily that. So not a lot of bad moments on tape with him. Not a lot of stuff of, this is just little bits of here and there, and a little bit of, there's the finesse elements at times with him in pass pro. He gets a bull rush and he'll kind of just try to be slowing the bull rush down and seeing where he can angle the bull rush away from his quarterback maybe a little bit, rather than really trying to truly anchor in and hone in there. When it comes down to a bottom line on this guy, though, Seahawks not only got a kid that was of the utmost value in the player that they selected, they not only got a kid that has had so many starts under his belt, but he's been terribly consistent in almost any metric that you want to use. I understand that for some, PFF is a little bit of a up and down deal in the way that they view them and the scores that they give those players and how they rate them. But PFF does look very fondly on Christian Haynes throughout his time there at UConn. And you can see in his grades over time, him getting incrementally better over that space of time, and that he also shows out to be a well-graded guy both in pass protection and in run blocking, so that there doesn't appear to be any major holes, which fits to the film, that we basically just watched. Last year, as far as his ratings up against other guards in the league, you can see on this that he was pretty highly rated overall. If you take out some of the minimum snap counts, he would be just about darn near. I know they got him at technically listed 14th highest graded guard last year in college football, but he would have been probably right about top 10 if you took away the snap count elements, because some guys have little sample size that they put out there. So he was really good, well graded last year, in addition to putting out the really good tape over his career here. As I was talking about just a second ago, you can see here how he's just went up bit by bit, better by better over time, and has been both consistent in both areas of those games. So a guy that you take as a high value pick, as a guy with top end that you might not typically think that you'd have the opportunity to select at the position the Seahawks were at there in the third round, but then also provides a level of safety within his pick, that it's not a risk. You're not rolling dice here, but that this kid is actually seemingly ready-made to go, and that even if he doesn't hit to a point of stardom or all-pro level of play, that you're going to get a kid who's going to be able to play in this league, start immediately, at the very least seem to have kind of a league average floor minimum as his floor. And that's a hell of a floor to have. Say nothing of the upside that exists, where when you pair that upside with this purified fit in this scheme, and what I mean by that is the spread system. Spread system is going to be more to the new era mold I was just talking about. The old era under even Coach Carroll, and this wasn't Carroll being outdated, by the way. This is just the old era of NFL football in general. I put my offensive lineman up ahead of this guy in front of him, and he's going to drive that guy off the ball. We are going to go forward in the run game. And now, so much of the run game is about getting lateral, pulling out in space, climbing down to that second level, including all of those three elements and mixing them up a bit, play in and play out. And that becomes now more of the important trait the coaches will look for, especially a coach like Ryan Grubb. And Christian Haynes has it to a T. A purified fit, most definitely, in this respect of things. And he goes in tandem, of course, with other guys that are also guys that I think that you could put and say are in the same kind of mold, specifically being Abraham Lucas, Charles Cross, Saatoa Lumea, when you move him from tackle to guard, becomes kind of this player. Olawatimi is this kind of player. Bradford is an athletic freak for the position at right guard. So you have built an offensive line now that is not only a lot more talented, I think, than they've been in recent history, but also a lot more able maybe to go out and get the mobility stuff done that's been so missing from this offense in recent years. It really has been at the head of why we've not been able to get the screen game going. And Grubb is not going to do the same thing that the predecessor did, where they go, well, we can't run it. Throw those plays out. Just can't run it. He's going to go, no, we're going to run it. Get the guys in here who can run it then. I'm not tearing plays out of my playbook. If anything, we're adding plays to the playbook if we're going in one direction or the other. Let me know what you think. Are you as hyped for Christian Haynes as I am? And indeed, I am hyped. I have banging the table for years for the Seattle Seahawks team to go out and get offensive line help, to go out and start taking care of what has been a problem for so very long in a variety of different ways. Not only being a problem in pass protection, as I'm showing you right now over my shoulder, that since 2010, the Seattle Seahawks have allowed 612 sacks, which is the tied for the very most in the NFL over the space of that time. So when I say that this is a long problem, when I say that this has been an issue that has just not reared itself up in the moment, this is what I mean. And it goes in tandem with two other items that have also been kind of indistinguishable at times in recent years that hopefully should be remedied with this, that hopefully Haynes benefits from the back of this. And that's, of course, a bit of a tired scheme. Go back and watch, for instance, a Chris Carson top 100 when the first defensive tackles, the first thing that he's saying about Chris Carson, he's like, yeah, he runs so hard. I really respect about him too. He's got to do it all on his own. Sort of inferring a little bit of the lack of scheme, the lack of run blocking he was getting in that time as well. These all should start to take a little bit of a step forward, as much because they're now being made to be a point of importance, where in prior years they had been left a little bit as sort of that final thing we'll get to once we've taken care of these other matters on the team. At least sometimes that's how it felt when it came to the offensive line. I appreciate you guys watching today. Please, if you could for me, it helps. It does. Hit that like button. It is a big help to the channel. It may help me grow, help us get bigger. We're trying to get up to over 20,000 this year if we can, and you can help us get there today. I also want to thank the sponsor of the show, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy today. You can use the code, my code right now, NEST, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit up to 100%. So $100 from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app using the code NEST. There are some limitations in the state of Washington because there's some heavy-duty rules in the state on that. But if you are in a casino in the state of Washington, you can use the app to full. They will match you then up to the 100% of that deposit. And they've got some great ongoing contests here throughout the course of this offseason, including baseball right now in the hot and the thick of it. You want to take advantage of the Mariners, be on either side of it when they're going through one of their runs, hot or cold. You can do so today with Underdog Fantasy. So thank you to them for sponsoring the show. Let's see where you guys are at today. I know I'm a little behind on a couple donuts. Let me catch up on that here. Jason Rusk, welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl. I welcome you on into the membership program, and thank you, Jason, for joining up on in. We will be having a call-in stream show here probably in about another week or so. I'm going to try to maybe get that in right before I go to training camp. So be on the lookout on your community post for that, Jason. But thank you for joining up here at the Hawks Nest. 360 Bet says, let's go, Nest. Let's go. Ricardo says, not ideal time for the podcast. Might have to miss some of it. Interfering with my House of Dragons time slot. Hey, I get it, man. They had a great show last week. So one of the highest all-time rated, I heard. So I can't blame you for that. Isaac Lipnick, thank you for the $12 donation. He says, Mobilitas et eraditus is an awesome O-line motto. Mobility etus. I got to look it up. What does it mean? I'm going to do the translator. Latin translator. To English. I know the mobility part. That part I'm good. So we go mobilitas et aratus. Come on, you Latin translator. Work. I'm guessing it means he's super mobile and awesome. One of those two. It's not translating it for me. Damn Latin translators. He says only 8 weeks away from week 1. Let's go let's effing go Hawks. Isaac, we're getting so close, man. We're getting so close. I can taste training camp. I can already smell the grass, the well-trimmed grass, the new equipment smell. You can smell all of it. I swear it's right there. We're inches away. And yeah, 8 weeks from the first week 1 game. We've got 3 preseason contests going on, the lot of training camp. It's going to be awesome for the build-up here, kind of leading into this season. Denver week 1. Let's go. Let's go. I think your Latin was saying Haynes is super mobile and awesome at the same time, and I will agree with that Latin phrase. But that is even if you don't know what it means, it's still a badass Latin phrase. You're right. Mobilitas ite aratus. Anything, though, I would say, Isaac, just about in Latin sounds kind of badass, doesn't it? It's hard not for it to sound kind of cool in Latin. We do need a nickname if these guys are going to be good, though. First, a good offensive line we've had in years. They better get a nickname, Isaac. Thank you, though. Appreciate the $12 donation, bro. It's good to see you in the house, too, tonight. Ran of the Cut has been celebrating 11 long months as a Hawks Nest member, and I want to thank him for that. Appreciate you, Ran. He says, can we just skip to the start of the season? It's the rough part of year where we only have baseball. Aha, go Hawks. It is the end of that yearly frustrating part of the summer where not only do you feel like the offseason has taken forever for football to finally come to be, Ran, but then you also have the Mariners' inevitable slowly, and it's always a slow thing where just they slowly feel like they're starting to pitter a little bit, like they're just losing a little bit of just oxygen starting to leak out the boat or out the flotation device. And you're going, okay, come on, football. Come on, football. It's going to be a painful event every night here now having to watch this. Come on, base. Come on, football. But we're just about there. 2 weeks away. I think even the rookies report here in a couple days technically to camp. So they're there a little earlier, but we are on the precipice. On the precipice. As well, just of course a note, I will be at training camp this year, the 26th and the 27th, 26th and the 27th. I will be at training camp actually there. So if you're looking for a day to go check out training camp or whatnot, please come check me out over there. I'd love to meet up with some fellow Hawks Nesters out there, see some of my people out there if you guys are out. David Ems has just heard on Dan Vine's Seahawks Forever podcast that McClendon Curtis is winning the right guard right now, and it's real, not just a statement to the rookie. Curtis has legit been better. Well, McClendon Curtis was a fun guy coming out of college. I was surprised that he didn't stick at the first landing spot, and Schneider was able to jump on him and keep him onto the roster last year. And they definitely did feel pretty excited about what he was bringing to the table. So that's interesting. That's interesting to hear from Dan. Dan Viennes. Eventually, we'll pronounce his name right. But yeah, McClendon's a good player, David. So that's not. I wouldn't consider that to be just smoke. I would say it's a little hard at this point in time when it comes to a guy performing really well right now at the moment because the pads haven't come on. And so, maybe he's on the details and looking good in this, looking good in that, but you can't really tell until you're really getting those guys in there with the pads and getting them into the thick of it to see, where they're at with that. But he's also got a year head start basically on Haynes, who is coming in as a rookie. And that's the other part of it, is that you got to come in and try to compete for a job, and you're a rookie and going through all those growing pains at the same point in time. But the bottom line on it is, David, is it's in the best interest for us that a guy like McClendon Curtis steps forward in that way and becomes that guy that can become that player on that line. We need a guy that could develop and pop on this line, on top of hoping some of the guys that we've drafted high and hope can develop in that way do as well in addition to it. But it's only a good thing if we've got great competition on the offensive line and great depth to go with it. So I'm excited to hear that. McClendon was a good player. I liked his tape a lot coming out of college. And he could be, David, even if it's without the pads, which pads are a big part, but of course a lot of this too is the film study is being right on the blitz pickups and the details with that is the mobility stuff that maybe he's showing off that they're trying to feature at times. So there is things with it that can be impressive that are also, even though stuff is at its most noteworthy once you put on the pads, it still is noteworthy that stuff is still occurring and that he is standing out in that way. It is not nothing. Yeah. Misfit says, I just found a Shaquem Griffith bobblehead in my attic. Nice. Isaac says, what's up, 12s? How you doing, Isaac? Again, man, thank you for that dono. Preacher says, I'm feeling a decent learning year this year. Look for a late season rally if we get the scheme going. That would seem to be, if you're kind of fitting the type, Free Truth, of what typically goes down with these kind of new onboardings. That does typically tend to be how it does play out. Can you see Ricardo Sagen? How you doing? Jose Rodriguez, my man in the house. What's up, Jose? Good to see you, brother. War Chief, aloha. Hawks Nest, aloha, War Chief. Addicted in the house. What's up, Addicted? It says, hey, Brandon, hey, 12s. In my garage painting and listening to my favorite YouTube channel. Does that sound kinky, naughty? Just kidding. We'll chat once I'm done here. Not naughty at all, man. That's what I want to hear. Megan in the house. How you doing, Megan? Good to see you. Rita says, did someone say dirt bags? Well, here I am. Got Gotta get more of those dirt bags. What's up, Herbicide? Brian Myers, hello. Steph, they have him second on the depth chart, but he's definitely the future. Yeah, even if he doesn't take to this year, it's as much as anything being second on the depth chart this year has to do with the Seahawks having taken steps in recent years to really make a point of emphasis trying to build this offensive line back up. And kind of kicked off with the Cross pick, but from Cross, you had Abraham Lucas, you had 5th-round pick Oluwatimi, you had 4th-round pick Bradford, you had 3rd-round pick Christian Haynes. It's being on the lookout for a guy like McClendon Curtis last year and bringing him back into the fold. It's all of this. Atua Lamea. It's making it the point of emphasis and making it to where we can't just try to grab one guy and get by with that or do just good enough. We've got to kind of take it over the top. So it's a good thing to have, and it certainly isn't, I think, representative of the fact that Haynes isn't good or isn't going to be a player long-term like you say. He certainly will be. Herbicide says, Hawksnest, did you figure out your meetup place when you make it up to Seattle? I haven't yet, but I will knock that out here, and I will figure that out by the next show, Herbicide. So I will for sure. I've been not dragging my feet on it, but forgetting to do it, and I need to get that knot locked in. So yeah, I will by Wednesday's show. We're going to be doing a UDFA show on Wednesday, so I'll have a spot for sure locked in by that point. Sean Thompson says, I have the sickness. Shout out to the Hawks Nest and Disturbed. Better down with the sickness. Get up and get down with the sickness. Open up your head. War Chief, this was one of my favorite picks in the draft. We need a guard. We addressed it. And honestly, I see this kid working out well for us. I just feel it in my bones. As you should, War Chief. I feel the same way. It's very rare you get a guy that you get the upside with, that you get a little bit of safety with as well with it, where it's not a risky pick. It's not but if this happens, then he can be that. But instead, he's likely to be this minimum, and then he can have a good chance of being this beyond that. And part of why it's a pick that's not just as beloved, I think, by Seahawks fans and yourself, but as I said at the top, a bit, I think, beloved by the pundits that looked at this pick, those national analysts that looked at our draft and don't necessarily have biased eyes when looking at it. Just they go, wow, I had Haynes as a top 50 player, and they landed him there. That's incredible. Regardless, as the Mariners fail us consistently, but the Hawks Nest always delivers. Let's go, baby. Yeah. John Christian looks like a beast against defensive linemen and domestic abusers. Ricardo, the Hawks Nest never leaves runners on base or hits into double plays. That's right. I'd hit for contact too. I'm putting that ball in play. Sean Thompson says, Brandon, how do you donate to your channel? I feel guilty for all the incredible content I have consumed. It's a great question, Sean. There is a donate button here on YouTube. Sometimes, though, on certain people's browsers, the donate button won't show up if you're on YouTube, and you got to be signed in on YouTube to do it that way. But there's a couple of alternative ways. I've got PayPal, and I've got my other Venmo. I've got the PayPal and Venmo also in the description section of the video. So if you're not able to necessarily donate through the YouTube channel platform, you can click through any of those, and there's those are actually, I think, donate buttons in the way they have them set up, which will take you right to my profile. I know it doesn't necessarily, if you do it through that, show up as in the video deal, which is the nice part. You only get that if you're going through the YouTube the platform on that for the donation. But those also work if you're looking to support the channel. So and happy on any way, any kind of support from any venue I can get it from. I'm always happy to get it. So those other two ways work good too as well, Sean. If you're looking for an alternative to the YouTube don't know thingy. Ricardo says foundational power, or as Al Pacino would say, he's got a big ass. He's got a great ass, and you got your head all the way up it. I don't know. Maybe he's going to. Swedish Shinobi says Lewis is too damn slow, and Phil Haynes running seam routes. Or Chief Phil Haynes is like, throw me the ball, Gino. I used to be a receiver in middle school. Oh, it's true DK was there, but it's designed for the lineman to pick up the main blocks. And now I know DK is an animal, but you can't rely on a wide receiver to make blocks like that. It's not designed that way. That's right. Screenplays have got to have the lineman getting out in space and landing something, at least getting in the way of those guys. Otherwise, you're going to end up with free defenders with a beeline to the ball carrier, and then the ball carrier has to find some way to break the tackle in a phone booth. Jose says, he reminds me of Michael Oher, only Oher could also play tackle. I like that comp. Yeah, they got kind of that same kind of body build, Jose. They do. Same kind of that finishing nastiness to them. Yeah, good comp. Swedish Shinobi says, are platoon players a thing in baseball? Yeah, they're still a thing. You got to get good platoon players, though. That's the deal with that. Warchi says, I think Christian's smaller size allows him to be quicker and actually get in the face of the linebackers. He's an excellent second-level blocker. He really is. It shows up on hhis tape over and over again that he's comfortable moving in space. He likes to move in space. He arrives with bad intentions. And because of that mobility, and it does allow him to get into unique positions that a lot of linemen just wouldn't necessarily be able to normally do. Well, he's downgrading and says, I missed the Jeff Bezos discussion from being gone. Fill me in. So Jeff Bezos cashed in $5 billion in Amazon stock over the last week, which a lot of people were deducing then that was him cashing that in to start to put together an offer for the Seattle Seahawks and that a sale would be coming down. It's some rough math on this one, I think, to pull necessarily, because I was hearing just as much that he had some kind of rocket stuff he was trying to put the money towards. So it could be as easily going to something like that as it could be he's preparing to buy the Mariners. I mean, $5 billion is a lot, but at the same point in time, Seahawks are going to, I said Mariners, I meant Seahawks. Seahawks are probably going to sell for $6 billion when they go. So he's going to still need more than that. But it's possible he was doing, it's just hard to say on that, necessarily. I think just people saw the $5 billion and they went $5 billion and Seahawks will sell for about $5 billion. So 2 and 2. There is a little bit of smoke on this. There are some rumors on this, but nothing tangible. And we do know with Jody that she doesn't have to sell it on any timetable where she's pressed. She can do it at her leisure. Warchi says, I wish Beast Mode could buy the Seahawks. That'd be a win-win scenario. I'll tell you, there's a collection of former players that have, including I think Cam Chancellor, Cliff Avrils, that have voiced about the potential of wanting to try to buy a football team if they could, or get in together as a kind of an ownership group to do that. And so I don't know if they could pull it off. It would probably take some acrobatics to kind of get it done when you got guys like Bezos that can walk in the room with a big fat wallet, and you come in with your offer of, we're going to offer you $6.2 billion, and he can just come in and be like, I'll offer you $7.2 billion. It's part of why I say I think he might be really the strong front runner for your next owner, because we know he wants to buy a team. He was in on Washington. Washington said no to him because Dan Schneider because he wrote bad stuff about Dan Schneider in the Washington Post that he owns. So Dan was like, I'm not selling to you. So we know he's motivated. We know he's got the money. And it's also, there is some Pacific Northwest connections here with Bezos. So, people are putting this math together. It's light math, but there's something to that a little bit. Jaden Sonoria says, what do you envision our scheme being like? Well, it's going to be a very diverse scheme on both sides of the ball. It's not going to be really regimented or housed in doing just any one thing. Offensively, you're going to be a spread scheme-based system. This means 3. This means 4 wide receiver sets. This means spreading out as many guys out as you can at times across the football field to give your quarterback as many potential targets to throw to as possible. You're still going to run the ball, though, quite a bit. You're going to use a variety of different type of running styles. You're going to do gap. You're going to do zone. You're going to run it to the outside. You're going to 1 in 6 or 7 plays run a screen pass. 1 in 7 or 8 plays, you're going to try to take a shot play over the top, Jaden. So it's not even a spread offense that just sits on the dink and dunk methodology that you might normally see within a spread system. They are going to still try to take those shots over the top. I mean, even things like trick plays. You're going to get probably one trick play a game. You're going to probably get a couple of fake trick plays a game. Those all that gets kind of wrapped together when it comes to the offensive side of the ball. So you'll be having a lot of things thrown at you. It's going to be an offensive side of the ball that's going to try to score. It's not going to be worried about scoring quickly. It's not going to be worried about trying to score a lot. That is going to be what drives this offense and drives it hard. Defensively, you are technically in a 3-4 scheme. It's really more of a 4-down lineman look that you're going to see by and large. You're going to be a nickel a large part of the time. It's a scheme that is going to, run a lot of stack fronts and be very creative in that what they show you in coverage pre-snap is not what they become in coverage post-snap. So it becomes almost impossible to read the Seahawks defense going forward. It becomes one where it's just, you get confused if you try to read it. You're going to start playing guessing games if you try to read what that coverage is prior to what it is post-snap. So it's going to be, on defense, a lot of confusion that you're looking to create. And you're going to do a lot more creative things defensively, Jaden, than we've seen here in quite a bit of time on that defensive side of the ball. So it's kind of what both schemes are going to be like. Your defense is going to be just an amoeba in an ever-changing state. And it's going to take away those things that the offense wants to do. It's going to force them to play left-handed. It's going to force them to have their second, third playmakers be the guys that beat you on the day. And offensively, we're just going to attack everywhere. It's not an offense that's going to be predisposed to sitting in the middle of the field or sitting outside the numbers. It's going to be an offense that's going to hit you behind the line of scrimmage, 40 yards down the field, screen game, middle of the field to the tight end, and just spin between those different ways of attack. Really stands out to Grubb with Washington. I was going back and prepping for the UDFA show on Wednesday and looking at Jack Westover tape. And again, you just come back to how much he does a good job of doing what you want with the spread stuff, of really getting guys spread out in space with the numbers game, but also not leaning to one spot on the field. You never feel Grubb from an offensive play calling standpoint leaning on something. He's always making the defense play it honest, which in them forcing them to play it honest then allows him to just create the natural holes he wants to create offensively around that. Paul Sucia says, go Hawks. We got some great outside box players. Go offensive line. Go D-line. Let's go. Regardless, says every former player donates $1 million and they could buy the team, run it like the Green Bay Packers with a board making the decision. Yeah, they could kind of come up with a way of doing it. I don't know if I'd want to necessarily replicate the Packer system, because the problem I have with the Packer system is it seems to be set up a little bit in a basis of like they're kind of broke. Like they're one of those organizations that can't come up with that money for escrow when they need to from time to time. And as much as I would love for the city of Seattle to own the team, that would be my one worry with that, is that you want the team to still be able to compete with the big dogs on the spending front of things. Ortiz says Marshawn loves the Seattle Seahawks and the fans. He would do what's best for all involved. Could you imagine him riding around the stadium on game day in his little golf cart, Hennessy shots for all? He would totally be doing that too. Walter Jones be a dream owner. Yeah, that'd be cool too. Players could probably put something together if they were really motivated. You need to get a lot of guys together, but Richard and KJ are out. 360 Bets, what's your opinion on Haynes at right guard and Tomlinson at left? Sounds like the route they are going. Yeah, the original lookout with Haynes when I scouted him leading up to the draft was, wow, he's uniquely mobile and agile for a guy at right guard. Right guard guys are a little more trash can-like. They're a little more like your Steve Avila or Cybers Torrance types that we saw coming out of last year's draft. I think they were both taken in the second round. Just big boys that take up space. And with Haynes, I went, well, he's not really as much a traditional looking right guard. He moves so well in space. He is so athletic. Maybe the better, pure fit for him is a left guard. But going back, watching now and doing the just bigger, deeper dive on him now here post-draft, it does have me more now starting to wonder and think about, well, is that maybe he is more pure right guard. He's just not the pure right guard in the sense of those big trash cans. He's a He's a guy that can actually move. That's the unique part it gives you there, but that right guard is his best spot. Laken Tomlinson seems to be as motivated as ever this offseason. If you're going to follow some of what you're seeing from him coming out of Instagram stuff and what he's claiming on this, which seems to be, he's trying to get in his best shape and maybe in that spot of his career that he's recognizing where, I love this sport. I love to play this game. I love being able to earn this money, and the window's closing. My play has started to deteriorate a little bit over recent years, and I've got to get back to trying to recapture some of what made me who I was when I was in my prime if I want to still play this game a little bit longer. And so maybe in that hunger, we're able to take advantage of that. He is a guy that gives you, I think, a certain amount of safety in going out there at left guard if you ask him to play out there. I don't think that he gives you worse play than what you got from Damian Lewis recently. That his floor is at least what you've gotten recently from Damian Lewis. Can he give you a little bit more above that? That's the hard part to say because he's not necessarily an athletic fit for this scheme in the way that a guy like Haynes is. I do think Haynes fits to right guard. As someone was mentioning above, there is going to be some push from other guys for Haynes, Bradford and McClendon, Curtis, it sounds like, are guys that we're going to push him, and there's no guarantee he starts. But it does seem like maybe long-term right guard is going to be the best spot for him. Brian says, damn, man, you can sure tell it's a dead time prior to the preseason. 79 watching 79 to hell. It's always quiet at this time of year. It's the tried and true, the bleeding blue folks out there watching at this time of year. It's just, it's quiet time. And everybody's feeling it across the board that does Hawk channels. So it just goes to the lay of the land. No biggie. Mobility and anger. All right, Isaac. There we go. Boy, anger wouldn't have been my guess on that one either. Mobility and anger. Brian says Hawks are lucky that so many teams devalued offensive line this past draft. Indeed. Yeah, indeed. Odd to see too, Brian, that don't know if I have an explanation for it. At the same point in time that we're having off seasons where a guard busts through the $20 million range of things, we are getting into the draft where they sort of are getting lost in the shuffle a little bit. I get not going in the first round with the guard stuff, but the fact that it was also a little bit of a case in point, a guy like Haynes, you would think by the value of a guard in this day and age, or having a guy like this that's got the background he has and is so certain of what he's bringing to the table, that guy is at least a second round guy. You don't think that that's a guy that falls into the weighty depths of the third round. It's not a big fall and a big drop, but it is a little bit odd that it happened. And you're right, we got to benefit from it. But it was odd with the Byron Murphy thing. I mean, sometimes you just got to look at Lady Luck and thank her for the kiss. You don't ask why you got the lucky stars. You just accept you got your lucky stars. Byron Murphy's case, how do you get maybe the best defensive player in the draft? You didn't do anything sexy. All you had to do was just sit there and let him land in your lap. But it would appear a little bit that indeed was a bit of the case in how this kind of rolled out. That was a good dinner there, Brian. We'll see you back in a bit, buddy. Chad says Russell Wilson was a huge part of those many sacks, though, and just remember, we definitely got some studs, but eventually we're going to have to pay all these guys, and those are going to be very tough decisions. Very true. I would not want to necessarily overlook that fact because it's no small fact, right? I mean, Russell Wilson at one point a couple of years ago was on pace to be the most sacked quarterback in NFL history by a wide margin, and you can trace a lot of this back, Chad, really tangibly looking at certain stats like how long he tends to hold on to the ball in the pocket. They've got actual times that they can register now of how long a quarterback's holding the ball on average in the pocket. And Russell has historically been one of those guys who's always 32nd in the league, usually well over 3 seconds, and how long he's holding the ball in the pocket. And that's going to get you sacked more. We know the guys that are more mobile and use their legs more often, even though it seems counterintuitive, tend to be guys that tend to take more sacks and more pressures. So that is part of the explanation to those sack numbers. I wouldn't try to lessen that necessarily. I would also say, Chad, I do think that there was a little bit of a tangible decision that was made by the front office and Coach Carroll, where once they got to the place of paying Russell Wilson what they were paying, they then had to pivot back to the team, look at the team on paper and say, okay, we're paying Russ this. We're paying Russ this amount that's a very heavy cost. Somewhere else on the team, is going to have to pay the price of that cost, where it doesn't mean that we won't necessarily draft to that position, but it does mean that we can't spend the money to that position. And so offensive line kind of became that choice. And then in becoming that choice, because you weren't going to spend the money, a big part of then that working or not working was going to be your evaluation and your development of those offensive linemen. And what we then saw over that 10-year span, Chad, was you didn't select very many offensive linemen high in the draft. Yeah, you made a lot of selections, but you're always going for these 5th or 6th rounders, these projects, and you weren't spending the money on them. So it is a bit of those both things kind of playing out there, where it's Russ is a bit there on it, but it's also a bit of you didn't make it also a point of emphasis to make the offensive line good. As I always point to, Chad, it's a little bit of also the inverse to what they had, of course, when Wilson walked in the door. Year one, the Seattle Seahawks had more money invested in the offensive line than any team in football. So it was something that started out a certain way and then became this way, and now we're over here and it's this way. Hoist Hand Grenade says, you got to be careful about that Latin, B. You pronounce it wrong, you summon a demon. Seriously. It's always one of the parts in horror movies I find to be like the most unrealistic spot in horror movies is when the teenagers open the dusty book and they just start saying the words. Like, do you have a death wish? I don't know any person ever who would flop open those books and just start, Ila patate untakina fotumatawa sepo. I wonder what that means. No! Put the book down. You find a dusty book with Latin. You do not read it. Little Dallas Cowboy. How you doing, man? Says over under on Dallas 10 wins this year. I say under for a couple of years if we don't move on from this quarterback and DeMicah start over. Great show, Brandon. Thank you. Hey, thank you, Little Dallas Cowboy. Great question, by the way. I have been thinking a bit about your Dallas Cowboys. There's a little bit of this part right now. I find myself in the NFL season starting to try to kind of think about just where you're at with some of the other NFL teams and what you're thinking about where they're at and where they're going and which ones you think are going to really start to pop and take steps forward. And if there's teams taking steps forward, Little Dallas Cowboy, you know how it goes. There's always teams taking steps back. You know, what is it they say, 3 teams in the playoffs every year, or 6 teams, new teams in the playoffs every year, 6 teams out. I think your Dallas Cowboys, I would go the under on the win-loss, Little Dallas Cowboy. And I don't think that it's necessarily because of bad decision-making by your Cowboys. I think that Jerry Jones is, for the first time in a long time, or Stephen Jones, whoever is really fully running that show at this point, is for the first time in a long period of time looking at the team and saying, okay, every year we kind of try to push like we're going for it and thinking that we're ready to go for it. But are we really ready to go for it? Do we really want to, are we really sure that this is the team that can go out there and get that done? You lost Dan Quinn, who a lot of people thought was a big helper and proper upper of McCarthy there, though McCarthy's definitely got a lot of that offense during his time there. He's gone now, so you got that part resets. You've got your longtime left tackle leaves, and you got to figure out that situation, and I know he was injured a lot, but he played well for you guys. You've got McCarthy coming into a lame duck year. You've got Dak Prescott coming into a lame duck year. You got a decision that you could be making on Micah Parsons, theoretically, to utilize him for assets. If what you want to do after a year from now, Little Dallas Cowboy, is hit the reset button. So it looks like from the outside looking in that the Jones boys have come into this situation and said, we're going to just kind of get through this season and already start kind of the soft reset, rebuild process here. We don't want to give Dak Prescott $60 million. We don't think Mike McCarthy is that guy. In fact, we kind of like this Bill Parcells guy. You can't tell me that Jones, if he didn't have the opportunity to flop out one for the other, wouldn't, I think, kind of do so in a heartbeat. So you get a year from now, you flop out McCarthy for Bill Belichick. You move Dak back. Dak just moves on in basically free agency. Hell, it wouldn't surprise me even if you had a trade deadline deal. Some team loses a quarterback. They don't go to the Cowboys and be like, oh, well, we'll take a half season to Dak. We'll give you a second or third rounder for it, or something like that. That'd even be that crazy. But I do think that they get to next year then to kind of decide, how do we reset this now? How do we get this back to where we're not just dumping the bad money out with the good? And I think that they're kind of looking at with that Dak deal, especially right now, this will be dumping out the bad money with the good. We paid him last time. We didn't really want to do it last time. It hasn't taken us any further into the playoffs. It hasn't taken us any further into the point of contention. We're having good regular seasons, but it's not getting us any closer to a Super Bowl. And I'd actually, though I'm hard on the Jones boys at times, little Dallas Cowboy, and rightfully so, because owners should never be general managers, this is one where I actually can kind of get where they're going. I didn't think that they should have paid Dak last time. I think that this is where they've got to start to try to do something different than what they've done over the years. They've tried the same note. They're trying the same note year after year after year, and it's not working. You got to change your process, and you got to change your approach when there's this many years of ineptitude of not in the playoffs at least. What has Dak got? Like one playoff win in his time there? How many playoff wins does the Cowboys have in like 25 years? And the Jones, you can see them where they've tangibly at times done very much the same thing and not kind of recognizing it. And there's some smart things the organization does. So it's not all bad, dumb stuff. So I don't mind them doing this. I didn't like the McCarthy hire, didn't like the Dak thing. Those are bad moves. Don't double down on that now. Don't give those guys contract extensions. Pivot to a smarter decision, a smarter choice. We'll see, though. It's going to be very interesting to watch how they play out with that, Cowboy. Randall McDaniel coming in with a $20 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. I appreciate you on that. Very, very, very kind of you. Hope you guys dig my new, somebody was asking me the last one to get the cam cut brought out. So I hope you guys dig the new cam cut. Had to do it. It was a necessity. Randall, thank you for the $20 donation. He says, Big B locking it down. Round 3 seems like a sweet spot for a guard. I wonder what the average round is for successful guards over the last 10 years. Let's say receiving a second contract by drafting team as a metric for success. That would be interesting to see if you could figure that out. One thing we can kind of do with this a little bit is, because I can, in general nature, look at the All-Pro team and tell you which of these guys were probably highly rated at least. And I know the All-Pro is like the most basic of deals, but you can get an idea of whether guys are drafted high or low, So Penny Sewell was right. Well, let's look at guards. So Joe Thuney, forget what Joe Thuney was. Was he a... I don't think he was a super highly drafted guy. But Zach Martin, right guard. Absolutely. You got Tyler Smith, Dallas. That's a first rounder. High guard. Chris Lindstrom, high pick. Another guard there. Look at 2023, Randall. Kind of the same guys. Let's try it. Let's go 2020. We'll go back a couple years. The All-Pro team there. So Quentin Nelson, first round pick. Brandon Scherf, top 5 first round pick for Washington at that time. There's not really a stat on the second contracts thing, Randall. I can maybe over the cap. Yeah, they don't really have it there. Try Sports Track, even though their site's trash now. We'll see if we can dig up this Randall. Maybe we can find something here on guards. So bring this up. Maybe. There we go. All right, so you got Lindstrom. Just looking through some of these highest paid contracts on here. So number 14 overall, he's a first round pick. Got Robert Hunt. Hunt was a round 2 guy, Randall. Landon Dickerson is a round 2 guy. Let's see what was Joe? Joe Thuney was a round 3 guy. Quentin Nelson, round 1. Elton Jenkins, round 2. Mike Onwenu. There's your first 6th rounder. So the top highest contracts you have for a guard, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We got to the 7th, which was a 6th rounder, 7th highest contract to find a guy that was drafted later. And then we got Wyatt Teller, 5th round. So a couple later guys. Damian Lewis, 3rd round. Ben Powers, 4th round. Joel Bitonio's a 1st round. Brandon Shirt's a 1st round. Jonah Jackson, I believe, was a former 1st round, 3rd round. Kevin Dotson, former 1st round. Zach Martin, 1st round. Alex Kappa, round 3. Round 3 for Nate Davis. Runyon was a later guy. 6, yeah. So by the looks of it, Randall, I would say that if you look at the top 25 contracts in the sport right now, so if we just took the top 25 contracts in the sport right now, I believe that you're looking at just these 2 gentlemen, Michael Owanea and Wyatt Teller. Let me highlight them for some reason here. The 7th and 8th guy on this list are the only guys, the first guys I've looked through these 25 that aren't picked in the first 3 rounds of the highest paid guards in the NFL. So to your point on that, if you're trying to draft a guy that you're hoping can be that guy in that 2nd contract that's in a 4th round and onwards point, you're probably not going to be able to do that with a later on pick there, Randall. To your kind of the point of your question. It's not a scientific one. It'd be fun maybe to break down more of the scientific numbers on that. Not scientific, but the actual numbers on that, on what truly would be the way those numbers would roll out on that, on like what the odds are if you're trying to get a guy in the 4th round that can get to that 2nd contract or whatnot. But it does stand out that the guys that are getting paid right now, the guys that have gotten that 2nd contract, were guys that were picked in the first 3 rounds. And you do see a lot of round 3 guys mixed. I mean, round 3 might be as much of all those guys I just looked through there, Randall. Round 3 might be the round that there was the majority of those guys in those contracts. So just say that that's the sweet spot. Probably pretty accurate, actually, based on what we're seeing with who's getting paid where. That's for sure. Part of this too is just how thin it is, Randall, with the depth and how many really truly talented guys there are right now coming out of college, worthy of being drafted high, and that when you see one that is worthy of that is that good, that they get taken, no doubt, and then they are also good players with that. But there's so few of those guys as versus ever before in recent NFL history. Good question though, man. It certainly seems to fit, at least right now in the moment. We look at, I would guess, the top 40 contracts that I would say you're probably on the numbers we just saw there. 30 of those 40 are guys taken in the first 3 rounds as far as guards go. And it's not like you could look at those contracts and say, well, the guy's being paid on a 1st round contract, so it's not that he's that good. He's being paid on where he was picked. No, it's because no guards get taken in the 1st round, but hardly ever. Thank you, though, Randall. I appreciate that $20 donation, man. Appreciate you. Very kind of you. Randall with another $2 dono. Thanks, Randall. You're awesome, brother. He says, Tom Cable, salivating to move him to swing tackle. Oh, I could see that happening. Yeah, I could see that. Or inexplicably trying to put him to center or something, Randall. Tom would do something weird with Haynes. You can bet your bottom dollar of that. And maybe it would be right tackle. Though Tom did like those big Frankenstein dudes over at right tackle. That was his preference. Just get some big old molly whoppers over there. But yeah, certainly wouldn't put him necessarily in his best spot for success, Randall, being Tom. Bless you, Tom, but sometimes guys get bounced around a little bit too much. Appreciate you, Randall. Thank you, man. Isaac, random observation. The McDonald era begins by playing the 2 Super Bowl opponents of the Pete Carroll era. Very interesting. I hadn't thought about that, but that is indeed the case. Indeed, very true. Kind of weird that part there. And nice opening schedule for the Seattle Seahawks for a new head coach. If you wanted to give a guy a little bit of a soft landing in his first spot, the first start out, to have 2 rookie quarterbacks you're probably going to start against, to have an opening season game, opening week game at home, to have 9 home games next year versus 8 on the road. All of these things are very nice for the new head coach. And yeah, it is kind of cool playing the Broncos and Patriots week 1 and 2. Chad says, Jody put a memo out that stated with 100% authority that there are no plans to sell the team, but we'll see. Could be negotiating terms as well. Yeah, it is hard to see. I will say to your point on this though, Chad, I've always thought that the Trailblazers were sort of the first one. They were at the head of the train a little bit. And once they got bought, that's a little bit of the indication then that the Seahawks are truly then out for sale. And the fact that the Blazers have been for sale for years and haven't gotten sold, and Jody's dragged her feet on that one, well, you would think she would be even more so in that neighborhood when it comes to the Seahawks, that there'd be even more care to the Seahawks and taking even more time there. And there's a financial element involved in this where, Jody waits 4 or 5 extra years to sell the team versus 2028. That's going to mean that the team's going to be worth maybe $1 billion and $1.5 billion more at that point, the way that the inflation rates work with these teams. And that's in her best bottom dollar interest to do so. So it is a rumor, I think, that's been one that people are very vaguely putting together, that I think, Chad, with it, there wasn't necessarily something that was sitting there that was, there's a smoking gun here as to why this absolutely is happening. Yeah, I'd say she's probably telling the truth on this one. You're right about the never know with the negotiation stuff, but tactics are tactics, but they know they're going to get Bezos to pay whatever they want him to pay anyway at this point. I don't know if they've got to do much to really drive up the price in that neighborhood of things. 1 second, let me get a little more coffee, folks. 1 sec. Boom, 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 boom. Sweetest legion of buyers. War Chief, Brandon, you are the man. You said you were going to get the green screen Cam Chancellor Vernon Davis hit, and you came through like the champ you are. I love it. Let's go. Hey, your guys' request is my demand. I mean that truly. And it was a great request at that. Get the Cam Chancellor gift up. This is a no-brainer. Should have had this one done a while ago. Should have had this sucker done a while ago. Sean Thompson says, I didn't see him miss one block. He is going to be a good pro guard. Great analysis, Brandon. Thank you, Sean. And I agree with you 100%. I feel really solid about this kid. There's always usually questions with rookies. And is this guy going to be able to develop for this? Is this guy going to be able to clean up this hole in his game? And, you got a guy that's got 59 starts. That's a 2-time, 3rd-team All-American. You get a little bit of certainty with that. That's the benefit of having that. That's one of the reasons that so many general managers seek out that rich starting history, is that it makes them feel warm and fuzzy. And it makes them feel warm and fuzzy because history has taught them that when I take a player like that, not just the guard position, but almost any position that's got that kind of background, he's going to bring a level of acumen to play that gives me a level of certainty that he can be able to hit his upside, that he is going to be able to get that can play truly in this league. Whether that gets him to a place of star power or not, we'll see. But it means that he should be a very good player in this league, at least a little bit above average as a bare minimum. And that's, as I was saying at the top, a hell of a floor to have on a rookie player like this that you got in the third round. Chad, I like Lincoln. He's a really interesting guy. Have you seen his press interviews? I have. And I've as well been very impressed with him. I hadn't done a lot of looking into him too deeply in recent history because when it comes up to, I think, the time, for instance, when the Niners had him up as a free agent, Chad, we were trying to kind of move to the more mobile lineman at that time, theoretically. We didn't really do that, but we were theoretically going to try to do it. And so he didn't really lock in on him as much because the lack of mobility, the lack of athleticism was something that was a part of what was, readily apparent there with him a little bit at times. And that fit well for what the Niners did and wanted. And that is wasn't something that neutralized him as being a good player. He was a good player. But he just took him off my radar at that time, Chad, a bit. But in kind of looking back a little bit at him now this offseason, it does seem like a guy that's kind of hungry to make this go and sees his football mortality kind of winding down a little bit. And in doing that, then that's going to create a scenario where you get the hungriest version of this guy at this late hour of his career. And that's not a bad thing to have and could met out to us of having a little bit of maybe a resurgence here from him at the end of it. Sean says pumpkin picks this year. I got money cat are on fire. Yeah, we got to get the pumpkin picks in. I'm going to have to maybe set the stage for that this week. So I will see if I can try to put that together for you guys, and we'll try to get the pumpkin picks in if I can get her corralled into doing it. Chad says 100% agree. Let's mention that utterly stupid Max Unger trade, and then they can't even use Jimmy Graham correctly in return. I asked you last time about your thoughts on Darrell Bevel, and then I had to bounce for a moment and must have missed it. So pitching it at you again. Well, first off, in regards to the trade of Jimmy Graham and Max Unger, completely ridiculous, just absolutely dumb trade in retrospect to look at it, and not making really any sense in any way, shape, or form in retrospect of it. The Unger element was one that hurt. The fact that you, though, traded for a guy that you didn't have the right plan for how to utilize him, as though you had to figure out how to use this. How do we use Jimmy Graham? You've got years of tape here with the Saints of how to use this guy, and you're going to go in complete opposite direction of that, or at least go in the opposite direction of that a majority of the time, turning him in line, asking him to block as much as they did, asking him to block defensive ends. And it was just sensationally and wondrously absolutely a misuse of a guy that you could have gotten much more out of. The injuries hit him as well, so that was a part of it that came into play. But it was just a wild trade, and you never did end up replacing Unger. You never did find really a guy that could get the job done for you there, and that one definitely stung. That hurt quite a bit. Bevel. After the playoff run with Matt Hasselbeck in 2009, Coach Carroll, Chad, let go of Jeremy Bates. And they couldn't quite fit together. They couldn't quite come to the same page, it sounded like. And this was despite, of course, fact, Chad, that your offense completely lit it up in that home game against the Saints. Hasselbeck had his best game of the year. You were throwing the ball all over the place. You looked great. But they moved on. And Bevel comes in and Bevel doesn't do a whole lot necessarily, in my opinion, Chad, that impressed me. He basically was seemingly kind of, running as we now know it, the Carroll offense. And I don't think it's necessarily black eye on Bevel, that I don't have a great high opinion of him, or that he didn't do more here with the Seahawks. Some of it could be that he was heavily influenced by Carroll and what he could and could not do. He didn't seem to do a whole lot when he left, Chad, and moved on and went to, has gone on and gone into other organizations. I haven't heard about him being, a real bright star. I think he was an interim Detroit head coach there for a half a minute before Campbell came in when they fired the coach mid-year. But he hasn't done anything amazing. I think probably Schottenheimer's had even more success than what Bevel's been able to have since leaving Seattle. But how much of it was he hindered by Carroll? How much of it was him being hamstrung by Carroll and being told what to do? That's the part that we just don't know. That's the uncertain part of it, that there's a lot of this that we look to where we have the Brady Henderson report saying that Schottenheimer inherited 70% of the Seahawks playbook when he walked in. We've got Waldron, whose offense looks nothing like the Los Angeles Rams offense. Why was that? Was that because Carroll told him to modify it, or because he just wanted to create his own new thing in Seattle? There seems to be a lot there that would point to maybe Bevel was hindered a little bit in this during his time. But there's not a lot that I can say to Bevel that he did that had me really impressed. Schottenheimer got more out of Wilson once Bevel moved on. That wasn't a good look for him. He never really ever got the offense tremendously consistent. Bevel had a lot, in my opinion, 2012-13, Chad, to work with offensively speaking. A lot. I know Sidney Rice was at the end, but still a good player when he was out there. Zach Miller's the highest paid offensive line in the book. Marshawn Lynch. You got young Russell Wilson with his legs all over the place. Doug Baldwin on that roster. Percy Harvin. Did he get the most out of all that offense? Maybe, maybe not. But I never found him tremendously too impressive. Kind of a meh, right? Swedish says, damn, Brandon, I missed you, brother. That was funny, laughing out loud. Thank you, Swedish. Sean Thompson says, relatively new to the Nest. What is your content schedule during the season? Great question, Sean. And I'm going to try to get this posted out to where people can kind of see it clearly on the channel if they visit the channel. So we're going to be doing a Sunday. The way I'm going to be shooting out this year is you'll be getting live streams from me on Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. And Sunday we do the live stream show, Sean. I do the play-by-play during the game. I then do a post-game on a post-game live stream after the game as well. So those will be the live stream shows, is kind of how they're set up. So Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, probably a couple other shows mixed in here and there with it. I'm going to try to really kind of amp those up a little bit this year where I can, but that'll be the locked in schedule for sure on that. And usually 5 o'clock Pacific Standard Time will be the start time on all those shows. We'll be doing a behind enemy lines every week this year. I've just got to find a Patriot channel at this point. Patriot channels have been brutal. I've reached out to like 4. I can't get an answer on any of them. But that's the locked in. That'll be the locked in schedule for sure. Sunday game day, 1 o'clock, whenever, and then we'll be on like 10 hours on Sunday. But during the week, 5 o'clock, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Chris says, dump Dak. He's like Kirk Cousins in the playoffs. Crap. Definitely not the best version at that point. And I think that their schedule has been a little bit easier for them too at times to kind of feast on the lesser. And let's face it, the division's not going to be probably as easy there for the taking a little bit this year. Eagles should definitely be bouncing back. And Washington is maybe starting to get their stuff together a little bit. Giants are going to be the Giants. Chat says, yeah, they freaking gave all that money to Dak literally just after he busted up his leg. What the hell? It's part of where, Chad, so much of, what I'll get super passionate about on this channel is the approach to the quarterback position. And it's because in some parts, Chad, it's the looking at what other teams are doing with their quarterback position and how it's kind of played out for them, and how we can avoid maybe some potholes or going down roads we don't need to go down, because we can look at them as sort of a case study as to see how they did this. That's why you don't want to do that. And what happened with the Cowboys, Chad, is that they prolonged how long they had to pay out Dak Prescott. Rather than doing what some teams did, which is after 3 years, some teams with these young quarterbacks will go, probably like the Niners will do with Purdy. After 3 years, let's lock you in now, because it's just going to get more expensive if we wait till year 4 or 5. And it's a smart approach, in my opinion, on this, Chad, because for the teams that end up waiting, they end up having to pay the price on waiting. There ends up being a problem with having to wait. In the Cowboys situation, Chad, it was that they waited so long and they had no other alternative options that even though his leg was twisted sideways, they were going to give him all the money, because they got themselves stuck into a corner without any options to get out of it. And And that's where they played that whole situation out, Chad, with a lack of, to me, foresight in what they were looking to do with it. And so you wait a little bit too long. Now you have no other options. You already waited a year too late as it is. So now you're having to pay him all the money. And now they're looking down that same barrel right now. And they're going, look, we made that mistake before. Let's not make the same mistake. And that's where I would give the Cowboys credit for adjusting their lane here. As I always say, it's not the worst thing to make a mistake. The worst thing is to continue to make the same mistake. That's the worst thing. And at least that they're maybe taking a step here to go, okay, look, Dak's a good Prescott, but this pathway of going down is not going to be one that leads us to a Lombardi trophy. And they're right. It won't. And it's why when you have a good quarterback, you can't just, when he comes up to be paid, everyone says this, Chad, quarterback comes up to be paid. Doesn't matter. You hear about from pundits and analysts. You hear it from people within their own fan base. You hear it for guys like even a Kyler Murray type. Comes up to be paid. You hear all that, well, you got to pay him. 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 You got to pay him. It just goes out saying. It goes out saying you got to pay him. You do have to pay him. Well, he's due to be paid, and he's Kyler Murray. So you got to pay him. It's the way it works with all these QBs when they come up to be due to be paid. Well, you got to do it. You got to do it. And to me, it strikes me as a little bit of a lazy outlook on the situation where, are we sure we have to do it? Is that the really right approach? Is this the best for the organization for the next 3 to 4 years? And maybe I'm out on a little tiny boat in the middle of the ocean on this one, because it is such an overwhelmingly strident opinion out there that exists where people say, that's what you got to do. You just do it. Then take care of the rest of the stuff on the other end of it. But I always go against it going, no, it should all be viewed individually, case by case, and evaluated case by case, whether or not this guy in this position, in this moment, for what we're paying him is the right process to undertake. And a lot of the time, the answer should come back actually no, because quarterbacks are being paid too damn much money. They're taking up too much of the cap. If you're going to take up that big of a cap percentage point, then you got to be able to carry this team on your GD back at some time or another. And if you're not capable of carrying that team on your back, but relying upon the supporting parts, which pretty much I'd say most quarterbacks are really beholden to that, then you don't deserve that money. Some team might be willing to pay it to you, but it doesn't mean that we should be the one, and it doesn't mean it's what's best for our organization as we go on into the future. It's wild to watch, though, Chad. Teams just end up deciding. They just go, yep, got to do it. Sentai! Donnie, how you doing, man? It's good to see you. Sorry, the Power Rangers didn't get that Nickelodeon Choice Award. Spaces. Brandon getting all high tech on us. Gotta keep growing, man. Gotta keep finding new ways, keep you guys entertained. Space, I wouldn't mind Bezos buying the Hawks. I'm gonna make some coffee myself. Hey, coffee tastes good right now. Tastes real good. It's not the worst thing to me either. I ain't gonna be mad about it. I know some people are gonna be up in arms, and I'm mad at people up in arms. I get why you necessarily be a little bit like, I don't like this necessarily. But from my perspective, I would look at it and go, I feel good that we're going to have an owner in that's going to be able to support the team in the way I needed them to be supported, being keep the team in Seattle and spend money. There is a salary cap in football, but there are teams that maximize that cap and spend every last red cent they got to try to make sure they can maximize and utilize that cap to the utmost. And there's teams that are going to try to play the other end of the scale on that. You know, they're not cash rich. They're going to, you know, yeah, they'll pay the salary cap, but they're going to structure it in a way that they're not coming out of pocket more than they most minimally have to come out of pocket. And I pointed out to this stat that the last 3 years, your Seahawks are top 10 in the NFL in actual money spent to players, actual money coming out of pocket to spend on players. And that's what we need more of if we're going to go to new ownership. It needs to continue to be more of that same. Chris says, now you need the John Ryan befuddled look gif. I'll look it up. I'm sure I could find it. Kevin O'Connell says, hey, definitely grabbing a Super Bowl within 3 seasons. Let's go, Kevin. I love the confidence, man. I'd love to see it, too. Chris has agreed. The playbook for the last 10 years for tight ends was literally a Post-it note with a stick figure standing there. So, yes, the Jimmy Max trade was pointless. Oh, it's completely pointless. And I don't know why it was made. I don't know what the conversation was between Tom Cable, Coach Carroll, and John Schneider when they're in the room. Tom's like, yeah, we'll bring him in. I'll teach him how to be a tight end. spits a little of his chew out into the garbage can. I can teach him how to block. And John over there trying to be like, point of like I picture him as kind of like the realist in the room. Like, Tom, he's not a blocker, man. He's a slot receiver. He's a big slot. That's what they're using. He's got the size. We can make it happen. He can do it. No, but he doesn't do it well in New Orleans. He just gets thrown off the ball whenever they ask him to do it. Yeah, but they don't got me. That's kind of how I picture it. And Carroll saying, just do what Tom thinks he can do it. Just do it, John. Tom says he can do it. He can do it. I know Tom. When Tom Cable says he can help get a tight end to block, you better believe him. Yeah, not the best route usage, either of them. I was watching some plays going back a few years ago, looking at some of the Jimmy Graham stuff, and like we just have him like walk off the ball like 3 yards at times. Just sit down in the middle of the field. You're going, that's how you use him? Steph says we're going from the super simplicity to the ultra complexity. That is true. I don't think it's an overstatement to say going from the most simplified kind of offense on one side of the ball or on both sides of the ball to going to some of the most complicated on both sides of the ball. From pre-snap motion, route usage, how you attack on the football field, how you blitz, how you stack fronts, how you change your coverages. Complex across the board. Jeff Fornall, you think you can play both right guard and left guard? Let's go. Go Hawks. Initially, I thought left guard would be his long-term landing spot, Jeff. But I will say that when I prepped to do for this show and did a little bit more of kind of looking at the film again, trying to relook at it again with a little more of a viewpoint of, getting to the end of the film and going, maybe I think he can play some left guard. I'm getting left guard vibes a bit. To really looking at the film and going, I think his best spot might be right guard when it's all said and done. I feel myself kind of moving a little bit on this spot, Jeff, where I just think he's got some right guard elements that are a little more pure. The help blocking stuff he does. Not exactly, he gets the job done in pass protection, but it's not exactly put him over at left guard against a 3-tech and he's just going to be able to just dance with the guy. And I think there might be some issues that jump up if you move him over to left guard, maybe. He certainly is athletic. He's certainly mobile. He's certainly got the physical profile that would typically fit for what you'd look for with the left guard. I don't know if it exactly quite fits, though. And part of this is backed up too, Jeff, by UConn's lack of moving him to left guard. As good a player as why wouldn't you move him to left guard? Wouldn't that be more important for your offense? And they didn't do it. Brian E., if they introduce the salary cap for quarterbacks, that problem might take care of itself. Agreed. I'm a big, I'm a big proponent, Brian, of the salary cap, quarterback salary cap being brought and being instituted. I think it would be good for the sport. It'd be good for football. This creating these situations for teams. The Cowboys this year, I think in a lot of ways are going to kind of punt their season, quasi-punt. They're not fully tanking or doing something like that, but there's a bit of a, we'll take it in the shorts this year and we can reset it next year thing going on. And that's at the front of that. Is the McCarthy situation part of that? Is the Parsons situation part of that? Yeah. But at the front of it is the quarterback situation and the quarterback contract. And I don't, as hard as it is to get the roster building right already with all of the different angles that you got to take into account as a general manager, this as an extra facet of it, I'm not a big fan of. I don't know if I feel this part of it where these quarterbacks making more than double, watching teams get completely having their season sank, like the Denver Broncos, like potentially the Cleveland Browns if Deshaun Watson can't get around this shoulder injury thing. I don't know if that's good for the sport when we have this happening like this. Diego, when are the legendary B&B shows coming back? Go Hawks. We'll probably be getting those kicked off right around here on training camp. I haven't reached out to Brendan quite yet, Diego, but B&B show will still be definitely the common part during the year this year for sure. So hopefully very soon, but just, I know with Brendan and me just both kind of getting set and getting prepped and getting ready for the season at this point. So a little bit at the head of it right now as it stands, but soon, very soon. Brian Myers says it seems unlikely that the NFLPA would allow a separate quarterback contract. I don't know if the PA would necessarily have to be. I don't know if they would necessarily have to come to an agreement with the NFL owners on this one, Brian. And what I mean by that is because there's not going to be a change in the CBA itself within this deal, there wouldn't be something within this deal where we're taking less of the profit margins than before. We're giving you less profit margins than before. The profit margins or the amount that the players would still be due would still remain the same amount. So the total money being given to the Players Association or their union or their people is still at the very same amount. It's just how it's being parsed out. I don't know if that's going to give then the NFLPA any kind of real recourse to come into this situation and force or try to inhibit the owners from being able to institute this. Because I think that's the part that would have to be a part of this, is that it really affects the CBA, and it doesn't really do that, I don't think. It's possible. And, certainly the quarterbacks would be out there bitching and moaning. They're not going to let this go quietly into the night. But I don't think that they have to be necessarily consulted with on this one because of the nature of the fact nothing's really changing within the parameters of the deal. And Diego, I'll get you updated to a B&B show soon. I'll try to check in with Brandon here in the next week, see what's going down. See what we got. Chris says there should be a positional cap, but the NFLPA wouldn't allow that either, as players would get butthurt being valued less than others. Top pay should be long snappers. Could you imagine if long snappers are highest paid? Yeah, they may prevent it. I don't know though. I don't know if there's really a way for them to prevent it necessarily on the same front of it, where if the Players Association is getting the same cut up of money, and if the owners did something crazy like long snappers suddenly being earmarked to be the highest paid, that might change things a bit. But I don't know if they could necessarily do something to shut that down or stop that if it's not really changing out the bottom line for their players, being that you're due to get 48.7% of the profits. You're getting 48.7% of the profits. Yeah, the players are already kind of being valued less than others. So it's the thing with this too, is if it was really down to the Players Association and if they were trying to work in the favor of their players, how many quarterbacks do we have in this league? How many other positional players do we have in this league versus that? Well, way more other positional players. Who's going to be in favor of the quarterbacks making more than double than the rest of the players? Just the quarterbacks. Who's going to be in favor of the salary being more evenly structured across the board? The whole rest of the players. So if the union really wants to work in its constituency's best interest, then you would lean to allowing for something like this to come into play. I agree with the folks though that are saying that there's maybe a bit of the union coming in and stop it, and that quarterbacks of course hold a lot of sway and power, so certainly they could come in this and throw a bit of a monkey wrench into the situation. But I don't know on that one. Brian says, I don't know how the CBA would impact a quarterback cap. It would target a specific position where the PA as a union has to represent the players equally. It does. And I think the thing with the limiting is that it's not limiting to where you're allowing the position is being made to be paid super less than any other position out there in the sport. You're limiting it and saying it can only be paid at as high as any other position in the sport. So there's not really a restriction there. It's just limiting the fact that you can't be paid more than double. And it is hard to predict on the way where the CBA or where the union would go on this. But again, I would think that the union, if they're trying to operate in the best interest of the players, if it's not removing the profit margin, why hold it up? Right. Chris says, why is it the quarterback salary has gotten so out of control? I get their value to a team, but they've always been some of the highest paid players in the sport. Even if you went back to the 80s, I would say, Chris. I think what I would probably point to as much as anything is, number one, the league has become more offensive, and offensive rules have leaned towards that side of the ball. The most important offensive player is the quarterback. I think that there's also been two players that have come through over the past 20 years that have really captured the imagination of general managers and people building teams. And that's Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes. And I think that these organizations are constantly in that spot of finding that guy that can be like those guys, and how much that helps you out and then getting yourself to a championship, how much that just allows you to hit the NOS button to get to a championship. And that it's very easy then for them to see a mirage within their own quarterback room, for them to think they've got the guy that's that guy, but in actuality, he's not that guy. But you're so dead set on wanting to find that guy and believe that you found him and trust your evaluation that that's him, that you're just going to keep doubling back down on that guy. And I think that that's been a bit of it too that's come into play on it, where it's those guys are so good and they're such difference makers at the position, and they can elevate their surrounding supporting cast to such a high level that why go this other hard way? The easy way is just get that guy and he cleans everything up. The easy way is I just pay that guy and then I don't have to worry about all that other stuff. I can get half of that other stuff all wrong and he'll still fix it all. And that's where I have come back time and again and railed on it, saying it really is the heart of this is it's lazy team building conceptually. Yes, the quarterback position matters. And yes, I get the paying them this big amount, but it's this utter fear of losing out or not having that guy and then having to go back to the well and find a new quarterback and do everything through the hard way that then pushes them, I think, I think it is a bit of a fear-based standpoint to then drive to then sign those contracts that are ridiculous. I don't think it's one that's foresight or they're properly building the team and they've got a long-range plan on how they're going to do it. It all seems very reactive to me. And, Brian, every quarterback just kind of keeps pushing the envelope on this. Every next guy that's up to be paid just keeps saying, well, the last guy's gotten paid and this guy who's not even half as much of a player as I am is getting paid at that amount. So you got to pay me up at this amount. And it just continually kept getting pushed and pushed because of that. But I think it's those two factors, that the offensive explosion, the preference to offense, and then the fact that you've had two of we may come to find in 2040 that in Tom Brady and Patrick Mahomes, that in football's history of 150 years, that those are the two best quarterbacks that ever played the sport. And they just happened within this 20-year period. That's gonna probably distort some views from general managers and people out there and how they look at the position, probably. And understandably so. Dak, how you doing? What's up, man? Good to see you in the house. Brian East says, especially with all the early round rookies not playing up to expectations. Yeah, that's the other part of it you see on top of it, Brian, where we notice that it's also not just the paying that's gotten out of control, but it's the selecting of quarterbacks. The second that you got the first round quarterback contract stuff under control, where you weren't paying guys like Bradford coming out of Oklahoma $150 million before he'd even thrown one pass, and you got the contracts down just a little bit, you made it financially now a little more advantageous for them again to take that risk. And what are they doing, Brian? They're trying to go get that quarterback. They get on the rookie contract, who is that Mahomes Brady type guy, and then he can elevate the supporting cast, and he's cheap at the same time. They're all looking for like that it's a look for shortcut. I guess now as I really kind of talk this through, it's looking for a shortcut rather than taking the proper approach. They're trying to sneak through the haunted woods. There's a witch in there. That she eats kids. She's in there, but it's quicker. It gets you faster through the path. You might get through the faster path, but you're much more likely to get captured by the witch. And you just got to take the long approach around. Does it take a little bit longer? Yeah, but is it the proper way? Is it less than built on you finding the magical elf? Yeah, it is. Seems like solider ground to stand on to try to get yourself to becoming a contender rather than looking for the once in a lifetime shot. Brian, he says, how much of it to an owner is the star power of an individual player? Teams are extremely quarterback centric and owners just want butts in seats. So they'll buy the shiny object. Owners could be pushing a big part of this, Brian. It's a part I don't know on that, to be honest. And I think with certain owners, it's different from other owners. There's guys that are going to be much more pushy on, to your point, maybe coming into the front office and saying, this is going to get done whether you like it or not. We're going to sign this quarterback whether you like it or not. And that certainly could be the case. And that certainly could be playing out at a pretty wide level. I do wonder about that, though, a little bit. I do wonder that. I just wonder a little bit about that one myself. Does it happen? It happens. No doubt about that. I don't think it happens at a wide level because of a couple of reasons. Number one, the NFL is printing money. People are showing up into stadiums. They're showing up for games, even teams that are mid, like Carolina Panthers last year. Did they not have people still showing up at that stadium on a weekly basis? Did they not still fill that house? Were they not still getting eyeballs on televisions? So if it's not, I guess kind of what I'm saying on is if you're not paying them and it's not restricting you from that standpoint to do it, you're not being pulled to sign the guy because of that. You have to come out of pocket about $150, $200 million to throw into escrow as an owner. So there's a direct financial hit that you have to take that position as well. You're not just telling them to sign the guy. You're also saying, let me call my accountant and have him liquidate this and liquidate that. So I've got my $200 million that I can give this guy, right now, or I can get that into escrow right now immediately. So there's another one that's kind of a little bit of a pullback from, naturally necessarily doing it on that side of things. It doesn't increase, to me, really your bottom line if you're trying to sell the team. I mean, that could be the other way people say it, is that you're doing it because you're selling the team and you want to have a starting quarterback because it'll make your team theoretically look like it's worth more. I don't think that that's occurring either. Teams are going to always, the next team up is still going to sell for, way much more. So that's the part I understand on. I get where you're coming from on it. And it could be, I'm not doubting, Brian, that there's certainly some teams out there that have that in how they operate. Did the Browns come into that deal for Deshaun Watson a couple of years ago and have the owner come in and say, get the deal done? Very likely a situation happened there with that, especially with all the guaranteed money they got. That wouldn't be something that you would think a general manager would be saying, let's do this deal for Deshaun Watson and then let's give him this guaranteed contract on top of it. That seemed like an owner thing. So it's definitely happening to a degree. I just don't know if I'd say by wide and large margin it's happening, where I think most teams are more doing it less for the butts and seats and more for the, well, if not this guy, then what are we going to do? If we don't just sign this guy, then what's our other option then? It becomes a little bit about that. It becomes that fear of the unknown rather than really the support of the current and what you have. Chris says, I'm just more jealous of their salaries than anything. I just feel cheated genetically and talent-wise. Thanks, Mom and Dad. Yeah, it would be nice if we could all be 6'4" with a rocket arm, some mobility. I wouldn't have minded that either. Did okay at 6 feet, but wouldn't mind a couple extra more inches in there, a little bit more speed. Oh, to be a genetic freak. Sweet says Patrick Mahomes, the magical elf. He is. He's got all the pixie dust. All of it. Well, he's 10 grenades. B, we win a Super Bowl within the next 3 years. Does that boost the value of the team for Jody to raise the price tag? Maybe. In my opinion, what you have by and large is that there is an NFL team for sale once every probably about 2.5 years. Every 2.5 years, the value of an NFL franchise is going to go up $500 million. Maybe not $500 million. No, that's too much. I guess I should say it like this. Every 2 years, you're going to have an NFL team bought. The value does kind of, every new time there's a new purchase, it's about $500 million or so that is the increase in cost. I don't think that there's a team that's going to come along that suddenly is going to dictate, no, you're going to pay us $2 billion more than the last team just made. Like the Giants were to sell tomorrow. I don't think that would necessarily go like this. So I think it's just that it's like the quarterback contracts. Whoever the next quarterback is up to do to be paid, he's paid higher than that next guy that was paid behind him, even if he's maybe not quite as good as the guy that got paid behind him. It's that by the timing of the deal, he's next up to be paid. He's after that guy. So he's getting a little bit of that 5 to 10% bump. And owner and franchise in the NFL, it's the same way. The next one up is going to get that $500 million bump and not really much past it. It'll be that bump. And then 2 years later, the next team that sells will get another $500 million bump. And we get 5 years down the line and teams are selling for $10 billion. don't think it would necessarily push it up that much higher than where it's just currently sitting. Brian says, I agree, Brandon. I was initially thinking of David Tepper, even though he is only putting out a rookie contract to get his quarterback. No, I would put him in that mold. I mean, Brian, if we had the usual suspects, guys that if I'm, we're in a casino trying to place bets on which is one of those owners that's coming into the room and saying, draft this guy or pay the money for this quarterback. Tepper would be one of those guys on my list. I think that he did have, we're hearing Frank Wright liked himself a lot of Bryce Young, but I bet David Tepper had a little bit of, some stuff going in on that one as well. There was a weird Carolina draft video. I don't know if you guys saw it with David Tepper's daughter talking about who she wanted to draft. And I was just going in the draft room, in the war room, like David Canales is standing there and Dave's like, got this look like this as she's talking, Just go, oh, these owners. But Tepper would be one. Browns owner would be one that I'd be looking at. I think he comes in from time to time. Certainly the Jones boys. I don't think Mark Davis is quite the live wire that his father was. Probably a couple others. I have to think about it. Tepper's on the list, though, Brian. Brian says team will be worth more in 3 years than it is now without a Super Bowl. Incoming TV revenue affects teams' prices more than on-field results. Great way of putting it. Much better than I did on that one, Brian. And yeah, there's so many other factors that'll come into play than the Super Bowl stuff that increases that value, and the value will increase. I mean, the prices are going to go up on these teams significantly. To where you sell it, you're making hell of a profit margin when you sell these teams. That is for sure. Well, we got down to the bottom of the list here. Let's just get the last couple questions in today. We got kind of a slow day here going on, and about only 50 people in here on the chat, so probably just do a kind of a quick in and out show here today. I got some offline content I'm kind of working on here as we build up here and get closer and closer to training camp. I want to thank you as well, just another time here, is the Underdog Fantasy. Utilize Underdog Fantasy today. They sponsor this show throughout this year. They've been so kind to do so, and I really appreciate it. They've got great ongoing contests from the WNBA matchups in there. You not only use my code NEST, but you get in there, they'll give you kind of a freebie pick right off the jump where it's like 0.5 points or this, and it just gives you an easy parlay to put together with some other picks and just win some money really quickly right out the gate on top of using the code. So do please utilize my code today, NEST, for Underdog Fantasy. And thank you to them for sponsoring the show. You can also click the top of the description link section below also as well. So thank you to them for that. Brian Myers says, B, poll next season. I'll post a poll. We're probably going to sign off pretty quick here. We don't have a lot of traffic in here tonight, Brian, so I'll probably close the poll pretty quickly. But we can throw a quick one up here. I don't mind. Yes, for next season. Let's go 12 and 12. 10 and 8. All right. 10 and 7. We'll see what the fans think here. A little poll for you guys. So Seahawks record next season, 12 and 5, 10 and 7, 9 and 8, or 7 and 10. This will be a flash poll, by the way, because probably not going to go super long tonight. A lot of folks in the house. Michael Jarrell, how you doing? See you in the house, man. Is this the Michael Jarrell? Is this Seahawks 6th-round pick Michael Jarrell in the house? I'd love to get you on for an interview, Michael. Do you do interviews, man? Or are they doing that Ricky Hazen thing to you where they don't let you guys do any interviews because you're both offensive lineman and rookie offensive lineman? So it's like the double dose where, don't you dare, Rook. Don't you dare give that interview. Oh, this is his dad. Nice. Well, welcome on in, Michael. It's great to have you in the house, man. I'm really interested with what your son's bringing to play right now, and it does sound like, you initially kind of see a guy at the end of the draft from a really small school like that, and you go, oh, well, the odds have got to be long with this kid. It's going to be tough for him to have a chance to make the team with where he's coming from with it, but everything that you hear from it with it is that this is a little bit not your atypical small school, not talented type kid coming out, right? Physically, limited or something, or that he doesn't have, all the ability in the world to potentially get out here and make some noise. So really interesting kid here, Michael, and many of us here for years have just been pounding the table for wanting to see this offensive line rebuilt, renewed, and restructured, and really not only brought with really good starting guys at the forefront of this, but also with some good depth in addition to it. So hopefully your son can be a part of that, man. Thank you for jumping on in the chat tonight. We are super hyped for this upcoming year. Hopefully you are as well. How's he doing, Michael? Is everything setting out so far with your son there? Is he taking to okay? And is he, fitting right in and rolling? It's got to be a lot when you're a rookie coming in, It's got to be overwhelming. All these grown vets have been in the league 6-7 years. You're coming in trying to find your footing. Yeah, very intriguing player. Could have gone to other places. A little bit of that loyalty factor there to stay with Finley. They had faith in him, so he kept the faith in them, even though maybe he could have been able to go to other different schools. And we're in that age right now where loyalty is not a thing in the college level of things, right? And it just does not exist at all. Where guys are jumping year to year to where they can get the biggest bag. And the fact that you do have a guy that did stay, on top of the physical ability he brings, and he does seem like he's a very talented physical guy. You also get that in addition to that. That's a good character thing. That's a good reflection on you, Michael. That's good parenting right there to have that built in. Michael says he's good. He's just working out, getting ready for the season. Nice. Yeah, it's got to be, I'm sure, just weights and training, just trying to get ready and get right, He's got a real path here, Michael. You know this. I'm sure you're looking at the teams. He's looking at the teams here with us as well, but there is a true path here for him to make this team right now, and it's not just a back end drafted guy with really super long odds. No doubt he makes the practice squad minimum, but when we talk about that active practice squad here, Michael, I'm sure as you guys have looked, and he's well aware, there is an opening here to be able to go snatch and take advantage of one of these backup tackle roles and slide into that spot. George Fand is here, but everything else is wide open there for that other spot for him to go up there and take a hold of it and get a grip of it. So, and I'll tell you on top of that, Michael, with the way our tackle health has been lately, if he does get onto the roster, then there's going to be a good chance that he ends up probably playing a couple snaps in addition to that if that happens, which would be pretty cool. Well, not cool if it happens. We want guys to stay healthy, but be cool for you on that. Good to hear, though. Good to hear he's rolling and ready to go. Steph says, if we went 9-8 with a bad scheme and coaching, it's hard for me not to see us being at least a win better with this defensive scheme. It's a great point, Steph. Great point. And I would echo with you when it comes down to when I was looking at this early on in the offseason and trying to make an assessment about this team, I said, well, historically speaking, legendary coach moves on, new coach comes in. That's going to be a situation that's going to tend to take a little bit of time to onboard that and transition into the new. But this is not your typical situation that would happen with. And specifically, I think from the standpoint of you have a head coach, a legendary head coach moving on, who is not leaving a team that's completely empty and devoid of talent. It's a team that's won 10 and 9 games the last 2 years. It's a team that has all of those draft picks off the back of the Russell Wilson trade as a base foundation layered in there now for them to be able to shoot this thing forward that much faster than a team could if they were just sitting on their native picks and hoping that the native picks could get them to the other side of it. So it is a little bit of an oddity of a situation for this new coach coming into this situation, and that with it, I agree with you, Steph, does open up a little bit more of a door to the team having a lot more upside to them this season than you typically would have with the team taking on this kind of change in transition. And it's going to be part of the fun part of the season to watch, is to see if Mike can lock this talent in that quickly, this young talent in that quickly, if the young talent can ascend that fast. And if it can all come together in that way, just in sort of year one when no one is expecting it to happen, because of course, national pundits, analysts are not going to be looking at us being a team that is going to be really contending this year. But the potential's there, the talent is there, and it wouldn't blow me away in the least if they're a game or two better on that side of it, Steph. And I'll probably be landing at about 10 wins as well when I'm at my final record this year, because I do think that the schedule's set up nicely. I trust in the way that this talent is developing. I don't think Mike Macdonald's going to take a whole year for this thing to be onboarded to the new. And with all that in together, I just go, okay, 10 wins feels at least minimum right, Ryan Meyer says if Lucas is in full strength, Jarrell becomes more important. Amen. We were having to sign Jason Peters at 44 years old off the couch. Like, he literally had to dust off the Cheetos off of his chest and then go outside and go put the pads on. You got to that state last year by the tackle depth and what you had to work with. And you don't want to get in that situation again. You don't want to be calling tackles off their couches mid-year. And so getting better, not only in the front line of things, but getting better with the depth. And Jarrell is a part of this, is going to help this offensive lines by leaps and bounds from where they've been, where it's been sort of a forgotten part of the team building process here, getting the line right in this way. And I would expect to be better for it. And Jarrell's going to be a very interesting part of that. With him and George Fant in there and Stone Forsythe in there, you're very likely to end up with two very strong guys as far as depth goes on the team. And even if Jarrell can't quite make the team, he's still then just going to be sitting right there at the practice squad, to where instead of a Peters now, you can go to a Jarrell maybe on the practice squad this year if that was the way that it went on the other side of it. Deleted 7 says, should we be concerned that Damian Lewis got paid somewhere else? No, I wouldn't be. He got paid considerably, I think, more than the Seahawks would have been willing to pay him, number one. I don't think that he would have been a target for the Seahawks to bring him back here, Deleted, because he's not a fit for this scheme. Damian Lewis is a guy drafted at LSU that was really a atypical right guard. He's a guy that you're just going to put right in front of these big nose tackles, and he can move nose tackles off the spot. He doesn't necessarily need the double team to do that. He can handle on his own, taking a nose tackle and taking the nose tackle for a little bit of a ride. The Seahawks inexplicably kind of moved him to left guard, which, was, he made it work, but I still don't think that was his best natural position, and that he's not a real natural pass protector, which they have to take those 3 techs on over there at left guard more often than not, and that just didn't fit to his strength. So he doesn't have the mobility stuff you're looking for in linemen now. Christian Haynes has mobility. Satu Lamea has mobility. Michael Jarrell, even in the 6th round that we took, has mobility. You've got to be able to move in this new offensive scheme. And Damian Lewis just did not have the ability to do that. Specifically, kind of highlighting earlier on this channel a little bit with this, he just doesn't have ability in the screen game to get out in front, get out and lay those blocks out in space, to climb down to the second level. And whereas in the prior scheme, that was kind of something that was nice to have if it was convenient, it's now a prerequisite here in this new scheme. You have to, as a lineman, be able to do that stuff. And unfortunately, he just didn't have that really in his bag. Still a guy that can be useful in other places, but you didn't want to overpay him the money that you'd have to overpay him, and then you misalign him back into a scheme that doesn't work for him. Chris says, I need to see at least some preseason to have kind of an uneducated opinion. So much unknown. It's true. And as I always say, there is a variance to it. While I expect them to be a game better this year, while I expect them to push for playoff contention, if they were to land at 7 wins, wouldn't necessarily be shocking on the other side of it, because there is that unknown factor that comes into place. Maybe it takes a while to onboard all this stuff. Ricardo says, feeling the 10-7. We would have been 10-7 last year with a better scheme and coaching. Yeah, hell, you would have been better with the 10-7 last year with Jason Myers making one kick. So you were right there you were this close away already as it was on that, as it was last year too. One could make the argument though too on their sides that you had so many of those close games. You were also on the other side of the regression to the mean maybe coming into play here, where you're not going to be able to win those tight games as much next year. You're going to have 5 come back from behind victories in the fourth quarter from Gino and the boys. We'll see though. Bases, I guess 12-5 last year. I forget what I was at. I think I was at 11 wins or something. I can't remember. I wasn't right. I remember that. Regardless, the LA bias in a lot of football media is ridiculous. Yeah, the second they tried to move that team to LA, you saw how they were going to try to really pump LA up. And it gets a lot of this love. And part of me thinks that the media does that a little bit, Ricardo, because they're trying to make sure that the roots actually set into the soil there in LA, whereas the Raiders tried to get their roots to set, didn't happen. The Rams already once tried to get their roots to set there, didn't happen. So it's sort of the media going, we've got to make this stick. This is the second largest media market in the country. We've got to get a football team that can actually maintain there. So they're gonna make it happen come hell or high water, it seems like. And we'll see if it works. Isaac says, welcome, Michael Jarrell. Excited to see your son as a member of our Hawks. He hands down had the best draft call with John Schneider. He did have a great draft call. That was very fun to listen to, Isaac. I loved it as well. It's a cool little call there between JS and him. And yeah, we're very excited for this kid. Really, really cool pick. And we just love to see the investment in that offensive line here. So nice. Ricardo says, I don't see how you lose a future Hall of Famer and get better. Someone will have to explain that one to me. Yeah, I'm with you on that one too. You don't hear anybody giving him any sort of pullback on that one. It's sort of like people just kind of act like the Aaron Donald retirement didn't happen almost a bit in the way that no one really addresses it or speaks of it. It's like, you guys understand this guy is not just a Hall of Famer, but the greatest defensive wrecking presence the NFL has seen the past 10 years. And they're losing that. And he was still at that level last year. It wasn't like he had just completely fallen off the shelf. He was at that level. They relied upon it last year in that defense. That being gone now is no easy, you just jump right back over the fence and and I already hear people trying to say it a little bit of like, it's the assembly of the parts now. Yeah, they don't have the star power now, but they've just got all this good here and good here and good there. And now it's the collective strength of, okay, we'll see. But I do think it's going to hurt them a little bit. And that defense is going to look much more differently to us than it ever has here. Not only because it's kind of changing up its scheme a little bit too, but just because you don't have that guy that absolutely destroyed you for years running roughshod. 360 Bet says, I think the total wins could be anywhere from 8 to 12 wins this year. I think that's a pretty solid reference. I think even down to 7's a possibility, but I think 7 to 12, that's my variance as well, overall 360. I think it's very fair. .360 bets the Miami game. Week 3 could be a real statement game. I could see us getting a win. Tua is less than impressive, and hopefully Hill is getting old and stressed from those 11 kids. Laughing out loud. Yeah, it seems like Tyreek Hill's having a kid about once a month now. I don't know if it's his way just to stay in the news, or what it is, but boy, he is shooting him out, isn't he? Literally. So making it happen. But the Dolphins game will be a fun one. I'm very, very happy 360 bets that we get to face that game at home with Miami, that they've got to travel all the way across the country and come up to Washington rather than us having to go out on the East, especially an early game like that where if you're out of East, they're going to put you in the jerseys that have the colors. They'll be in the white jerseys so that you don't have the sunlight as hot on, or they don't have the sun as hot on them. And then you're down the South, and it's we've faced games like that in early seasons at times, and they're not fun. So being able to avoid that, having it at home, the crowd will be amped up. Miami's a fun team to play. I mean, they're going to do some wild things, but statement game's right. I mean, if you can start out the first 2 games 2-0 and you come in that game and you can pull off a 3rd win, that legitimizes you for a lot of people. We're like, ooh, Seattle's legitimately dangerous here. They're not just beating up on rookie quarterbacks now. They're taking on good quality teams out here in the AFC and taking them down. So, we got to evaluate where they're going to go this season, what their win total should be. War Chief says, I can understand the LA bias. It's the New York and Philadelphia bias that I don't understand. Laughing out loud. War Chief says, Brandon, I think we go 18-0 and we win the bye week also. Hey, win the bye week. Do the right things. Nobody get in any trouble. Could you imagine an 18-0 season? Oh my goodness. War Chief says, my Rams friends are trying to tell me that the guy replacing Donald is just as good. I politely giggled. So they're saying, so what you're trying to tell me is that they're saying, hold on here. Hold on. I got something for him on this. Somewhere. I hate when I can't find my stuff. I hate it when I can't find my stuff. Man, I had some stuff for you guys on this and I can't find it. Too many clips here. Oh, here we go. Okay, so hold on. So you're telling me oh, dude, it didn't do it all. Darn it. He actually blocks him. For some reason my deals did not download the way I wanted it to download. Gotta check the stuff before you put it live. He handled Braden Fisk at the Senior Bowl. So, I mean, I watched him give it to Braden Fisk. I think Braden Fisk said that was the toughest block that he had to deal with that week at the Senior Bowl was Christian Haynes. And Braden Fisk is nowhere near in the vicinity of Aaron Donald. He's not in the stratosphere. He's not in the stadium. He's not in the state. He's not in the country. He's out there on a little island in the Pacific, as far away from Donald from a talent level. But we'll see. I can't wait to point out a couple times it'll happen where Braden just gets ran over in the run game, especially, where his small arms just gets him lit up and taken on a ride in ways that you would have never seen Donald taken on a ride. Who's going after the Sean Alexander kid's record? Yeah, he is. He's going with a purpose about it, I'll tell you. Regardless, Braden Fisk is going to disappoint so many Ram fans. Don't look at his Senior Bowl tape. It's not pretty. No, the Senior Bowl was rough, including that there being a take where Haynes gave it to him as well. I mean, it's part of where I got surprised by the Workout Warrior stuff because, okay, he has the great 40, he has the great combine, but the Senior Bowl wasn't that awesome. He didn't look, he had some pretty rough moments where you can see he'll get overwhelmed with those small arms. And it's 31, I think it's 31-inch long arms. So ideally you want a defensive lineman with 33-inch long arms. The guy's got 31. It's not just kind of small. And then you do feel it on the tape where he goes into blocks and his hands come up and then the longer arms of the other offensive linemen get into him and they're touching him before he can hit them. And the first guy that makes contact a lot of times is the guy that's going to win in those battles. And he just can't do it with those tiny arms. He's got to try to quickly get into your chest. And that's just a technique that can only work so well. I was trying to bring up I thought I had the Senior Bowl up on. I processed it and it's not showing up right on my deal. So I had the clip with him with Braden Fisk, and I lost it. I don't know where it's at right now. But he handled Braden. Take my word for it. He took care of business with Braden. Ricardo says you can't replace $1 with 3 dimes. That's right. That's exactly how they see it. Steph says, have you seen all 22 films breakdown of Coach McDonald's defense? There's a Ravens fan, so he has a lot of videos on it. I have. I've gone through quite a bit. I think I know the one you're talking about where Mike McDonald's talking. He's in the corner speaking to what they're doing. I was going through a lot of those. And yeah, they're very informative, unusually so for what you would, kind of typically get in those kind of videos. So a lot of great details within it, a lot of stuff within it, stuff that can help you kind of learn this defense a little bit more thoroughly. Or not thoroughly, just because we're all kind of figuring it out. It's a new thing for everyone. But yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. They're really, really, really great videos. This is not an easy defense to kind of understand or learn. Hamza says, this season will be fun. I can't wait. Me neither. Let's go. Let's go. Brian Myers is not dumb enough to make that comparison. They only have to be good enough to beat teams' O-line next season. It's true. They only have to be good enough to beat teams' offensive line. It's true. It's just I find them to be a team that they've got some young guys in the line. Kobe Turner and Byron Young. They drafted the kid out of Florida State as well, right? Jared Verse off the edge. So they've definitely put something into that line, that's for sure. But missing Donald, I don't think that you just bounce past that and you're just going, okay, Donald goes and we've got these guys and now we'll be just the same in the place that we were before. I don't think so. I think that there's definitely going to be a little bit more needed to get over the top of that. They're good players, though. I don't want to undersell those guys that I just spoke about because those are quality guys. I certainly like them even a little bit more than Braden Fisk. Chad, my sister called, so had to pause you, but just caught up to your thoughts on Bevel and was nodding the whole way along. I'm glad I didn't sort of prime that question before hearing your thoughts. But my friend, I hated Bevel. Didn't like him a lot myself either, Chad. I didn't think that he necessarily, that part of that I would rail at times over the years with Russell Wilson and the neck up stuff and getting better at processing on time on script. Some of that is an outlet to me, Chad, that has to come from your offensive coordinator and training and getting this guy to build these elements into their game, to make it a point of emphasis as part of their game. And Russell never really did. And that's, to me, an outlet, a little bit of that coordinator not pressing as much on that. But what did he do? What did he do to push the envelope forward? How did he really take this offense and put his own kind of stamp on it, or just do something that was at the forefront or cutting edge within the sport? And the only thing I can think to is they were willing within Russell Wilson's first year to bring in some of the read option stuff. But even that, they weren't the forerunner of that. They saw Robert Griffith running it and they were like, oh, Robert Griffith's running it over there in Washington. We can run that stuff. So I guess we'll start running some of that stuff. It wasn't exactly coming from some brilliant kind of place. And so he just didn't do a lot. He was behind the ball, Chad, during the early 2010s through the late 2010s. We saw the main huge transition that we saw offensively was pre-snap motion. And pre-snap motion went from being something in the sort of low teens-ish area as far as the usage by and large on NFL teams, 12%, to something that was getting shot up to 27, 28, 29, 30% across the league now. And while this was being undertaken, his offense was one of those offenses that was stagnant, that was not moving at all. Again, as we were speaking about earlier on this, does that come back to the chicken and egg? Is that Coach Carroll saying, I don't like pre-snap motion, I'm going to restrict you in some of your pre-snap motion? Maybe that'd explain why Schottenheimer didn't have a lot of pre-snap motion and why Waldron didn't have a lot of pre-snap motion. It would make a lot more sense as to why those don't, is that it's a behest of the coach saying don't do it. But it was not there one way or the other. And so, if you're going to praise Bevel, or, where do you praise him on? Did Russell Wilson get a little bit better? Yeah, Russell took even bigger steps though under Schottenheimer. So yeah, I'm not a big fan of him. Don't know that there was a lot that he did. I think kind of comes down to being more of just kind of a yes man to what Carroll wanted you to do. And I think Carroll made the hire of Bevel with that in mind. Jeremy Bates, we're gonna butt heads. You're not going to do things the way I want it done. Jeremy Bates, you're out. The next guy that I'm going to bring in, I'm making sure he's towing the line. And we saw this with Coach Carroll's defensive hires as well. He's not bringing outside defensive minds to push his scheme, to challenge him on his ideas, to make sure that he's staying at the forefront. Instead, he hires yes men from within who are going to do it the way he tells them to. That's just sort of the feeling I got on it. Steph says, yes, he thinks we'll be good with our talent too because he does more with less. Indeed, Steph, you can make the argument on this. If you look at the Ravens defensive personnel, and they've got a lot of really good defensive pieces, no doubt about it. Justin Matabuki, Roquan Smith, Jadeveon Clowney having the career resurgence last year. They got some good players. But you could make the argument, and I think it's a pretty solid one, to say that this defense, from a pure talent standpoint, the Seahawks defense right now is more talented than that Ravens defense. And if you're giving him more talent, considering, as you just said, he did get by at times with less. I mean, there was no perennial defensive player of the year guy on that Ravens defense. It was really one that had to get by the collective, so to speak. But much better here, and certainly a much better secondary here than what he had to work with the Ravens out there. Can he get more from them then because of that? We'll see with it. It does build up some optimism, though, doesn't it? Chad says he couldn't manage the clock well and would often pass when he should have ran and ran when he should have passed, being Bevel. He regularly called ridiculous wide receiver screens, mostly to Harvin, and every time he'd just catch ball and run forward and get absolutely blasted by the D. You do not put a guy with that speed behind the line of scrimmage and try to turn him into a running back. I honestly felt bad for it, understood why he'd get angry. My ex-girlfriend was a 49er fan, and she loved football and actually understood it too. She called me on the day Bevel got fired and wished me happy Darrell Bevel got fired day. Laugh it out loud. It's all the things you say I think are pretty accurate to it. I think much like with Jimmy Graham, they sort of had a plan for how they would use Percy Harvin. And there was one game where they kind of pulled off really the perfect balance. I think that opening Green Bay Packers game to start the year off, where they kind of found a bit of a balance with it, but they never quite understood what to do with him. Just there's nothing that stood out in Bevel that was any spots you went to and went, oh, he's doing this really well, or he's really getting the most out of this, or he's getting by with the least, or he's being very inventive here or inventive there. It was very much a boring offensive scheme. I joked for many years with this, Chad, the lack of pre-snap motion, the lack of attacking to the edge of the defense, the lack of attacking the middle of the football field. These could all be extensions of Coach Carroll. They could have been something that Bevel agreed with, but it all restricted you. It restricted your offense, and it's no coincidence that the offense struggled to find consistency through those years, that it could find moments of explosion, but it couldn't find consistency, because you're not going to find consistency when there's that many parts that are being held back by. There's that many things that are intrinsically wrong within your scheme and the nature of your offense. King Bomber in the house. What's up, King Bomber? It's good to see you, brother. Says, what's up, Brandon? Haven't caught your stream in a hot minute. Having to resort to listening to the replays. Well, I'm glad you're catching up on the replays, King Bomber. It's good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. We've been having a great off season here, man. Cooking through, and we're almost home. We were just about there. So good. Randall McDaniel with the $2 donation. Thank you for that, Randall. I really, really do appreciate you for that, brother. He says, Haynes versus Murphy one-on-one drill in camp is must see. It will be fun to watch these two go head-to-head. I think Murphy's going to give him a lot. Murphy's not the kind of matchup, I think, Randall, that Haynes is going to want to see. Haynes is, I think, going to be much better suited for more of an atypical nose tackle versus having a really twitched up 3-tech type. That's going to be the ones that, he can stand in front of those guys a little bit, but when Murphy gives him a bit of that combination of quickness to power, when he converts that explosiveness to power, that's where Haynes is going to have some hard times at times in those one-on-one drills with Murphy. And we're really going to feel that talent of Murphy and what he brings to the table on that, because it's those two unique aspects he can bring, where he can be super ultra quick, but then he can be really powerful too. It's a bit of the thing that Randy Mueller was noting when I was talking to him, interviewing him, former Seahawks general manager, where he said, with when I was bringing up my comparison of John Randall with the Minnesota Vikings, and I was asking him about it, and he goes, yeah, I could see the quickness there with those two guys. And he said Murphy's got a little bit more of that power to his game that's unique. And I do think that is a spot that shouldn't be undersold as well. So yeah, those one-on-ones are going to be fun between those two guys, Randall. I think Murphy's going to get him though. I do think Murphy might get the best of him on some of those. Hawks, do you expect a lot of growing pains next season from such a young coaching staff? Hard to say exactly on that, Hawks. On the surface of it, you just say, yes, you're going from the oldest coach to the youngest coach in the NFL. You have a guy like Ryan Grubb being taken from the college level to the pro level. You have Dirty, your defensive coordinator. He's never been a defensive coordinator before. It's going to be one for the first time this season. So inexperience is at the head of this. And what inexperience teaches us Hawkso is that typically tends to be one that there's going to be growing pains within that. There are things that offset this, I think. I've spoken to, the level of talent that you have on this roster, which is very unique for these coaches to come in, where they could be going through those growing pains, and those growing pains hurt and cause some nicks and cuts on the team throughout the year a little bit here and there, but then they get offset by just the level of talent that the team has that's able to kind of sweep that bit of stuff under the rug. And it could play out in that way from, that being a happy kind of remedy to it a little bit. You're just so talented, your young talent's just so ready to pop that they can kind of offsuit some of those, mistakes you might see from a first-time staff. Some of this has also, I think, been gotten out ahead of pawn. Hawkso. Leslie Frazier has coached in this league. He's been a head coach in this league. He has been in this league for decades and decades and decades and decades. He is the guy that you brought onto the staff to be a guy to give Mike McDonald specifically a guy, as John Schneider said, a guy that can see around the corners up ahead of things, can see problems starting to set up to happen before they happen. Essentially, those first-time mistake problems that young coaches have to go through, Frazier can maybe ramp some of that up for Mike McDonald. On top of the fact that Mike McDonald has a history with two elder coaches that have been in the game for a very long time to learn from them already in advance, right? Both of the Harbaugh brothers have coached for years and years and years. And so two guys that I think would be very helpful in instructing your process when you do get into this place of being able to be a head coach. So there's a lot there to believe that there's reasons that they might be able to avoid some of this a little bit, but there is no denying that there is a green sense to the staff a little bit. Youngest coach in the league, new positional coordinators, That's that push and pull and hard point of predictability about this upcoming season, Hawkso, of what wins out. Does the youth and inexperience, does going from the most simplified to the most complicated, does that end up telling the tale of the Seahawks season this year? And that you had some good moments, you showed some signs, the process is coming into be, but yet those potholes that you hit in the road were just enough to kind of set you off a bit to where you couldn't quite get to playoff status this year. Could be the way. And it could be also on the other side of it just as easily of the young talent really was ready to pop this year. You got the benefits of having 3 really great drafts now coming up to the forefront. You're feeling the fruits from those drafts coming up at the forefront. And that with it was able to push this team to a place of, if not contending, to at least to a playoff contention standpoint of things. I think it can go either way, Hawkso. I think it's hard to determine for certainty at this point in time, one way or the other of it, though. That, it's going to be this most likely, or it's going to be that most likely. It's hard to say. King Bomber says, thinking about grabbing a jersey, what color should I grab? Debating between the remade throwbacks and the prime lime jerseys. I am not a lime jersey guy, King Bomber. I do not like the lime colors at all. So I'll be all about the throwback. Get the throwback for sure, man. That'll be my next one when I get a jersey, is I'll be getting a throwback for sure. Hamza says, where do you have us finishing this year? Sorry, you probably already talked about this. Right now as it stands, Hamza, and I got to say, I'm going to request, give me just a little extra time as we lead into the season to get that final evaluation and think about it and really ponder this, to the ultimate, to kind of try to make as accurate an assessment as anything. And as I just spoke about a few moments ago, it's hard to make that kind of evaluation on this team because there is a wide variance of where the team could land out at. I'm going to go 10 wins. I'm going to go pushing for playoff contention. I think the schedule is set up to allow for you to get 10 wins. You don't have the absolute horrendous stretch of games that we had last year through the back end of the schedule. It's very balanced. You've got 9 home games. It's just really well set up for you, I think, to get to that 10-win route. And that there'll be some ups and downs with the new coaching staff, but overall there'll be more ups, and that the team will be right there knocking on the door of playoff contention come the end of the year. That'd be my gut instinct on it. But I do reserve the time to maybe change a little bit of that outlook, Hamza. Green Bomber says, yeah, I was leaning to grabbing a throwback jersey. I love the lime, though. I know they have a lot of haters though. Yeah, I can't do the lime. I've tried to learn to love it. Action green is what they call it. I call it lime. I go lime. Hand Grenade says, I'm going to buy a throwback Bobo. That's a good buy. It's a real good buy. Hamza says, the offseason went by so fast, we're almost there. It's close, Hamza. I'll tell you, June was brutal for me. June took forever. Legit took like a long, long period of time to June. But got to the other side of it, thank God. It just, holy Lord. July is starting to go a little bit faster. Hallelujah. Warchi says, my next throwback is either going to be Walter Jones or Beast Mode. I always stick with those that retire with us, or in Beast Mode's case, comes back home and retires. Yeah, those are good buys. I'd get either of those two to War Chief. I'd lean on both those two as good ones. Yeah, Marshawn, you don't blame. Marshawn's a little bit like the Griffey thing going to Cincinnati back in the day. As hard as that was till you see him leave Seattle. If a guy's reasoning is to go back to a hometown team, and in the Raiders' case, a team that was on the edge of maybe being moved out of town, you can understand a guy's thinking behind that. You don't begrudge him for that. Those are valid reasons, for sure. King says, yeah, I can't believe it. We're a month away. 1 month, man. A couple weeks from training camp starting. It's going to happen. Hansa says, I love the Leslie Frazier hire. He also chose to work with Mike. I do too. It's exactly what you want to do if you want to bring in a young coach. The Rams did this for McVay when he came in. McVay at the time as well, youngest coach in the NFL. You brought in Wade Phillips, a guy who had, just like with Frazier, almost exactly the same kind of background as a Leslie Frazier. You set him up with Wade Phillips, and we saw with McVay that he didn't have to go through those growing pains either, right? McVay didn't have to sit there and kind of find his way. It all worked pretty quickly there with McVay right out the jump. And that's partly because you gave him that guy in Wade Phillips like McDonald will have with Leslie Frazier. And as big a hire on that staff as any hire this offseason, including Ryan Grubb, is Leslie Frazier. I think the Hawks says tequila shots when wearing the lime jerseys. It does kind of go together, doesn't it? Does kind of go together. King Bomber says, by the way, how was your final draft board this past year? Also, do you think we make any moves at linebacker? Draft board. So it was pretty good. It was pretty good, King Bomber. If I can find my... See if I can find my last deal here. It's probably buried. I have to locate where I got my documents. Maybe I can find it through this. Give it a shot here. Yeah, since I dumped it in some other place, I got to find where I put it. But I think I got 27 of the 32 first round picks as far as the guys taken in the first round. I didn't get, of course, the order right or anything like that right with it, but was able to do pretty good with landing on the guys that I had taken in the first round. And my big board was good as well. I'm trying to bring up my big board and show you some of who got taken where, but for some reason I can't find my my deal here. I don't know where I put it. I don't know where I set it at. I had it in there, but I don't have it in there. So I'd have to look for it. Sorry, I thought I had that thing somewhere at hand, and I can't find it. But I did pretty good. Overall, I thought getting 27 of the first rounders out was good. Not many misses in there on that side of it. And the big board aligned pretty good too as well, where, looking at it, I had most of the guys going in the right rounds for the most part. I didn't miss on terribly too many. So always get a little bit more right. I think every year a little bit better about getting closer and more accurate to a King Bomber. Wish I could find that stupid thing. Love to bring that up. Oh, there we go. There we go. So yeah, it's hard to find this stuff sometimes. Here, hold on. I know you guys are seeing my picture within picture here. Come on. There we go. So pretty good. You can see here I had quarterbacks got taken in about the right spots. This can't be my final one, is it? This is like an early version, actually. Goodness gracious. I don't know. I don't know where my hell my deal is right now. I'll have to look it up offline, show you another timeline, King Bomber. I did good though on targeting where the guys were overall. Not too shabby. And I totally put it in a spot that was going to be easy for me to locate where it is, and then I can't find it now. It's driving me a little bit crazy. Interesting. You try to get organized with stuff, you know, and you just end up, yeah, not there. I'll locate it at some point. I'll show it to you on the next one. I'll find where I put it at, buried it somewhere. He says, also, do you think we make any more moves at linebacker? I think, I think eventually we're going to have to do something at inside linebacker, King Bomber. You know, we don't have kind of even that really Devin Bush this year that we had of last year. You know, that insurance policy for you with Jordan Brooks and Bobby Wagner, where you had some quality that you could go to behind those guys if the first guys went down. It's not there right now. And Tyrese Knight is a guy that I think is going to take about a year to be really developed into a place where he'll even be ready or able to go out there and be an inside linebacker for you. I mean, you can probably mix him in there into a role this year, but I think he's going to take a little bit of time to kind of get set and right and ready. And so I do find myself in a position with him, a little bit of thinking that you're going to have to make a move here. The team's freed up some cap space recently, King Bomber, by restructuring Draymond Jones's contract. So maybe you go out there and spend it for a guy that's out there like a Quan Alexander type out on the open market that's just kind of a journeyman inside linebacker that's bounced around the league, but you know what you're getting in him. You know he's stable for you if you have to put him on the field for a while. He's not going to be a game wrecker or do a lot, but he'll get the job done at least at a bare minimum state of things. So I think you're going to have to go and make a move. Come hell or high water at some point with that, I would say. But we'll see. Spaces, did Marshawn Lynch retire as a Seahawk? I don't think he did. I think he retired as a Raider. But King Bomber, if I'm looking at the likely place on the roster of a position they're going to address at some point in training camp, that they're going to make an actual substantial move to improve or help, it would be that inside linebacker position. Both of the two guys that you got in free agency this offseason, King Bomber, are both working through their own separate injuries right now in addition to this. So there is a little bit of a sense of urgency on going out there and figuring this thing out and getting something handled here. Isaac's going for the throwback Witherspoon. That's a great pick. It's a hell of a pick. When's the first preseason game? It's first preseason game is going to be August 10th. We are inside a month from the first preseason game. We got Seahawks, Chargers. Harbaugh, McDonald, are you ready? Dig Doc says, yeah, Marshawn loves Oakland. Looking forward to his podcast with his agent and the California governor, the Three Musketeers. Yes. Interesting combination between those three. We'll see how that one goes. We'll see how that one goes. Mom and Pops, SRT says, hola, Brandon, good evening. Go Hawks. 10 wins seems very doable. We're young and a slight coaching rebuild, but I think we can do it. I love the confidence. I do as well. I think it's realistic. I think it's feasible. One game better than you were last year. Still some room there within that record for some ups and downs and some learning, growing pains for McDonald and company. Would be definitely a successful season if you could get to that state. King Bomber says, also, I distinctly remember John Schneider saying that we weren't done with roster moves this offseason. You think there's an incoming trade coming, maybe somewhere on the O-line or the corner room? I think right now they're set on those two positional groups pretty heavily, King Bomber. I mean, they've gone very, very hard to address the offensive line from in recent years. You drafted three guys in this draft alone. You signed George Fant. You signed Laken Tomlinson. You signed Nick Harris to add with all of the collection of the young talent that you have there in the O-line. So I don't think it's that. With the corner room, you did some similar stuff there as well. You have Devin Witherspoon, Tariq Woolen, Trey Brown, and Michael Jackson. Those guys are all likely to make the team. In addition to that, you've got Artie Burns. And then you picked two cornerbacks in this draft in addition to that, Nehemiah Pritchett and DJ James. So you've already loaded up your cornerback room to the utmost, King. That's where I come back to, you mentioned that inside linebacker, where I think it does very squarely fall on that position being the one where if there's room to be improved, if there's room to go out there and find a move that can help that position out, that would be the one. I don't think that it's going to be a substantial move. It could be very much a trade. I think this is going to be a value trade situation, though. You know, a team that maybe is really well stocked up on inside linebackers, King. You know, they've got a guy that deserves to start but can't start because the opportunity just isn't there to do it. And you make a trade like that, but it'd be like more a 4th, 5th round pick kind of trade if you're going to do that rather than going out there and making a true splash signing. Partly because splash trade, partly because I don't think that there's really a splash trade to be made, King Bomber. At this time of year, if you're trading for a guy who would be splashy, it's going to be a guy that's going to be in a bit of a contract, being pissed at his contract. You know, Jamal Adams, Jadeveon Clowney on the franchise, Sheldon Richardson, I think it was. You know, you got to have, there's not a lot of those kind of situations right now currently in the league that align up to what we have as a need there. Chad says, I'm matching up to you, but loved your response on pre-snap motion. And I think it's pretty obvious that it as Pete Carroll, I'd never hate Pete Carroll and still a huge fan of using the run game to control the clock. But it's pretty clear that the lack of motion with all three offensive coordinators was a real problem. Really old-fashioned and basically just simple-minded. It really is. It comes down to, I do believe the same thing, is that we make guesses here, but we're making educated guesses. And when you have three separate coordinators come through, when you have a 10-year period of data to sift through and look at what's going on, it does give you a pretty clear idea of how the offense is being driven, especially when you do have a guy like Coach Carroll, as I do say, is right or wrong, good or bad. It isn't to make a distinction about making a judgment that he does this, but he is one of those kind of coaches that's going to put his fingers into all the pies. He's going to feel like, in me putting my fingers in all these pies, the net result of that is going to be a net beneficial to the team. That could very well be the case that was the case in so many respects. But it does get hard when you see those things like the lack of pre-snap motion, Chad, like we're going to target the middle of the field at the 32nd rate in the NFL on a yearly basis and not go, this seems like there's a little bit of a heavy-handed swath coming through here, which is not necessarily best for the bottom line of the offense, to make the offense the most productive it can be, to make the offense to score as much as it possibly can score. I've racked my brain and I can't for the life of me understand why you'd be against pre-snap motion if you're Coach Carroll. What's the down? I don't want to target the middle of the field because there's a higher rate of turnovers when targeting the middle of the field versus outside the numbers. I can see Carroll where his logic moved with that one, but I don't get the one where you go lack of pre-snap motion stuff. But I agree. I think when you go through three coordinators who don't do it, especially the one to really indicate here, Chad, is going to be Waldron. Waldron comes from a McVay scheme, which is one of the bigger users of pre-snap motion in the entire NFL. And then he comes to Seattle and just forgets how to use that in his offense. Doesn't make sense. Doesn't add up. Speaks to there being something else there at play. Something else there factoring in. Or Chief Overlock. Whoa, Brandon, the split screen is intense. I kind of like it. It's like one screen is Brandon doing something. The other screen is Brandon watching Brandon doing something. I like it. We'll eventually do a Brandon Reacts the old stream stuff. Probably next off season when we're looking for content. We'll go back through some old streams. Yeah, it says, great comparison with McVay and Wade Phillips. I love the Frazier hire as well, and that alone stopped me from hating the Pete Carroll firing. Big help to go and get that guy. And something I was definitely saying for a while, Chad, we got to make sure we do this if we're going to bring in the young guy. You have to do it if you're going to bring the young cat in. We saw with a guy like Staley with the Chargers. Chargers didn't provide Staley that same kind of steadying presence there, and he was the worst for it. King Bomber, I remember some former Hawks player was vouching for the Eagles linebacker, Zach Cunningham. He could be the guy in that mix. Definitely a guy that I think is in play. I think he's still a free agent right now. Oh, they got him with the Titans currently. Well, he's still listed as on the 8. Let me see them. Yeah, I guess he is a free agent right now still. He could be interesting. 69 PFF score last year. Is he on the? Maybe he's on the Titans actually. I thought somebody had signed him. That's why I'm just double checking that I'm speaking not out of school here. No, it doesn't look like they signed him either. Woohoo. So, could be an interesting cat. 69 overall score from PFF last year. Not too shabby. So, good as a run defender, good in coverage. This guy would foot the bill. Had a little bit of an injury plague season in 2022. Was just so in 2021. But yeah, this is a good suggestion on your guys' part. This is probably exactly the type of guy that we'd be looking at right now at the current moment if we're looking to try to address the position a little bit more thoroughly. Brandon with Brandon's. King Bomber, it's unfortunate that our two starters right now, both are guys who aren't making the 53-man roster. Two starters. Oh, because they're just holding the water until Dotson and Baker can get back. Those would be your starters once you get to the season. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $20 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. He says, foreseeing in camp holdouts, hold-ins, not necessarily our Hawks, but anywhere in the league, we almost always see a big name guy demand a trade. Seems like Ayuk, T. Higgins could be on the move. Could see Devontae Adams too. I do see Devontae Adams being moved. You've got that just horrible soundbite with him on the Raiders sideline, tearing into Jimmy Garoppolo and, just hating life. I don't understand why the Raiders would keep him anyway. They're not in a position to win right now. You made that move because you're trying to get to a winning state, and you were in a different state of mind when you traded for him from the Packers. Just offload him and move on. There's no reason to do otherwise. Now they have to eat a lot of dead money on that, and they don't like to do that, Randall. So we'll see with him. Ayuk definitely seems like one that you would speak to as being, they've got to figure out a situation there that he's not just going to come into camp and be like, okay, you didn't pay me. Too bad. I don't think it's going to go that way. So they're going to have to figure out Ayuk. I would anticipate there's going to be a trade from the Niners. If it's not Ayuk, it's going to be somebody else to then sign Ayuk. How about Trent Williams? Trent Williams has been squawking a little bit about wanting to be paid a little bit more there with the 49ers. And he's a guy getting to the end of the road. Is that a guy that comes into camp fully, or does he kind of knows that he's got the Niners in a pickle where the Niners are, they know they can't go without him this year. And he's played really well for them. And he can maybe push them a little bit more to give them a little bit more of that money at that point. So he would definitely be a guy on the radar, Randall. Going through the rest of the NFL. I don't think they've got the CD Lamb deal done yet with the Cowboys. He could be a guy that raises some hankles over there from that side of it. Other than that, I don't see anybody else with any hold-ins. No. I think we'll have a pretty clean start through the year at this point on that angle of things. It'll be pretty quiet this year with that stuff, I think, Randall. But you're right about Devontae Adams. I think the Raiders flip him for what you can. Send him over to the Jets for a third rounder and call it a day. Whatever you can get from them. Jets will do that all day long. You know, just got to know when you got to know when to cut bait on that one. When the guy's mic'd up, being like, "Get me out of here! I'm gonna get killed. I don't get out. Get me out." Got to get that guy out. But no, it looks, looking at the teams, Randall, I just kind of spun through the standings on this, and none of the teams have anybody that they all kind of paid their guys if there was somebody to be paid. Cowboys with CD. But Eagles have already paid all their guys. Giants have got nobody. You know, all the defensive linemen have paid in recent years. Everybody's pretty fat and happy and good. Yeah, Zach wouldn't be bad, Chris. Zach would make me feel a lot more better about where we're at with this linebacker room than I currently do. Ricardo feeling a trade for a linebacker at the trade deadline. Who do you think could be a target? Ooh, that's tough. So you got to look at an inside linebacker on a team that maybe underperforms. Maybe a team that thinks that they're going to be good during the year, but then isn't good during the year. What team fits that mark? Sorry. It's a good question. It really is. I probably would have to do some more research on this because, you know, a couple years ago, you went in the season knowing Roquan Smith was going to be paid. You could look at that guy as being a guy that'd be targeted at the deadline to be a moved guy because they weren't going to pay him. Harder to do that right now, looking across the league. And especially as I think it's going to have to be a team that, of course, isn't in playoff contention and thinks that they're just completely out of it by that point. You know, I mean, maybe if, like, for instance, if the Jets came back and Rodgers got injured and they underperformed halfway through the year, could you make a move for a guy like a CJ Mosley? You know, that would maybe be a guy, but it would have to be that kind of scenario. There's no just knowingly bad teams walking into this year that are just not good that you'd go, well, there's the middle linebacker and go with that. Like the Patriots aren't going to be probably a pretty good team this year, but they don't really have an inside linebacker, I think, necessarily that we would look at. Where there would be a target for them willing to move. And you can kind of make it, you can kind of run a similar exercise. It's like the Tennessee Titans, they're going to probably be bad this year. But again, with them, who's their inside linebackers? You know, they got Kenneth Murray in there, who's been kind of a Jack Gibbons, you know. There's not a lot of guys who stand out to me that are, it's got to be a guy that's on a good team that goes bad at this point, pretty much. And I'll try to do a little more research into where maybe a guy's at contractually, or whether somebody's on a make or break, or whether a team's got maybe a young guy who's sitting stacked behind a guy, so they want to move the front line guy to get the young guy. But there isn't a lot right now as I look at it on the surface of it, Ricardo. I'll have to dive deeper into this because just going through team, you just go Chicago, you go no, Terrell Edmonds they just signed there, they're not going to, if they're bad. The Saints, if the Saints were bad, could you make a move for a Demario Davis? You know, give this guy an opportunity to go to a winner as he's getting late in the hour of his career. Would the Saints be willing to do that? Hard to say on that. Chad says, wow, a freaking Godfather reference. Nice. You got to work in a little Godfather reference every once in a while. It's a must. Addicted Hawk says, who's buying the John Radigan throwback jerseys if Schneider doesn't pick up another inside linebacker before the season starts? Don't sleep on Radigan, man. Don't you sleep on Radigan. King Bomber, I mean, they might trade a guy from the offensive line or corner room because you have so many guys because of the draft. Oh, okay, my bad. I misunderstood on your reference with that. Yes, I think especially the cornerback room, King Bomber, Trey Brown, Michael Jackson. These are two guys that would stand out as me as maybe trade target guys that you'd look on that. I don't know if as much the offensive line, because I don't know who's going to be really in a numbers game there. Stone Forsythe could be maybe the guy in that Stone, where you like Michael Jarrell. He becomes your backup tackle. Stone's already heading into kind of a contract year anyway. Team likes Stone. You can maybe get something like a 5th or 6th for Stone at that point. And you just like the offset value if you're John Schneider to add another pick for a guy that wasn't necessarily going to make your roster. That could be a guy that fits into that mold there. But he'd be the only guy offensive line-wise. So just him, Mike Jackson, Trey Brown would be the 3 guys potentially along that road. Yeah. Warchie says, wrong, guys. Marshawn Lynch came back for one playoff game in 2019, thus retiring a Seattle Seahawks. Look it up. My bad. I forgot about that. Totally spaced that one out. King Bomber, I was scrolling through PFF's top linebackers the other day. Not a single one of the top 32 were in the past 3 NFL drafts except for Devin Lloyd. It's been a very thin inside linebacker class, King Bomber, over the past few years. So that's a kind of the representation of that. There just isn't a lot of difference makers. There's been guys that have been solid prospects, but you even look at them as like late 2nd, 3rd round guys. It's even a guy like Junior Colson this year. He's been starting since his freshman year. Has a load of tape on there on part of a national championship defense, all that. Still a guy ends up kind of getting into the depths of the 2nd round. Yeah. For whatever reason, it's a little bit like the tight ends talent's been, King Bomber. It's been a recent few years of just kind of a dearth of really talented options coming through. It sort of has just played out that way. We play against the Titans in the preseason. Regardless, as McDonald did trade for Roquan Smith when he was at the Ravens, I don't know who will likely be available. Some talented linebacker that a team doesn't want to be of a big second contract too. That'd be what we got to look for, and we'll see if we can kind of find that or not. It has to be the right timing of there being a guy out there. I just have to do a little bit of a research on where there's always at least one guy out there on that. Just not sure who. Or she says, I'm trusting McDonald. If he says Knight's the guy, I'm going to trust him. He's the linebacker guru, so I get that. I think Brandon Carroll probably didn't like pre-snap motion because his offensive line had the heebie-jeebie motion penalties without having pre-snap sets. It could have been that. It could have definitely been that. Chad says, oh no, motion. Maybe Pete Carroll just didn't want his guys to be overthinking on plays. Could be a college coaching mentality. Who knows? Yeah, kind of hard to say on that. It's just harder for me to relate exactly what the downside is on utilizing it, But you're right. Maybe just less moving parts, keeping things simple. Holy Sam, good day. Brian, we already talked about, but how's he out for the season after learning he's going to the Titans? Hamza, I have a feeling Dotson will have a great year and an early huge paycheck. And Baker, if he can stay healthy, the linebacker group will ball out. They're both really good linebackers on the front side of this. I definitely don't question them, Hamza. I think that they're good players too. I just worry about the depth at it, and especially because they're both kind of injured right now. So there's a little bit of a concern here of if those injuries persist, you don't have a lot to call upon. Yeah, the sideline worker thing that happened with Adams was after he just had a concussion. Remember with those guys, when they do get a concussion, one of the things that happens is you get really emotional. And I was talking to a guy, Chad Brown, former great Seahawks great this offseason, and he was telling me about a moment when he got concussed badly on the field, and it can get you angry, it can get you acting out. Like he was threatening the life of his training staff at the time, and it's It's not ideal, but it's just kind of something that can happen when that stuff goes like that. Bomber says, I feel like Mike Jackson, Trey Brown, and Artie Burns get moved. It's possible. I don't know if Artie Burns is going to have a lot of value out there. I could see Jackson and Brown having a little bit of late round value to them. I don't think you're going to get a lot for them, but you can get maybe a little bit of a little bit of something. And yeah, Forsythe being the other guy. Randall, thank you for the $2 donation. I appreciate you for that, Randall. You're always kind, sir, and I salute you. Always awesome on the support, brother. What does a successful year for Charbonnet look like? Does a successful year for Charbonnet look like? I think you meant year 2. So I'll go with year 2, because of course Charbonnet is just heading into his second season. I'm kind of working on a Charbonnet video. I'm sort of looking for the angle of the video right now, Randall. Like, I've got the cut-ups, I got the thumbnail done, and I'm trying to figure out my angle on how to talk exactly about Zach Charbonnet. Because I don't feel anything but good about the kid. I don't think I feel anything but good about his opening rookie year. I think he is in a little bit of a tough straight as far as to be featured, Randall, because I think Walker's due to be a breakout guy this year. I think he's a guy to be due to be given a lot of carries this year and be featured to a high degree both in the run and the pass. I think Kenny McIntosh has got to find a role in this team because he provides such a unique skill set, and that role very well could end up eating into some of Zach Charbonnet's third down snaps that he was so exclusively being given last year. But I still do trust in this kid's talent. In prepping for this show, in this video I want to do on Charbonnet, I went back and looked in the last 10 years in NFL history. There's only been one time that a team has gone and picked a running back in the first or second round and then come back in the first or second round the very next year and taken a running back like the Hawks did with Charbonnet. And so he's a hard player a little bit because he's caught in a bit of a hard place as far as his usage goes this year. But with what carries he does get, I think he's going to maximize those carries, Randall. I think he's a legitimately very talented running back. And as a 1-2 punch with Walker, he's going to work really well. I think the fact that he's not necessarily going to get a ton of touches unless there's an injury doesn't necessarily bode for the fact that he's not a good player or that he's not can be basically kind of a difference maker at the running back position. It's more of just that you're so stacked at the running back position and there's only so many balls to go around, only so many touches to hand out. But I like Charbonnet. I liked his first year, and I think he will have a role on this team. It's just, it's a good problem to have, Randall, with a stacked backfield like this. Ricardo says Mike Jackson for a linebacker trade feels like something that will happen if Nehemiah proves to be decent. I could see that. It's a good way of just kind of offloading a little bit of what's a glut for something that's a bit of a scarcity on your team. I like it. That'd be a creative solution for Schneider to go at with this, Ricardo, if he can pull it off. King Bomber, as much as I want Tomlinson to be off the roster, I think we're going to keep him because of how young the room is. Makes Roquan Smith deal for the Ravens that much nicer. Yeah, the Roquan Smith deal was awesome for the Ravens to be able to kind of squeeze that away from the Bears. They had to give him the money too, so they paid him a load of grip of cash to make it happen. But it was good trade assets that they were able to flip, where you're getting a former top 10 first round pick for second, fourth rounder, I think is what they gave up for him. Tomlinson was a guy I wasn't really hyped on either, King Bomber, when he walked in, just because not a movement guy, not a guy that you would think ideally would fit into a spread-based system. But he seems to be working his butt off. The team seems to be very high on him. And as you say, he does provide a steady veteran hand in a room of very young men across the board. Rookies, first-year, second-year guys, third-year guys. You're going to have a veteran in there somewhere that can help these guys out. And he would seem to be that guy for this room and probably going to be your day one starter at left guard as it stands right now. Random McDaniel, thank you for another $2 donation. I appreciate you for that. He says, Kobe Bryant make the team. Mac may like the flexibility. Mac loves flexibility as much as anything on a player, Randall. When I look at the safety room right now, you of course got Rayshon Jenkins and Julian Love as your starters. Jarek Reed coming back from the ACL. I think Kobe Bryant is your fourth safety. And the fact that he can play some corner just kind of really locks that in. It's enough already that you don't really have a lot of safety competition around him at that point. But then the fact that he can also play corner on top of it, I think that's just the 1-2 that allows him to kind of be sort of locked into making the roster at this point. And not just play 2 positions, almost 3 positions, because he can play safety, outside corner, or slot. So you get kind of 3 for 1 sort of with him. Brian says, I think Bradford makes the move to left guard and plays more than Tomlinson. I could see that happening. Definitely has the athleticism to make it happen over there at left guard. Ricardo says, Tomlinson has the opposite problem, plays all games, but sometimes you wish he didn't. True. Very true, especially lately. Grandizer, Jackson, Brown, and Michael Jackson on the Seahawks. That would make a good concert. Running on empty and beat it. You ever seen the mix-up that one guy did with I think it was Michael Jackson and the guy with from Genesis, Phil Collins. I can feel it coming. And then they mixes it in with a Jackson song, kind of one of those mashups. Actually worked really good. It sounds really good, actually, if you can look it up on YouTube. It's a good little beat. That would work. Jackson Brown, running on empty, beat it. Running on empty, beat it. Running on empty, beat it. A little bit of a house music over the overtop. Poof, 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 poof. Beat it. Poof, poof, poof. Random McDaniel, thank you for the $2 donation. He says, Pete raising the 12th man flag week 1 or wait for playoff. I don't know if Pete would be very interested, number 1, in raising it either week 1 or during the playoffs, Randall. I think that there would be a feeling from Pete here. If you got to the playoffs of, I would have gotten you guys there this year too if you hadn't fired me. You know, like I think Pete's standpoint on this would be like, you know, I prepped the meal. You know, I brined the chicken. I seasoned everything. I put it all out on the grill. I heat up the grill. I got it all cooking. And then McDonald's just going to come here and just serve it all onto the plates. Does that create a little bit of bitterness if that then happens to where you have that success from Pete's standpoint of it going, you know, good for them, but I'm not raising your damn flag. You know, Pete eventually will raise the 12th man flag at some point someday, but I would imagine the wound is still a little bit too soon new right now to think that he'll do it this season, Randall. I could be wrong. Pete is a good guy and certainly maybe doesn't have that axe to kind of grind, but you could understand if he did have the grind on that, right? Ricardo says, but where's Tito Jackson? Randall, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, I used 4 instead of 4 to save characters. I get it. Okay, there we go. I was thinking year 4 of Charbonnet. You're talking about like, we have him in his contract year and then do we use him to then, or you try to keep him? I was trying to like go, maybe we keep him under wraps and we don't use him as much. So then we can like sign him to another contract and Walker will move on that point. And then then he'll be your feature guy then. I thought you were going deep with it, Randall. I was about to go deep on that one. He says, I think Charbonnet is a lot like A.J. Dillon, more change of pace than a featured back. It's possible, Randall. I think that the talent level between A.J. Dillon and Charbonnet is a lot different, though. I think Charbonnet's got a lot more ability than A.J. Dillon does. I think A.J. Dillon, if you go back and watch the college tape between these two guys, go watch A.J. Dillon at Boston College, go watch Charbonnet at UCLA. They are very different runners in what they do dynamically and what they're able to create on their own. A.J. Dillon's going to get what you get blocked for him. Charbonnet can create on his own. He's got the change of direction. I think A.J. Dillon's built like a power back. I don't think he always runs like a power back. And Charbonnet's got to build like a power back who can run like a power back. So I mean, part of this for me, Randall, too, is I'm a real down guy on A.J. Dillon. I've always been I've been a bit of a down guy on A.J. Dillon since he was drafted at Boston College, and I don't think he's done a lot with the Packers to get me much more higher on him than I was in my initial evaluation. Part of it also for me, Randall, is how much I like Charbonnet as a running back and how good I think he is. Especially when it comes down to, for me, Randall, the ability to create on your own. The ability to not need to have it all just blocked up well for you, which I think Charbonnet has in his bag a bit. So there are definitely some similarities there between the two of them a bit. They're both power backs. inherently. But I think Charbonnet does give you just a little more juice, a little more dynamic element to him. But hell of a back in that role and what he'll be able to provide. E-Bomber says, what about Kayvon Wallace? Kayvon Wallace a little more pure free safety-ish. It depends on if they're going to plan on keeping 4 safeties or 5, I think, King. I like with Kobe that you keep him because he's got the versatility and, comes down to the backup safeties. One guy's got more versatility over the other, but they're even on everything else. Does that versatility end up winning out and causing it to be enough to take the other guy over the top? I'm sort of counting on that in Kobe Bryant's case. But Wallace is in the mix for sure. And maybe it's Jarek Reed that goes and Wallace stays. There will be a true battle there between all those guys. Chad says, man, I'm dying to watch Kenny McIntosh get some playing time. I have no idea why he didn't play at all last year. He was injured for the whole dang season. What do you think? In the final scrimmage game, so the inter team scrimmage contest that went on between the Seahawks before you got to the first preseason games, he got his knee twisted up very badly, and it seemed to take a very long period of time throughout the year to heal up. He just could not get it right. By the end of the year, they had him back to practicing, Chad, and in the final practice week leading up to the Cardinals game where he was going to be due to be given a lot of carries, he got his hand smushed. I don't know if he got his hand broken, but the hand got smushed in practice, so he missed the final week of the season because of that, as I understand it. I will be right back, folks. One sec. But I'm excited for Kenny this year too, Chad. I think he's really going to be the guy to drive that third down back roll because he's just so well suited to do it. Bomber says, I'm glad Kenny McIntosh didn't play last season, extends his contract for another year, basically. Exactly. Yeah, that's true. If the guy doesn't play, then you get to kind of extend it out. It's true. Docs, if Kobe could dance, would he be doing the safety dance? Oh my God, I must have been snorting paint fumes in garage. Chase Van Loo. I see a huge leap from this team next year, mostly due to the level of coaching and the improved defense. We now have a solid blue chip players in Witherspoon, Murphy, Leonard Williams, DK, JSN, Cross, Abe, Lucas, Kenneth Walker, maybe missing a few guys. That's one of the things with it is when you start to stack this many guys up, that's when you start to kind of forget about a few of them that are also a part of that puzzle. And Chase, I agree. I think the key on this is that you started the rebuild process 2 years ago with Russell Wilson. You moved Russell Wilson. You said, okay, we're no longer going to be a theoretical contender here. We're going to move on from him. We're going to get all these assets in here. We're going to get all this draft capital. And so that was going to help you to maximize this rebuild. You're not simply living on your native picks and making it happen by that, but you're doing it by the full assembly of all these extra picks in addition to that. And so the team has done a good job of utilizing that to really shoot this thing forward really fast. The place that needed to be cleaned up, the hole in this organization's game was coaching, was scheme. It wasn't the coaching was completely piss poor. It's just that's where the hole was. That was where the biggest need was for improvement to better maximize this team's young talent. And they've taken those steps now this offseason, Chase. And that should provide you a level of confidence now that this team can get back to that state of contending because they're taking care of things that have been issues and problems of this team going back for now quite a few years. But yeah, the blue chip talent is definitely now further in place. I think you targeted about the right guys that are still here. You still even have guys that, even if they're not at blue chip, are still very good players around those blue chippers too. And that's the thing you need in addition to those blue chip guys, is also that supporting cast. And they've got that. They're not just simply top heavy here, but that's part of being able to have all these draft picks that you've been able to utilize over the past couple of years to the utmost. Brian says Pete raises the flag in 5 years on Ring of Honor Day. I could see it. Yeah. He'll do it at some point. This year will probably be just a little bit too soon, maybe. Chris says meal prepping is key to prep meals. Steph, Pete would be Harry's dad from Spider-Man 2, the hallway scene at Thanksgiving. Why are you bleeding, Peter? Yeah, Zach has a little more burst than Dylan. Dylan's a little more laterally less inclined too. Like Sharps can get a little bit more lateral, got some lateral bounce to him. Vixus says, I think Brandon found the spot on Pumpkin. She's definitely lovey right now, that's for sure. Zach Diesel, Charbazard, the Cambodian beef stick. CR says, hello from Germany, late as always, and don't have to watch those streams right now as I have college exams, and they mostly are in the middle of the night. Done this week and excited for training camp content. Well, thank you, CR. Hope you're kicking butt on those exams and get some great grades, knocking it out. Always tough, you got to put that much work into it. But good to hear you're grinding through, man. William says, who's winning the left guard spot on the O-line? As a betting man right now, William, I think it's probably going to be Laken Tomlinson. So I think Laken's just the steady veteran presence. You're going to have a lot of young guys on this line across the board. Cross going into his third year. Oluwatimi going into his second year at center. Right guard, very well, maybe Bradford Haynes. Rookie guy going into his second year. Lucas going into his third year. You're probably going to want a vet presence somewhere on that offensive line, and it seems like the team is kind of targeted with Laken to have him be that guy. Adigdox is the beast mode curse, hits another running back, just saying. Don't say it. That's the evil that we do not speak. It may just. Cat says, man, that cat's tripping. She gets a couple hours in, she starts getting feisty. She gets a little feisty. TR says, we can at least be sure it won't be Tomlinson next year. Either we have our starter by then or address in the draft with someone like D. Jackson. Yeah, this is going to be just a one-year thing, CR, 100%. I would expect them to get back to it. You've had to rebuild the lineup the last 3 years, and that's going to be a process that's going to take time. And we may have a guy in-house that can get it done there long-term, being a Satua Lemea, or maybe Haynes slides over there, or Bradford slides over there, but it will be addressed sooner than later on that front of it. Chad says, we don't really give Gino much credit for him choosing to not be greedy on his contract. This is what allowed us to afford so many of our young guys. Plus, the massive cope of youth, thanks to Russ. Definitely a place I've given a lot of credit to him on, Chad, and I agree. I think it's not something that's just undersell or is any just small thing. We do not see any of these quarterbacks. It doesn't matter if you're the guy that's at the top of the pop or if you're one of your kind of in-between quarterbacks. None of these guys take a discount. None of these guys take one red nickel less than they can absolutely positively get. And in Gino, you had a guy, in my opinion, you're right, that did take a little bit less than he could have possibly ultimately have gotten. He did sign to what we could determine is a team-friendly contract. And it's where we should laud him for that. It's where we should give him a ton of credit for having done that. Because so many quarterbacks don't choose to do that math. So many quarterbacks are just so greedy about their process and are going to take every last cent and then act like it doesn't inhibit or restrict the team building process on the other side of it. Ricardo says, Hawks Nest, why don't they try George Fant, Jarrell, or Bradford at left guard? Why are we settling for mediocrity with Tomlinson? Well, in the case of George Fant and Jarrell, I don't think that those guys have any history of playing guard. With a guy like George Fant asking him at this late of an hour in his career, being a guy in his 30s, to now kick into left guard for the first time in his career is probably a bit much to ask for him, especially because at the guard position, you're going to need a certain amount of prerequisite power. I don't know if Fant, being already a guy that I kind of consider more of a finesse tackle, is going to be able to go in there and give you the kind of power that you're going to need on the inside in there. In the case of Bradford, Bradford is a very talented guy. When it comes to Lake and Tomlinson and Bradford, you have two guys at both ends of the scale. In Tomlinson, you have a old school type of interior offensive lineman that can move people off the ball, is going to be tremendously powerful. In Bradford, you have the guy that's big and long and has the things that Lakin has, but then has the mobility and athleticism. The problem comes into play with Bradford is that you were taking him as a guy who had only, I think, 17 starts at the college level coming out, had a handful of starts last year with your Seahawks, but was very rough. He was very raw coming out. And with Bradford especially, he struggles in pass protection at the biggest point. And I worry about Bradford being moved over to left guard in pass protection because I think he'd struggle against the twitchy three-techs of this sport. Not because he can't move with them, but just because he's not technically kind of put together to be able to handle them. So he has it from the athleticism standpoint, but I think if you put him over left guard, you'd have a lot of rough moments out there with Bradford where he would get overwhelmed. I think he's going to be more of a pure right guard when it's all said and done because he's only going to be able to come along so far with that pass protection stuff. It is so raw coming out with him. This is why he was, at the end of the day, a fourth-round pick. The talent was there, but the rawness was going to come with him. Holy Hand Grenade, I'm re-downloading COD up for crossplay. I'm down to do it. I got my COD re-downloaded. I'll try to see I know about tonight for sure, but I'm bouncing back on that a little bit, playing around with some stuff on that. I'm down. War Chief says, Seahawks, Steve Largent should raise the 12th man flag for the first game of the season. It should just be the traditional. Hey, you know me with my Largent here over my left shoulder. I'll absolutely be in that camp as well. Sign me up for that every year. Every year. CR says Pumpkin looks like she's been studying all night. She does kind of have that. I've been deep in the book. You can see she's kind of on. She's on one right now. I know. I hear you. You want me to hold you like a baby? All right, come here. Come here. Come here. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I understand. Okay. Okay. You're fine. I know. Chase says, can't wait to see even more elite Devin Witherspoon under Mike McDonald. I see an all-pro play every year. Witherspoon's going to be the guy that maybe as much as any defensive player on this team is going to benefit from Mike McDonald's presence. There is little to no doubt about that. He is going to be the guy. We were having a little bit of debate on this in the last stream where people were a little bit unsure of this, Chase, but Devin Witherspoon is going to fit into the Hamilton role in this defense. That is the guy that he's going to be. And indeed, you are right. That is going to put him into a position to get the most out of him because he is going to be a weapon. He is going to be used all over the place on this defense. He is going to be moved around all. You never know where he's going to come from, who he's going to cover from pre to post snap. And that is only going to make him that much more effective because that's Devin's game. He's not a guy that you fit into the box. He's a guy that you use all over the place to maximize him to the utmost. And that is just what McDonald's going to do. This is, as I was also saying last week on this, Chase, Witherspoon is in so many respects just the type of player that you'd have McDonald creating a Madden creative player for his defense. If he's just creating some fake world thing where what would you ideally, Mike, create as a player for your defense? This guy would be probably very close to what he would probably build for that kind of guy. So will fit really well with this defense, and he will fly in this defense. He's going to have all pro upside in this defense. He can be a defensive player of the year in this defense because he can give you the kind of season that a once former defensive back that was a defensive player of the year provided for the defense he provided it. That being Woodson. Woodson when he was with the Packers had one of those years where 80 tackles, 4 sacks, 4 interceptions, couple pick sixes, and he became defensive player of the year on the back of that year, which is very hard for corners to hit that mark. But he kind of did it from playing within the same role that we'll be asking Witherspoon to play within. Hamza says, will you be making out to any games this year? Unfortunately not. And it may be a very long period of time before I get out to doing any kind of more Seahawks games out in person. The reason for this, Hamza, is just because game day for me is a big day for the channel. I love going to the games. I love going and seeing the games. But if I'm in watching a game in the stadium, I'm not streaming. And I really need to be with these kind of channels, especially now, as you guys see, like today, we're in the quiet time of year. There's not as many people in here. When football season's on, when football season's going, you got to be there striking and streaming and being live to make sure that you're maximizing out, the subscribers and view counts and all that type of stuff. So it's unfortunately maybe the little bit of the downside on doing the channel here is that it does remove me a bit from being able to actually go into doing the games as much. Chad says, I don't do drug references, but when you were out, she was just sitting staring into space and honestly looked stoned. She's got kind of a stony look to her, Chad. Chad says, honestly, no joke, these quarterback contracts make me legit angry, like pissed. I honestly believe they're killing so much of the game. I oftentimes have a very passionate, opinioned outlook on quarterback position in the modern NFL, Chad, and a lot of it is born out of the fact that teams are lazy in their approach to quarterbacks, the fact that they're getting so overpaid, in my opinion, versus what they give you as far as performance goes. It just feels like there needs to be a course correction here when it comes to the quarterbacks. And it's one of the reasons I think that I'm so happy to hear that there's actual NFL owners right now talking about a quarterback salary cap and putting this in line and getting this into more of a balanced state. It will be better for the sport, I think, if there was a quarterback salary cap. I don't think it's better for the sport that you have a guy on the roster making more than double that of any of the other guys on the roster. There's no other sport that you can find that in. And I don't think it's better for football that it's set up that way. So I share your feelings on it. I get frustrated by it as well, too. Sucks. Saijin, we'll be a thorn in the NFL's side. I understand that certain teams will be our downfall, but we are shortening that gap. We're taking care of the things within our control to fix, and then getting those things fixed hopefully get you into that shortening of the gap, as you put it, Saijin. I'd agree with you. These are smart decisions that you've made. You've had smart drafts. You've been spending your money pretty smartly in addition to that. When you stack up this many decisions that are seemingly correct on the surface of it, that should bear out results that make a winner. Hopefully make a contender. Chad says, so you got guys who choose football over, say, baseball or basketball, and you look at where the money is and how they choose to invest their life. I believe we're losing a lot of talent to other sports. No doubt about it. And certainly the CTE stuff and the head trauma and all that comes into football is taking its share of hits on that side of it too. You're maybe not always getting the most talented because of that nature of that physicality and how they get paid, and it all does factor in. Chase says, I agree that the Hamilton role is where I figured he would fit as well, but he plays more physical than Hamilton. And as Mike said the other week, Witherspoon is the smartest player he's coached so far. Maybe it'll be as we had a guy, EJ Snyder from Bootleg Football, on about a month ago, interviewing him, and what he said on his outlook of it, and not being necessarily a pure biased fan of the team, just looking at the team and looking at Witherspoon and his fit in this defense, is he said that Witherspoon would be Kyle Hamilton on steroids. And I think that's to the nature of your comment. That's exactly what you're touching on, is that it's not only Hamilton, that you might have more than Hamilton. And let's remember with Hamilton, he was a guy taken in the first round, but taken midway into the first round. And Witherspoon, you have a guy that was taken top 5 of the first round. One guy is taken into the tier 2 range of an NFL draft. The other guy's taken in tier 1 of the NFL draft. So on the surface of it, it might seem ridiculous to say he could be better. He's going to be better, a good chance of being better than even Hamilton was. But if you look into the depths of it a little bit more, it makes sense as to why someone would say that. Because he is a more talented player than Hamilton, as good as Hamilton is. Yes, more talented. Potential to be even better. Ricardo says we should do a Hawks Nest chat fantasy football league. We actually do have a Hawks Nest fantasy football league, Ricardo. So we got currently one that we do every year. I got to see, we got our commission. I got to see if our commission is running it again this season or not. Brandon Cut, I haven't been to a game in a couple seasons. Been far too long. I do love going to games. I do at that point of it. It's just, for me, it's It's a tough, but at this point in the channel's growth and history and where we're at, it would be hard to make that decision because it's going to cost me just a variety of things if I don't do my streams on the day on that. So it's kind of the way it plays. Big Hawks, don't get me wrong. Mad respect for Spoon's skills and think he will have a great career, but Hawks visit to the military base, that seemed a little too cocky that day. Still a fan, but not his best. It's kind of the way you're wired, those kind of guys, man. If you look at corners, look at Richard Sherman, addicted to Hawks. You know, he was wired this way a little bit as well. So it's just kind of it's a cornerback mentality. It's a defensive mentality. It's a little bit of part of what makes him the great player he is having that cockiness. And I don't know if you can separate it from the player. I think it's kind of just goes hand in hand. DBN says it's hard when it's rare to find good quarterback play. It's a tough position. My heart goes out to those guys trying to find good ones. They're not easy. That's for sure. That is for sure. Sabin says Byron Murphy has chosen one tattooed on his throat. There we go. Yeah, that's true there. That's gotta have that confidence, man. You know, gotta have that faith in themselves. The line between confidence and cocky, you know, it's a thin one. Hamza, I don't chat much, but I see the time you put in, even on a random day in July. Appreciate you for doing that. This is what makes the dead season go by fast. Well, thank you, Hamza. I appreciate that. Very kind of you. And I love what I do, man. And it makes it easy going live with this, chatting up with you guys. We always got something to turn over and whatnot. And so I'll always do this, man. As always, you guys watching, there's always got a few people in the house. I'm always happy to do it. Appreciate you. Brian Meyer says Witherspoon top 5 as opposed to Hamilton because cornerback valued more than safety. Hamilton was a pretty high for a recent safety. No doubt about it. No doubt about corner. You're absolutely true. That's fact that corners are going to be much more highly valued than safety. And where Hamilton was taken was basically in the blue chip range as far as, you know, safeties go. That's about as high as we ever see safeties taken, you know. I think, though, when I look at it as far as potential to me, and you look at it with the fact that they're playing almost this kind of positionalist ball where is it a safety position? Is it the slot? Is it the corner? Is it a linebacker? It's kind of all those things, this position in the defense that they play. So when I look at it more for that, I do think that there still even is there with the differentiation between the positional values there. There is a different level there with Witherspoon to Hamilton to me. But it's a fair point. It is a completely fair point to say corner is much more highly rated than the safety is as far as how they're drafted. There's no doubt about that. Sabin says, and cockiness is confidence. True. Very true. You got to have it a little bit, especially defensive side of the ball, especially those corners, man. They're on an island too much. They're going to have plays where they get beat and just forget it, move on. You got to have a little bit of that, you know. It's almost like an archetype that you get from corners, isn't it? Richard, come through me, Ray Sherman. War Chief says, honestly, as good as Hamilton is, I still don't think he's as good as Witherspoon. You can tell the difference. Hamilton was good under McDonald in the scheme, but he's no Witherspoon. Just doesn't have the same level of athleticism and speed. He's got a little more size than Witherspoon does, which can help him maybe more like tight end type matchups. But he doesn't have that same kind of twitchiness, change of direction, just raw speed, you know, the get up and go. And that's the part that to me gives me a little bit more of a nod to Witherspoon. They're both just absolute dogs. They're both just rugged as you're going to find as far as defenders go. They're both highly instinctive players that tend to be in the right position at the right time. There's a lot that they have in certain similarities between them. But to me, there's just an added level of twitchiness that Witherspoon has there to his game that, you know, and Hamilton just doesn't quite have. One of the reasons that Hamilton dropped were really Hamilton's talent coming into that draft was one that would have necessitated, if you just took him off the tape with Notre Dame, you would have said Hamilton was a top 10 pick. The reason he fell into the middle of that first round was because of a little bit of the slower 40 time. I think what he run like a 4.65-ish or something like that. It was just enough to kind of ding him just a tiny bit. Big Country, I think you made the right call skipping out on the Mariners. It's been the most frustrating season yet. I wasn't proud about doing it, Big Country, and I don't like to seem like a fair weather fan. If honestly I didn't have the football stuff that I could do to offset and build that side of it up, and that it was going to tangibly be about, if I went to the Mariners side, I have to kind of take the cost of the Seahawks channel. And if I'm taking that cost, if I'm paying that price, then it's got to be well worth my while. But, as unfortunately, as I said in the off season about this, you could see this coming. And this story has played out too many times with this Mariner organization over my lifetime to not get to a place where I've kind of reached my bitter end point on it, where the organization either needs to decide that they're in one way or the other. I'm not on this 54% crap. You either want to be an organization that's just going to basically do barely enough to fill up the stadium and you'll never win a World Series, or you're actually out there trying to push to get to World Series. You're actually trying to push out there to be a team that can truly contend with the best of the best. And I have yet to see the indications that the Mariners are in that latter camp of things, Big Country. And as you know, with the way that this season has played out so far, this is exactly what I said was going to happen. So the Mariners season's played out exactly what I thought, how it would play out. The pitching probably been a little bit better than I thought it would be, which has helped to keep them in first place a little bit longer. But there's only so much hitting that they're going to be able to go out there to help improve the ranks here. It is what it is. And it just comes down to, at some point or another, they're going to have to open up the pocketbook. They're going to have to go out there and make some moves, or they're just going to have to develop talent just that good. And look, hey, they got 8 players on the top 100 baseball prospect list, right? So, they are handling that side of it to do what they can on we're going to just develop the hell out of everything train of thought, I guess. But I'm not watching it again. I'm not watching crap baseball. You have forced me for a lifetime, absent maybe 2 or 3 select years, to watch complete crap baseball as a fan in this city. There comes a point as an owner where it's now on you to start to do your part. I, as a fan, have been in that stadium. We as fans fill that stadium every year. Win or lose, we put our butts in those seats. We buy the merchandise. Now you got to do your part. I don't think they will, though. Chad says, so that's what I mean. The quarterback contracts are watering down the NFL. Talent for all players, including the quarterbacks. Like, putting all these factors together, what would an athlete take? Why would an athlete take that risk to play? Agreed? Yeah, that's a good point. No, it's a good point. It's a good point. You've got a guy that could go be a baseball player, or he could go be a strong safety, and he's trying to look at advance, and he knows he's really a talented kid in high school. Maybe maybe he's already getting scholarship offers and come to Alabama, come to Notre Dame. And then he's looking and he's like, yeah, but he's also being really highly well respected as a baseball player. And he's got baseball scouts telling him, hey, you'll be a first round pick in baseball. And then he's looking at it and he's going, well, I could go be a strong safety that never gets paid. And the second that you do get paid, they just find a way to try to cut or release you. And that is my natural position. That is the position I'd best play. Or I can go play baseball. And you're right. A lot of players are going to, a lot of times, choose that other aspect of it. I think that there's some counterbalances to this, Chad. The fact that the NFL is the number one sport, and the number one sport by far in the country, definitely gives them a little bit of an added benefit to this. The fact that you have sports like baseball, for instance, where you might have to go to the minor leagues for 4 or 5 years, that you have to wait a long period of time to get that contract, and there's no guarantee that you're going to reach that upside to hit that contract, is another thing that kind of counterbalances that a little bit too. But if it's clear, if you've got a clear path to going to another sport and it comes down between the two, you're probably choosing the other sport. Much more earning power, much more longevity, less physical abuse and whatnot that you have to take on that other side of it. Chad says the game, when the chances of being a ridiculous paid NFL quarterback for a whole career is extremely small for any guy just starting out as a kid. True? Yeah. You got to be certain size, certain arm strength, certain mobility now as we go. Much more smaller than some of the other positions where you can be maybe more specific in your skill set. Come on, get down. Chris says, Mariners are frustrating, but at least the Astros are matching us. This next series should be interesting. It's true. Nobody out in the AL West is really holding it down so far too well this year as it kicks off. And who knows, maybe DePoto can make a run at a couple of bats here at the trade deadline and upgrade this thing. It just does feel like they are really far behind the ball as far as the ability to hit. And that's something where I'm just getting through the regular season alone to get the division, much less getting into the actual playoffs and trying to actually hit playoff pitching. Boy, it seems like there's just no way that they're going to be able to pull that part off. Sijin says, I think we should sweep the Angels, but I digress. Well, everyone should sweep the Angels. Randall McDaniel, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we assume Pete's advisory role with the team didn't go anywhere. Like after a breakup, the obligatory will still be friends and do stuff statement. Yeah, I think it's pretty thoroughly that, Randall. Thank you for the donation. I think at this point it is very much that's the camp that this thing sits in. Unfortunately, bad. I think what the team was trying to do there, Randall, was they were letting Pete go. They came to a place where they sat down with Pete and they said, Pete, this needs to happen, that needs to happen, and that needs to happen if you're going to remain here. And Pete said, no, I'm not going to do any of those things. And they said, okay, well, we're going to have to move on from you, Pete. And that with a guy that's been here for this long, Randall, you don't want to announce to the press or announce to the fan base that you're just going to fire a legend. So you find a way to sort of soften it up a little bit in the blow. And you go, well, we'll keep him here as an advisory guy. This is just, it's just kind of come to the end of the line, but we still want him as part of the organization. It's not that we don't want him here. It's just at the end of the line. It's just this is just the natural life cycle of a coach. It's a bit of that they're trying to sell you on, Randall, to not make it as harsh as they're just kicking out the best coach in the history of the organization. But that's what they were doing. And not without rightful cause, of course, Randall, right? Because I do think that a part of this was them sitting down with Pete at the end of the day saying, okay, Jamal Adams, this experiment has to end. We're releasing him. You're not bringing him back next year. Okay, Clint Hurt, your defensive coordinator that you hired in-house a couple of years ago, has not worked at all. You're hiring a defensive coach from the outside to bring in true ideas. You're going to let the defensive controls be relented. You're going to let them do what they need to do. I think Pete just said no to those things, but the organization did have the talk with them on trying to fix those things. So it's where it led, but I don't think that there's really much advising, to your point on this, Randall, that really Pete's going to end up doing now. I think he's looking to move on to his next opportunity. I think he intends to coach by next year. And if it's not at the pro level, I think he'll even go back to the college level, quite frankly. And that may be the best place for him to land at this point in time when it's all said and done, is more of at the college level, that he can still go out there and still make a lot more hay at the college level than potentially maybe he could make at the pro level. Because I don't know what NFL team's really going to be chomping at the bit to bring Pete in next year. Maybe there's somebody who does it, Randall. Thank you though, man. Sijin, thank you for the $10 donation. I appreciate you for that, Sijin. So much. He says, what would Christopher Watkins say to the 2024-25 Seahawks season? Well, Christopher would say, Seahawks fans, you need to understand now, listen here. Y'all coming in this year, look outside, everyone's saying, Seattle, you suck. No good. It's going to be bad. New coach, old coach gone, turn it over, reset. It takes time. That's what they're going to say. Oh, listen, Sijin, these haters. Oh, listen, Sijin, to these deniers. They don't know what they're saying. It's out of both sides of the mouth. Talented young coach, good, bad. We don't really know. Win, lose. I'm going to tell you now. The talent is here, Sijin, now. I'm going to tell you now, Sijin, the talent's ready now. It's about coaching. Can coaching come in and win? I don't know. You tell me. Yes, I think they can. When it's this good, it wins now. When the talent is this good, it wins now. But I don't know. I'm just an actor, Sijin. I just read lines. I'm not a pundit. I'm not an analyst. Seems to me, though, when I listen to these people, that no one's done the research deep looked hard at it as they should. It's always hard, Saijan, when I'm 4 hours in, Saijan, the impressions get tough, man. The 4 hour straws because the voice starts to go. So it's the walk-in's a little rough tonight. But walk-in's hyped. I love what I see from this team. They're going to go win this year. Division, yes. Contending, yes. Conference championship, I just told you, yes. Matter of time, Saijan. This year, next year, doesn't matter. Super Bowl, Seahawks. Tomorrow or not, it will occur. Thank you, though. Don't sell low on the Seahawks team, Saijan. They're going to win big. Discount them now. You're in peril. Watkins feeling good about this team. Feeling right. My impression's not as good on Watkins tonight, though. Voice is a little scratchy. Thank you, though, Saijan. Appreciate you. Daryl says, just got here and saw the poll. I am really surprised. Honestly, if we get 7-10 record, that would be good for a new coaching staff. I do not think we are going to get more than 10 wins this season. All good points, Daryl. What I lean on to with this is my standpoint on it is I think that it's a what I call a variance, Daryl, where a new coaching staff comes in historically, traditionally. If I go through coaching changes across the board throughout NFL history here, even let's take it just recently, like last 5 to 10 years, you have a new coaching staff taking over for another one. The first year does not tend to be one that is tremendously successful. The first year does not tend to be one where the team is going to take off instantaneously. To your point on that, I think where people get confident on this, Daryl, is that they look at this situation as one that is an unusual situation from those other coaching changes. Oftentimes when you get other coaching changes, you'll get general manager changes going on. So there's a lot of things that need to be turned over, not just the coaching and the installation of the scheme, but then the front office too. That didn't happen here. A lot of times when you're changing over from a new coach, Daryl, you're going in. Sorry, honey. I know. Just can you chill? I know. I got a bit all over me here today. I know. Okay, come here. Come here. I can tell. Okay. I know you're having a day. So Daryl, up, down. Typically when you have a new coach come in, Daryl, you're going to typically also have new general manager being moved off. You're going to have emptiness as far as the talent goes, right, Daryl? So Jonathan Gannon comes over and takes over for the Cardinals last year, right? New general manager moved off, Steve Keim out the door. He's got to come in and install his scheme. Cliff Kingsbury on out. You look at the team from a talent standpoint, a lot of missed first round picks through recent years, not a lot of great drafting, not a lot of spending the money. The cupboard is empty. So the Cardinal situation of what they had last year is exactly what I'm talking about, is the atypical situation where if I look over that same 10-year stretch of new coaches that have moved on, of coaches that have come in, taken over from another coach, all three of those typically tend to be the factors that new coach has to deal with. But that's not what Mike Macdonald is walking into right here. He has the general manager who's been in place and remains in place. He also has a team that's not dearthy on talent. You won 10 games 2 years ago. You won 9 games last year, right? So there's some talent there. And then that's on top of all of those draft picks that we know have been poured into this team. So you're right from a historical standpoint, Daryl. If you're playing the odds of what normally plays out, that's how it does tend to play out. And if the team goes 7-10, it's not a failure of Mike Macdonald. If the team falls short of what people are saying on the 10 wins, it doesn't mean that it wasn't a successful year at that point. But I think that there's some reason on this to believe in that variance, to believe that there's some more upside to this team than you would atypically ascribe for a team that is onboarding a new coaching staff like this, because of that level of talent, because of the continuity that still exists there with the general manager in place, so that you're not flipping over the whole roster. A new general manager comes in and they want to turn everything over, right? They want to pick their guys. That doesn't exist here. And I think that's what gives people a little bit more optimism for this year than you might typically see on this, Daryl, for these kind of changes that have been undertaken. Chad says, I think the Mariners are going to be fine. I always have loved the Mariners, but I can't necessarily call myself a baseball fan, if you know what I mean, whereas I'm just a Seahawks fan. Definitely a football fan. I know what you mean. Yeah, they'll be fine. It's all said and done. I don't know if they're getting to the series, but they'll be good. Brian Myers, M's drafted switch throwing pitcher round 1. Today, round 1. Wow. Chad, so they're doing what they need to do in order to win, and that's build with insane pitching. If you put a bunch of 250 hitters on a team with a great rotation, I think that's a winner. Yeah, it's pitching definitely does help. Pitching is all over in baseball. The issue I have with this, Chad, is it's a bit of the approach that they've been trying to take for the 24 years that they've been in the new stadium, and it hasn't worked. So, the place that I have the problem with, Chad, whether it's in baseball, whether it's in football, whether it's in any sport, is not the making of a mistake by an organization. It is the pervasive making of the same mistake by the same organization over a year's period, and in the respect of the Mariners, over multiple decades. They've made the same mistakes. So, the 250 hitters, the having the great pitching staff, yeah, it's great having the great pitching staff. It doesn't have to be a great pitching staff and just a bunch of lineup of 250 hitters. You can have both things at once. And the thing holding back the lack of the hitting, one of the big reasons they don't do it is they don't spend money, because they claim to be sort of whatever their claims is for why they don't spend money. I don't really give a shit. They don't spend money. And as I say with this, Chad, as a guy that's been a fan of this team going back that 35 years, 40 years territory here, I can run a line and trail between 96 Mariner teams up through today's Mariner teams, and I can point to you the same issues holding us back today were the same issues holding you back then. You were now based in hitting back in 95, 96, 97. You were a lot more offensively driven, and you were, not as good as far as pitching goes. So it was a bit of the inverse. But the problem always came down to the fact that you couldn't spend enough money to compete with the big dogs. And that's why you're sitting with the lineup of hitters you're sitting with right now. You're trying to get by on secondhand parts because you can't afford the prime real estate. And it gets old as a fan to where that's constantly what you're facing as a team going over a 3-4 decade standpoint, that's the reality of the road. And it maintains and continues to be the reality of the road for them. Jay says, how do you think Ryan Grubb's offense will look in his rookie year calling plays in the NFL? It's very hard to say, Chase. First time offensive coordinator at the NFL level. The air raid offense has its elements in NFL teams across the board here in the NFL. Like every NFL team is going to have certain air raid elements in their offensive scheme. But is anybody running his particular style of air raid offense? Not necessarily. So I think if I made a prediction to you, Chase, about what it will look like this year from a result standpoint, I couldn't give you that. As far as from how he attacks, he's going to attack everywhere on the football field. It's a spread-based system, so he's going to spread the defense out. He's going to get a lot of pass catchers out on the edge. He's going to both utilize that to incorporate short passing attack, getting the ball out of the quarterback's hands as fast as possible, but also he's going to use it for the run elements. He's going to pull those guys off the line of scrimmage and then run into light boxes. Take advantage of those light boxes. You're going to see him heavily pull offensive linemen back across the formation, play in and play out. He's going to run a lot of screen plays. About once in every 7 plays, you're going to see a screen pass. Once in every about 8 plays, he's going to try to take a shot play down the football field. So a play of 20 yards or more down the football field. He's going to try to take that shot kind of play. That's also a part that's in his offense. He's going to run trick plays once a game at least. A lot of fake trick plays too. So all of those are going to be built within this offensive scheme. Whether it's successful or not is the hard part to predict because we don't have as necessarily the certain baseline of a guy like this having come through running this exact particular style of system who is untested in the way he is at the pro level to make the determination of how the guy will be, once we get to actual live games. I know. Saban says, I had to shower. Yeah, I gave up on the Mariners. I listen from time to time and enjoy games, but some get my hopes up. But gave up on. That's where I landed this year too. Partly a couple years ago, I was coming back to the team a little bit more and trying to get in the games a little bit more because I thought that they had kind of started to turn the corner and they were going to be a willingness to start to get this in the right direction fully. And I like what they've done from a player development standpoint. I like how they've heartily built up their minor league system and made it one of the bigger strengths of any Major League Baseball team in the sport. But it does come down to a point of if you really want to, at the end of the day, truly compete for a World Series, you eventually got to take out the pocketbook. And that's the part that they don't want to do. Ricardo says it was better to watch when there were no expectations. Watch once a week for the Felix games and win 50 games a season. Steph says the Mariners are a bottom 5 offense with a top 5 pitching staff. It's hard to watch. The offense ruins the good pitching performance. It really does. It's brutal on those pitchers too, man. They go out there and just put up a amazing performance and they can't get any support. And you've just been watching it for years too. It's not a new problem. It's not a new issue. Even down to the strikeout problem, even with the lineup being just permeated with guys that strike out, that don't put contact on the baseball. Part what drives me crazy. You build not only a lineup of guys that can't hit, you build a lineup of guys that strike out in a stadium that's built for hitters that lean to contact. It's going to reward hitters who have contact, who can put the bat on the ball. It's kind of just wild the way they build these lineups sometimes. On Pops, the last time I watched the Mariners was Griffey, A-Rod, Martinez, Moyer, and many more were playing. Those were the golden days. I'll tell you what. That was the golden era. Usually my walk-in's a lot better, Chad. I usually get asked on that to do the impression about 4 hours in. So it's just, when you talk constantly for 4 straight hours, the voice just gets tapped by hour 4. And I can still kind of talk like now, but if I try to start doing impressions, it's just tough. I got to work. I'm working on it. It's usually better, Sajin. I feel better because you dropped the dono. It's usually a little bit better than that. He's struggling tonight. Can't talk. His voice is not working. I don't know why. Chris says that's walking after a few whiskey sours. Exactly. You tell him, Pumpkin. Ricardo says, I want to hear. Watkins says, Davin Witherspoon is the Kizah Hadarak. He's El Gadalib. What do you know about El Gadalib? Chad says, so on the M's again, I'm baseball stupid admitted. But one thing I'm not stupid on is science. I'm a certified science teacher. So this is my lens. Moisture in the Seattle air affects, so we dump the Kingdom for outdoor fetal and it's hurt the hitting and help pitching on average, but it's enough of a difference at the major league level to matter. There simply can't be any other factor after all these years of crappy baseball. Don't ask me to explain the 2001 season, but Ichiro was probably just the good. Again, I'm baseball stupid. We can't argue the science. No, your science is right. The marine layer is something that's a part of this. What they did to Chad is you have a baseball dimension from a dimension standpoint that's already had one of the bigger dimensions in the sport as far as the fences being moved back. And then you add the marine layer on top of it. You add the tendency of how the wind blows in that stadium. And it plays like a hyper extreme pitcher's park. That's how that stadium plays. And while that does help you on developing pitching, while that can allow you to build the best starting rotation in all of baseball in the back of those guys being able to pitch in the stadium, there's an inverse to it as well. And my argument on that is a little bit of that. While the benefits have been there for pitching, when you look at over the last 20 years, it's not created a winning baseball team, the dimensions of that park. And I agree with you. It's not a sample size point at this point. It's rules of thumb and how that park plays. I think that the park gets in hitters' heads, Chad. I've referenced it like you have a right-handed hitter. And in particular, the defenses in the fences in that stadium are really far out to the left field. And so you can have a right-handed hitter who puts the bat on the ball, who barrels the ball up, who hits it clean, who hits it hard. But if it's on a day where the marine layer's a little heavy, if it's on a day where there's a little bit of a wind blowing in, they're going to watch a ball that they might find in another park go 8 or 9 or 10 seats deep into the back of the rows, just die on the vine right there on the warning track. And then what does that do to a hitter when that happens time and time again, where your sort of rule of thumb is growing up is if I hit a ball like that, that's going for the fence. How does that start to change your stroke? Do you start to not hit, swing for homers as much? Do you try to swing even harder? It seems to get into the hitters' heads is kind of the bottom line on it. And with 2001, Chad, the reason that you had success in 2001 versus the last 20 years is because the team was actually built for the park that they played in. You didn't put a lot of home run hitters who strike out all the time, which has been the permeating lineup over the last 20 years. Let's go get Richie Sexson. Let's go get Adrian Beltre. Let's go get these big, heavy home run hitter type guys who are going to swing and strike out a lot rather than guys that put the ball in play. On that Mariner team in 2001, you had guys that could put the ball in play, who could not strike out as much. More balls in play, more team speed, more small ball, more wins. But for some reason, they sort of like unlearned that lesson from that 2001 season and went the complete opposite way. Ricardo says, we were on the road against the Angels and the hitting still sucked. Well, that's that cumulative thing I think about the nature of the stadium and what it does to hitters over time. It gets in their heads, and it doesn't just get in their heads when they're in that stadium. Now it gets in your heads and it starts to bleed over to other places that you might go play. And that's why I think they've got to do something a little bit more than just hope they can fix the hitting on the own, but maybe changes some of the dimensions in that park a bit. .360 bets, predictions for the Rams and 49ers this year. I think the 49ers are going to be 12 wins. I think the Rams are going to be at 10 wins this year. That'd be my prediction. I still think the 49ers are going to be good. I think the Packers take the number 1 seed in the NFC this season, but that the Niners still get to the 12-win mark. I think to Brandon, will Grubb be calling plays from the sidelines or upstairs from the booth? If sidelines, who will be upstairs in Grubb's ear? I believe he's going to be up in the booth. That's, I think, where he was with UW, Addicted. So I would guess that he would be on, it would be the same. It would be the same as the pros. Chad says, if we built a new football stadium, okay, but then just spiffed up the Kingdom with our new turf specialized for baseball, then we'd be Major League badasses right now. I'm convinced of it. We might have been. You know, maybe A-Rod doesn't leave. Maybe Griffey doesn't leave. Because certainly you got hitters like that getting put into a pitcher-friendly park. It's not going to make the hitters happy. So I certainly think, to the heart of your point, Chad, in the Pacific Northwest, we're probably better suited to have an indoor stadium or indoor park for baseball, at least. I get how beautiful it is to be out there and how the sights and all that, but for the actual playing of the game and what's best for the conditions to play the best version of baseball, it doesn't seem like outdoors the way to go. Grandizer Brando, it was probably said earlier, rest in peace, Shannon Doherty. Oh, that's sad to hear. Shannon Doherty died. Oh, rest in peace. Rest in peace, Shannon. Mr. Kane, brother from another mother in the house. What's up? Says, hello, Hawks family. HawksNest family. Didn't catch the stream on time, so I'll have to watch from the beginning. Hope you're having a great night. Good to see you, man. And the Kingdom was falling apart. It was crap. I don't have a problem with building a new stadium, but just making an indoor one. Ricardo, didn't someone get seriously hurt during a baseball game, or am I misremembering that? I don't think anybody got hurt. Stuff started falling. The tiles started falling off. So it could have been a problem. Like it was looking like it could become a big time issue as the tiles just started to drop. Chad says, so that's what I'm saying or trying to say. I think they're finally doing now is at least a workable model to get the series. It may be, man. I just think, Chad, when it comes down to it, if you have a team spending $150 million more, and Chad, I mean, the thing I'd say is just go look at the team salaries in baseball right now. If you as a team are spending $150 million less than the top dogs, then how do you hope to overtake them? You're just going to develop talent so much better than them. And how much more better than them do you have to naturally develop your talent to overcome that? It seems like a bit too much to me. We'll see how it plays out with it. But my impression is that it's enough as a model, Chad, to get you into the playoffs, but it's not going to be enough to get you to the World Series. Because if you have a team that's outspending you by 120, 130, 140, $150 million, that's a team that's able to build and load up more than you got. And that's a team that's going to beat you 9 times out of 10 in a series. You know? Chris said there was another location to put the stadium and keep the Kingdom. Plus, its roof was literally falling in the stands. It wasn't that great for baseball. Good memories. Yeah, it was ready to go. It was ready to go. Hangry B, I probably missed your response, COD crossplay. Yeah, I'm down to do a little bit of it. I've got that NCAA football game coming out this week, Hand Grenade. So once that comes out, I'm going to be pretty locked in on that one. But I'm down to do a little bit of COD. I flipped it on the other day. We played a little bit of it last Friday. I enjoyed it. It's good. Chad, I don't want to argue this, but I'm not talking baseball. I'm talking the existence of atmospheric water vapor in the air and it affects the motion of leather balls. No, I agree. I totally agree on that, man. It absolutely affects everything. 100%. The styles weren't falling apart. That's how they sold it to the locals. Maybe so. I always like a good conspiracy, Chad. Ricardo says weird thing is that the teams with lesser budgets than the Mariners are able to compete like the Orioles. But are the Orioles winning World Series, Ricardo? That's my thing on this. Is it's not just getting in the playoffs or having a team good enough to get itself in the playoffs. Does that team really truly have a chance of getting to the World Series? Or are they going to eventually get to a spot where they've taken it as far as they can take it on the natural process that they've tried to push to get to where they're going, without artificially pushing it up with that extra salary, without going out there and getting their guns for hire, so to speak, a little bit. And my argument on that is that no, I mean, there is some exceptions we can find to that rule, but that rule is by and large hard-lined in there. And recent World Series winners have not been teams that have been getting by, or even World Series contestants have not been teams that are just getting by on just their young, youthful talent that they built all at the right time. It's because they've augmented their youthful talent with salary. I mean, just you gotta just say it out loud. It's like $130 million. How am I gonna beat that team when it comes down to the bottom line? When it's between me and them, us or them, who moves on, who wins? That other team's gonna have $140 million. How do I hope to be in the perspective of thinking that I'm gonna be able to stand tall with that team? Randy Guts says, geez, how long has it been since you did the last questions? Ha ha ha, can't be stopped. I know, you guys always give me going long. And I'm on board with the atmospheric conditions thing. That absolutely affects baseball, football, totally, Chad, on that respect. Why I always say with football, the way you got to think about that to me is a couple of things. Number one, running game always needs to be a part of any Seahawks offense that you try to build in the stadium. And then number two, if I have a quarterback, I need a quarterback with arm strength to throw it through the elements, throw it through that marine layer, throw it through the wind, throw it through the rain. Yeah. And Ricardo, you're right. There's definitely teams that can develop prospects. I guess there's a theoretical situation here where you would say, if I'm taking kind of what you're referring here a little bit, Ricardo, that you go, okay, there's a team out there winning. They're winning because they're spending all the money. But then there's a team that can maybe do it by just developing the talent so much better than the other teams. And I think that when it comes to the way teams develop talent, I think that they're all very close and all doing what they can to try to maximize that stuff to the utmost. And so there's only so much advantage you can get in your player development. Maybe you're a bit better than everybody else by just a little bit of that, but the bottom line on what that equates out to, how far that drives you towards getting closer to World Series, is you're still going to find yourself a little short. Like, it still takes a little bit more beyond that to get there. Mr. Kane, Brandon, quick question. When is the next call live and show? Brought a new laptop, so my new camera works now. Hell yeah. Not saying I bought it just for that reason. Not saying I didn't either. Let's go. Laughing out loud, pumpkin rules. Indeed, she does rule. She's definitely ready for some lovies here. She's ready for me to be done here and start getting the lovies going. I am going to shoot for 1 or 2 times on this. I think I'm going to try to slip it in here, Mr. Kane, the call-in show just before I head to training camp, which would put that, I think we're going to maybe shoot for tentatively on that then for maybe next Tuesday, Mr. Kane. So if I don't get it in by next Tuesday, then we're going to be just when I get back from the trip on the next Monday or Tuesday before the end of July. So 100% we will get a show in before end of July, and I'll get it out far in advance too, Mr. Kane, to where I'll give you a good long heads up notice on it. So I'll try to lock that in this week if I can on that side of it. Grandizers, Brando and Sijin, yeah, I just sort of forgot how much Doherty owned the 1990s decade. Beverly Hills, 90210, and Charmed. A household name. The 90s, what memories? Ah, the 90s, man. Yeah, she had a great little run there in the 90s, she did. Especially to get off of 90210 and pivot right over to Charmed. It's pretty good. That is pretty good. Chris says, so now into trashing the Tacoma Dome. Saw Kiss there and they caught the roof on fire. I think it was Gene who said, who makes a dome roof out of wood? Oh, the Tacoma Dome. Still standing, that Tacoma Dome, man. That thing should be toast, but that thing is still holding up. Holding strong against the storm. Holding strong on the storm. Well, we got ourselves a good almost 4.5, 5 hours in. Let's take a look at the closing of the poll. I will wrap this up now, and the poll results are in, folks. Where it is here, somewhere. I thought I ended the poll out. Can't see the results of the poll for some reason. There we go. Boom. So the poll results, Seahawks record next season. We had 142 total votes. 10-7 got 56% of the rate of the votes. We got a 12-5 got 24%. Kind of surprising there on the 12-5, coming in at second place, and 9-8 coming at 11% of the votes. So we have the Seahawks fans here today in the chat had we've got a 80% of the total vote out of 142 votes went to the Seahawks having either a 12-5 or 10-7 record next season. So Seahawks fans' optimism right now is utterly through the roof, and I love to see it. Love to see it. Let's go on that side of it. I hope you guys are right. 12-5, 10-7. I could work with that year next year. So I hope my fellow Seahawks fans are right. And man, I'd love to see the optimism alive and well in my people. Alive and well. Randall McDaniel with another $5. Thank you for all of your support today, Randall. I really do appreciate that. The problem with the Mariners is even when they did pay, still didn't win. First ever 100-100 team, meaning $100 million payroll and 100 losses. Don't know answered. 35 years watching. Don't know answered. 35 years watching. Yes, you did have those years in there in that kind of 2000, I'm sure that was right in that 2008 to 2012 period where you actually had spent a little bit of money at that time. You still were at that spot, Randall, where you were one of the highest paying baseball teams that was in the sport. And so it wasn't still like you were out there really with the big dogs. It was that you were at least in a legitimate place of what you were spending as opposed to being a small market team and what you were spending, which is where we kind of have been for the last few years here. The other part that came into play with that's a little bit of the team building concept that's still at play right now that's broken in their process, being that this team is playing in a big vacuous park. You've got the marine layer, you've got the winds, you've got the way it plays as an extreme pitching park. So what that then means is that you need to now get hitters that put contact on the baseball, put the ball in play, and then guys that then can move and that are actually fast and have a little bit of speed to them as well to take advantage of that, putting the ball in play. But instead, when you look at that team that you spent that $100 million, I think that was the $100 million team, if I'm not mistaken, Randall, that had the Richie Sexton on it, that had the Adrian Beltre on that team. Guys that were going to be heavy strikeout hitters, the guys that weren't very mobile or fleet of foot. And so you sort of built conceptually the team wrong when you started to spend that money. You want to find hitters that are high average hitters, that are high on base hitters, that are guys that can move with some quickness. If it, you hit it like Julio does at times, or I can bang it on the ground to the left side. If it's a slow rolling ball, I can run it out to first base. Manufacturing stuff. But, they stopped finding those guys that could manufacture, and they just got guys that swung from the back of their heels when they did spend the money on those select hitters. But yeah, it's snake bit overall organizationally. It'd be a whole lot easier if they were consistently in that spot of spending the money and then falling short. I could be a little bit more into the realm of, spending money in itself doesn't solve it either, but there's so many seasons we can go through to where you can see them at the salary level of where they've been, where you go, well, that's easy to see why you weren't able to be up there with them. I mean, last year, I think I looked at the Rangers and the Astros just with our own division last year alone, Randall. And I think that the Astros were spending $120 million more. And I think that the Rangers are spending $135 million more than us. And that's just within our own division. That's not even the rest of just the AL, say nothing of the rest of baseball. But yeah, they did have that one year that they did spend a little bit. That's true. Thank you, Randall. I appreciate the donations, man. All of your support. Megan says, sorry I didn't make it back, gang. Worked Queen Bee here. Well, I hope you had a good one there, Megan. No worries. Chad says, most could agree that the inside of the Kingdom was a disaster. I mean, even the bathrooms alone were badly designed, but they could have fixed all that stuff without dumping the whole thing. So, hey. Yeah. Now we have Pitcher Stadium. Other ball players know. Hitters don't want to come here. So this is what we have to deal with, like it or not. Or they could move the fences in and make the park a little bit more hitter-friendly, Chad. You know, there's solutions to this other than just we have to just sit and spin on it. The team can proactively try to take some steps to resolve the issues. But the thing with not bringing in hitters, the hitters don't want to come here. Certainly, I don't think that this is at the front of the stack for hitters wanting to come here, and that this is, hey, come to the pitcher-friendly stadium. But if you are also willing to spend more than the other guy's willing to spend, if you're willing to compete for those services truly when it comes to the negotiations times, money talks and BS walks. And you'll be able to bring in hitters if you're willing to spend the money. Just like you were able to bring in a Richie Sexton and Adrian Beltre because you gave them the money. You know, they knew what stadium they were walking into, but they also knew you were willing to pay them more than anybody else. So they would come in here, they would overlook that side of it because of it. Chris's owners don't want to pay players here. That's a huge part of the problem. That's, to me, that's what fundamentally is at the heart of this, more than the stadium issues, more than the pitcher-friendly park. I think we're sort of pecking around the edges rather than getting the heart of the matter if we're not looking squarely at the owners and saying they need to do more. They need to do more. Over the last 25 years, Mariner baseball has been bad by and large, and that stadium still fills up every single year. We've done our parts as fans. We watch them on the TV. We support them in every way we can support them. Now the ownership needs to step forward and do their part, and it's a very specific what we're talking about here that they need to do. Mr. Kane, thank you for another 10. Thank you for the $10 donation, bro. I really appreciate it. He says, been gone for a while. So here you go, my brother, from another mother. Well, you know, I appreciate you, brother, so very much. And I thank you for all your support as also a member of this channel. You guys allow me to do what I'm doing. I get to be out here in the middle of July, talking Seahawks football, just diving into the depths on it. And it is because of the support that I do get from this channel, from all you guys. You are what makes this happen. It's the donations. It's the support from these donations. This is what allows this to be a full-time gig for me so I don't have to get a full-time job. So I really, really appreciate all of you, like yourself, Mr. Kane, who not only just dropped that one dono, but always that thorough support that's always here every stream in that way. I really appreciate it. Hope you're having a great night, Mr. Kane. Have a good night, Saban. And don't you ever forget. King Bomber, have you watched the Inside Draft movie? Pretty cool stuff within, especially the Rams and how they attempted to move up for fail. I did. It was great. It was awesome watching the dynamic, especially between Les Snead and McVay, because McVay's making the hard push for them to move up and get Byron Murphy. The hard push, you know, this is the guy. Let's go get this guy. And then you have Les Snead, who has been without a first-round pick for about 6-7 years, going, I want a first-round pick. I want my picks. I don't want to lose my whole draft for this one guy. And it was really cool. You don't get those peeks behind the curtain very often, King Bomber. So when you do, it's you know what I mean? Every little bit you're just dining into because it's good stuff. So it was great to watch their dynamic go back and forth. I love to hear how hot to trot the Rams were for Byron Murphy. I've been saying as much as anything that I think we got the defensive steal of the draft, and it goes beyond just necessarily a personal evaluation of the player. It's the reaction of the rest of the league to this pick. It's the way that you can see the rest of the league and how they viewed this player. And it's the run of the 14 straight offensive players to kind of begin the draft. You know, there's a lot that goes into it a bit with it. It's the excitement of John Schneider, King Bomber, to turn his card in with 5 minutes to go in the first round. I've never seen John Schneider turn a card in that early. Like they were running to the podium to get that pick in. Megan says, Hawksnest, cannot believe I missed you playing COD on Twitch on Friday night. Was at a birthday party. I know, we got the COD going. I thought you'd be digging it. We're kind of rolling too. I had a couple 30 drops. I was surprised I was able to slide right back in like getting right back on a bicycle, Megan. It was good. It was really good. Chris says, Seattle Amazons baseball team has an offering to it. Bezos, dig the change out of the sofa and buy them. They can trade him to he can change him to the Amazons if he'll actually spend some money. And Bezos could just go crazy, you know? He could be like highest contract, highest payroll in the league. Bitch and moan all you want about it. You can't do nothing about it. Nothing. Yeah, we'll be getting a little bit more COD, Megan. I got NCAA coming out this week, so I'm gonna be a bit hot to trot on that to a degree, but I'm we'll still get a little more COD in too, in addition to that. So do me a favor, folks, if you could for me, slam on that like button. It does help out this channel, helps me grow tremendously if you can do that for me. And if you haven't already, does just gets us up on the algorithm as well. Please do get subscribed. We're trying to get up over 20,000 subscribers here on the Hawks Nest this year. We are 1,000 into the goal of getting there, so we crossed over 16,000. Trying to get ourselves to 20,000 subscribers. So if you are not subscribed already, please do get subscribed. It does help out the channel. It doesn't cost you anything. It's completely free to sub, and I really, 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 really do appreciate it. I will be coming to Seattle the 26th, the 27th. We will be meeting. I'll be out there at practice for training camp. We'll be doing a meet and greet as well. The first Hawks Nest meet and greet in 5 years of doing this channel. I will be announcing that on Wednesday as to where we will be meeting at from a location standpoint. So do be on the lookout for that, as well as I'll be in Seattle here for the first time on training camp. Really looking forward to that. Hoping I get a chance to meet with some of you guys, put some faces to names, just be able to dab some folks up, just say what's up, maybe have a drink even with you guys here or there. So be on the lookout for me at training camp. We'll also be letting you guys know that on Wednesday on how that schedule is going to break out with that on that side of things. So get the last couple questions in here today, and then we'll put a little bit of a button on this. Don Cornelius, good to see you in the house, man. Hope you're doing well. Ricardo says, how about the Giants general manager in Hard Knocks? Does it increase your appreciation of John Schneider to see other teams' general managers? Yes, it absolutely does. I was not fundamentally impressed by the GM. They had the conversation about Saquon Barkley and sort of the energy that you could feel in the room when they were talking about him. And as I see with the Giants, a lot of times it just doesn't feel like with the Giants front office and a lot of front offices that there's a foresight to what they're doing. Everything seems to be kind of reactionary in the moment, reactionary year to year. You know, oh, Daniel Jones was suddenly good. We got to do this. Oh, well, Saquon's to 28 now, and we don't want to spend the money on him, but he's going to go to a rival, but we don't want to spend the money, but he's going to go to a rival, but it doesn't seem to be very intelligent. And yeah, I think John Schneider is one of the better general managers in this league, and that there is bad general managers out there. There's guys that just are very questionable about what they're doing and about the process that leads them to where they go. And watching a lot of the Giants cut-ups, I got to say to your point on this, Ricardo, I haven't walked away from it going, wow, really impressed by that Giants general manager. He's really locked in. You go away going, boy, it seems kind of Mickey Mouse-ish, doesn't it? Seems a little like firing off the hip kind of thing. Especially in the way that they talk about the player, and like the Barkley discussion was just strange. Saban says Rocket League's hard, but very competitive and addictive. I thought Brandon was ending the stream. That's why I said goodnight. I'm still here. Season ticket holder all day. Let's go. Yeah, Rocket League's a tough one. I've tried to get in that a little bit. I couldn't quite get to it, but it certainly has got a lot of people love that game. Lucky LaRue, Sam Howell's a solid quarterback. This Redskin fan will be watching his progress. Lucky LaRue, I'm stoked on Sam Howell. I loved what we got him for. I felt like we didn't have to give up much to trade for him. 23 years old. I don't think that his story is set. I don't think that you want to look at any guy that started 1 year at 23 years old and say, oh, we know what he is finally. The die is cast. He is set. He's a finished product. I would not say that at all about Sam Howell. I think he's got a load of potential there. And I love him as even a potential quarterback of the future for us here, kind of waiting in the wings. But we'll see what he can do this year. Definitely a little bit of a better environment he's getting to go here, I think, than we had there with your Washington team last year. You know, lame duck coach, Eric Bieniemy as an offensive coordinator, kind of some questionable level of talent over on the offensive side of the ball, not to mention the defense that wasn't stopping anybody. So a little bit better circumstances. Sijan says, man, pay Barkley. Yeah, they kind of got into bed with that one with him. I mean, if you reach that point of it, just do it. And that guy was your whole offense. You know, now you're going to fall back and hope Daniel Jones can carry you through? Give me a break, right? That ain't happening. But reactive. Giants organization feels reactive. They did so with the Daniel Jones contract a year ago. Chris is going to try to make that meet and greet in between a car show and Puyallup that weekend. Sounds good, man. Sounds good. And we'll get it locked in, at least to let you guys know where I will be. It will probably be somewhere between, it might be in maybe Bellevue-ish, and probably just after training camp on the 26th. We'll probably be meeting up on that day. Say, is Rocket League's badass? Don't laugh it out. Hey, no, I like it, man. I dig it. I come from the heavy metal days with that type of stuff. So I love the driving around the car and rolling it. Ricardo says, yeah, that's the impression I got. Plus, he doesn't seem very assertive when negotiating with agents at other teams. Don't get the same energy and confidence that Snyder has. No, I didn't either. Yeah, kind of a little, just kind of a little weak on it, wasn't he? That's the impression I got with it. A little bit mealy mouthed, a little bit of a, you know. Don says, Hal ain't doing nothing but holding the clipboard. No, Gino's ahead of him. You're right. Gino's going to have the lead with him. I just like his talent. I like him as a development guy. Mega says, John knows what he wants, what he'll accept, and not move on from, unless he has to. True. John's got his lines that he draws in the sand, and he will stick to them. He's not extending out of him. He's going to be where he's going to be in the pocket of what he's going to do. And I like that about him. That's part of, I think, what you get when you have a guy that's been in place for 15 straight years is he's got a well-formed, well-honed ideology in place. Unlike maybe a new guy that's still trying to kind of find his way. Still trying to kind of learn the ropes, learn who he is, learn what his philosophy is going to be as a GM, which does kind of feel a bit like the case with the Giants general manager, just to a small degree. I want to thank all the folks that donated today. Randall McDaniel, Mr. Kane, Syjan, very, very kind of you guys for all the donations. Randall the Cut, Isaac, really, really appreciate you guys for all of that support today. One last thank you to the sponsor of this show, which is going to be Underdog Fantasy. You can utilize my code today, NEST. Click the top of the description link section below, and they will match you up to 100% of your first deposit, up to $100. So $100 from me to you through the Underdog Fantasy app, and you support the show at the same time. We call that a win-win-win. So do please utilize that code. You can still get an ongoing contest right now. You have to wait for football season. Baseball's in full swing. WNBA is in full swing. Get it in there. Get it in today. Go win yourself some money. Support the channel. And thank you to Underdog Fantasy for showing the love. Also, last little note as well, if you guys weren't well aware, we do have the Hawks Nest Clips channel, which is going to be in full swing coming into this season. So the Hawks Nest Clips channel, separate YouTube channel. Please go get subbed up to that, as I will be releasing clips out daily over on that channel. We've got I think I've got something like about 120 clips or something we've already cooked out over there. So really beefing that side of things up over here on the channel. Going to keep that thing going. So please do get subscribed up over there to the Hawks Nest Clips channel as well, as that will continue to be cooking throughout this season in a major, major way. I thank you guys for watching today. I appreciate everybody hanging in there for the long stream. We got almost 5 hours in on the dot today, so another great stream with you guys. As always, you guys kept it great. Got me thinking, got me laughing. You guys always do that without fail, 100%, and I really appreciate that with you guys for always bringing that kind of energy. I will be back on Wednesday. We're going to be doing a little bit of a deeper look at the UDFAs in this draft class. So a couple of select 4 guys we're going to be taking a look at: Hayden Haddon, George Holani, Nelson Caesar, and our guy Jack Westover, our UW tight end. So we're going to look at those 4 guys, a little bit deeper look at them, as these are the 4 guys that to me are the most likely to potentially have a chance to make the roster and potentially to make some noise, make some actual impressions on us, if not just this year, into the long-term future, maybe next year where they come back around less. I think will be the case in Westover's case. But that will be a show for Wednesday. So we'll be back very soon at that time. I thank you guys for watching. If you can, just hit that like button on out the door as we kind of finish up here. I appreciate you for watching. We'll be back soon. But until that time, I hope I don't have to remind you. I hope I don't remind you here, as you got a team, as the poll says, you got a fan base that at an 80% rate right now believes this team is 10 wins or better. I shouldn't have to remind you here. I shouldn't have to let you know about this team. I shouldn't have to hype you up. It's already well understood. It's already well known. This team is talented. This team is fixing problems that have been issues for years. This team now is going to have the schematics, the coaching in place to get the most out of these players, to maximize these players to the utmost. So I shouldn't have to remind you about the big, beautiful season that you have on deck. But I'm going to do it anyway. Because by God, do not you ever forget, as your Seahawks are about to have themselves a hell of a season, don't you ever forget. Never, never. Go Hawks.